Cheese, it is Funky Friday, don't you think? It is cheese, Funky Fridays. Will there ever be a solution in Cyprus? Yes, it is Funky Friday. Let's see what we can do. I'm gonna share this with Alex. Alex is right. We do get the nutters up here, so let's see if we can get any nutters tonight. See if we can get a genuine conversation going about this. Yeah, feel free to come in, guys. Give it a like, give it a share. Just invite Alex so he can come through as well. Yeah, this is the question. You know I love my questions. Can anyone hear me all right? If you are in here, let me know if you can hear me. Come on in, get comfortable. I'm just inviting Alex. Let's get a Funky Friday going. Give the people what they want, right? The people want a Funky Friday. We've got to give them a Funky Friday. Welcome, welcome. Andy, can't see the top part of the question. All right, let me see if I can fix that for you quickly. But I have got Alex coming now in a second, so I want to give him the spot. Yes, Alex, we're ready. Come on in. Come on in, my son. See if we can attract some of the nutters, like Alex says. So we get a proper convo going, right? T-Sip, come on up, man. Come on up.
I'm not a nutter.
You're not a nutter, but you know what? Let's give the people what they want.
Come on, bring them up.
Let's give it a try. Go on, one by one. Let's see who we got here tonight.
Let's see.
Give it a second, it will go out. They usually come in.
Let me get your likes up.
Yeah, you know how it works.
Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Let me do a little reshare as well.
Yeah, let's get them down. Are they still on that live?
I've got no idea.
Yes, no, they should be. Let's get them up. Let's get people up. Come on, Cara, get up. What did you do? Did you have family round tonight?
Yeah, we family round. We went out as well. Had some food.
Lovely.
You know, usual stuff, man.
Yeah.
To be fair, I haven't done a live for a while, and I'm kind of enjoying it.
You are.
I'm enjoying the break. You know how it is, Jan.
Yeah, I know.
It's too much sometimes.
Yeah,
you don't have to concentrate then, do you, so?
Yeah, you do. You know what? You do concentrate,
just,
even if you don't say anything.
You can just drop off, come back in again.
Exactly.
That's what I hate about hosting lives, man. You got to sit
You
there.
have to, yeah. People don't get it, do they, Jan? It's like, you got to stay there.
No, you just got to stay there. And then you got to break their hearts and tell you, oh, I've got to go to bed now.
Hardest part when there's a good convo going and you've got to go. Like,
yeah. I know. It is hard.
No, to be fair, like the group's all right because they always do an after party after the live.
I call it the match of the day.
Yeah.
You know, when you do like the highlights. Because there's always a nutter, like Alex says, that says something stupid and then it's a talking point, isn't it?
Did anyone see the Chelsea match the other day, Champions League with Papos?
No.
What was the score? What was the score?
They won Chelsea 1-0 to Chelsea, unfortunately.
1-0 Chalaba.
There he is.
Papos hit the post as well.
Huh?
I saw that Turkish.
Hit the post, we should have won.
No way.
Yeah,
I saw that Turkish manager get some abuse in Israel or something. I think.
Yeah, that's a basketball.
Is it basketball?
Yeah, it's a basketball.
Proper abuse. He did.
Super Donkey, we can't hear you very well, bro.
Was it Ataman, the Panathinaikos coach, right?
Yeah.
There you go, Ataman.
Yeah.
Yes, Lesov, it's good to see you in your place.
And you, mate, and you. Let's see if we can get some nutters up tonight, like we said.
Alex, did you see that?
Bro, as you know with me, mate, I don't care who hosts. We both share the same agenda, and it doesn't matter for me. Start a competition.
Of course, never, man. Never a competition. I'll support you whenever I can, and to be honest, I was happy not doing a live this week. Happy to have a break, so.
Likewise, always support you. Anyway, let's get on this live.
Let's go.
Let's get on with it.
So what are we talking about?
Look at you, man. You got 34 in the box already. Boof, like a rocket.
That's our topic.
Yeah, it gets quite a few views. You know, there's a lot of people that watch it from outside as well, because at the end of the live, I always get notification. Sometimes it says like 1,500 people watched it, or like 1,200
Free
people.
Jamaica.
I think the most I ever got was 57 in my box. I was jumping for joy.
Oh, who was arguing? Because it's normally an argument. Which
Yeah,
was
you
it?
got to spice it up.
I'll tell you what, Sof, this morning when I was driving to work, I've listened to one of Phidias's videos. Has he been going through some corruption stuff or something?
Something about money, yeah. Someone,
Yeah, I mean,
he
to
got
be
paid
fair,
some money.
I don't like him. I'm not gonna lie, but I stand by what he said. Like, I thought I rate him because
He said the truth. He said the
He
truth.
said he'll share
You know,
everything.
he's a bit of a hypocrite though as well. He's gone back on a
I
lot
thought,
of stuff that he
and
said
the fact that he
prior.
invited all the other European MEPs, I thought, one, good on you.
No, but I didn't like his statement that he read out in the EU about Cyprus and then the way he spoke about Cyprus and Turkey.
No, that's what I mean. I don't like him in general, but I thought the
I've
video.
lost a lot of respect for him. He's
You know what it
backtracked.
is? You know what it is, Alex? I think after his wife got attacked after meeting Tata and all that, I think the pressure got to him.
Well, then he's not a good politician. Then
I think the pressure got to him a little bit, but you got to remember. Let's bear in mind that he's a young man, So
yeah, I know,
think
but you've got to
that shook him
stand
up a
for
little
what you
bit.
believe in. I mean,
Yeah,
he's lost
but-
my confidence.
But look
and
at
I'm
the
sure he's lost.
thing, though, guys. I mean, just going off subjects, but look at Pashinyan in Armenia. I mean, that guy got punched and etc., and it still continued.
I'll tell you what, though, man. You think watching like Question Time is good, or when they do the Parliament readouts? Have you ever seen the Turkish
Yeah,
Parliament?
they got brawling.
Bro, they fight. How many literally
kick off. They kick off.
fucking nuts.
They murder each other in there.
They're fucking crazy, man. I was watching a clip the other day. They were punching each other up.
Yeah,
and then
man.
after, they all sat down and had tea together. I was like, what the
They start
fuck?
swinging, boy. I've watched some of them. Yeah.
No, but the funny thing is, Andy, literally, by the end of it, they're all drinking tea.
I actually watched. When were it? One of the comment was from I think a British lad. He goes, "Why can't our PMQs do this?"
Tell you what, watching Turkish Parliament is fucking funny. Yeah, that, jeez.
It is, isn't it?
So, can I ask you a question?
Of course you can, Ken.
This opinion poll come up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know we got different figures, but what we've seen, John's seen, the Kara's seen that as well. They putting Fidesz 6.3%.
Yeah.
Fidias.
Yeah, Fidesz.
So where's your source from?
Elam is 13.3.
Is that Turkish news, guys? Or
No.
No, that's from the south.
really?
Yeah. They're putting Fidesz 6.3. What does that exactly equate to Parliament? How many MP that will produce? Will it produce anything?
members, so
Yeah, Super Donkey, probably 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 or 3. Because even Fidias party thinks they might get 2 or 3. But George is saying 56 members.
Yeah, 56 members in total, so 6% of that.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe
Four,
like
four
2,
members.
2 to 4. Yeah.
So this thing you're doing with the this party, you put your name.
Yes.
So if you get chosen,
Well, yeah, people need to sign up using the code.
Yeah. So far we've got one download, but you know what? There's a lot of people
can't
that have got 0. So at least
can't
I've
sign
got
up
one.
anyway.
Yeah, you need a separate ID card, guys.
You need a separate ID card.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, I
That's all
tried
right.
that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. What, Ken? You got a separate ID card?
No, I haven't got a separate ID card. I don't need a separate ID card. No, I would have signed up if I had one.
I truly believe that it needs someone like Yusuf. It needs someone from the diaspora that's lived in another country, i.e. UK. I truly believe that that's what the Cyprus problem, it will be someone like you that will resolve the Cyprus problem if it's not done this time round.
I don't know. Look, it's very difficult. You know how it is, Alex, being diaspora. It's hard to break into the politics. It's gonna be very, very, very difficult. So I'm not saying I've given up, but I don't have as much hope as I did when I first started, to be honest. Because you need support, man. You need support, and at the end of the day, if the people in Cyprus, I don't think are going to support it. I can only rely on the diaspora. But what's the majority population in Cyprus? It's the locals. So I mean,
the
look, Cypriot
diaspora
donkey, you know.
doesn't vote for the parliamentary outside of Cyprus.
No, doesn't vote. So, you know, what can we do?
Right, who wants to spice it up? Go on, Ken.
Well, there's Maria, what's her name? Ögün. She's coming on the 27th, meeting Christo Dulu.
Christo
Don't
Dudu.
say that. Don't say that, Ken. Come on, respect.
Wow.
Hey, Kenanabi, come
My
on.
tongue won't turn. What can I
Come
do?
on,
You
Ken.
can do it. Practice
You
it.
I tried. Each time I try, it comes
Well,
out.
let's do it properly. Christo
No,
Diludis. I mean,
no,
I think
I
I'm
don't
saying it
want
right.
to.
Yeah, close.
I don't want to insult the guy. Each time I try, it comes worse. So
It is a mouthful. It is a mouthful. I just sort
Donkey,
of go,
he's not
Christo
doing it
Dulu, and that's it.
deliberately. Genuinely can't say the guy's name. He's tongue
Yeah.
twisted.
But
Christo
anyway,
Diludis.
yeah, Chris to do whatever. Yeah.
Just call him Chris to do nothing. It's all right.
Don't start that, Alex. That's what I'm trying not to do.
I'm trying to spice it up.
Do nothing.
Yeah, let's
you
spice it
said.
up. Ken, who's going to win? Greece or Turkey? We go to war. Who's going to win?
Turkey all day long.
Don't go there.
Not as
Fuck
individuals.
me,
Not as
sideways.
individuals.
Am I seeing Andy on the panel? Hell out of here.
Shines there.
They're saying
Go on, Andy. Trigger Ken off.
Yeah, we
I've
got
been up
restricted.
here already, Alex. You said hello to me just now. I've been up here already.
he's meeting the new president, and on the 28th he's meeting Erdogan. Well, she's meeting Erdogan, and then I think new president is giving a big speech on the 5th of February. I think that's when he's going to announce everything. The big day coming up, 5th of February.
Where's that Kenanabi? I missed that bit.
On the 5th of February, I think he's going to announce that to measure that he's keep talking about.
5th of February? Why so long?
It's only 2 weeks' time.
He delayed it. He delayed it for a week. On the 27th, he's meeting with Maria.
I know, but what's it got to do with her? This is something between two Cypriot leaders.
Well, they having a meeting.
Well, the envoy, yeah, the envoy for the United
The
Nations.
envoy, yeah. Maria.
Could this be a political game? 5th of February is when Erdogan's meeting Sisi in Egypt.
No, it's I think they always give a speech on certain days, and he's just delaying it, and it falls on to 5th of February. From what I'm reading, what I'm understanding, because it's half of it is Greek, and then he's going to make the announcement that he's going to do unilateral something.
Can you read it all, Ken? No?
Sorry?
You can read it in Greek?
No, I can get it translated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, just to let you know, guys.
Yeah, hey Shaheen, I saw your comment. You don't want to sign up to anything linked to the ROC, man. What's up?
Why the fuck
What's wrong? What's wrong with the ROC?
They don't represent me.
It's all right, man. Come on, Cyprus.
I don't give a fuck about Cyprus.
You do.
He's never cared about Cyprus, man.
I think he does. I think he does. I think he does.
He does.
I care about. This is what I care about. I care about my people, and my people just so happen to be in the north of Cyprus. So that's as far as my interest in Cyprus goes.
Wouldn't you consider the south your people as well?
No.
We're Cypriot now.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, at least you know where you stand with Shaheen, innit?
What do you mean, my people? In what terms?
We're Cypriot.
Andy,
Yeah.
Andy,
Oh yeah, of course. You're my countrymen at that point.
You
But
talk like a true sultan, Shine.
huh?
You talk like a true sultan.
I don't know about that.
our views on that are different to you, Shaheen. Sorry, man. I can't.
That's
That is
fine.
your opinion.
Like, you're my countrymen, but we're not the same people. Does that make sense? So that's yeah. But everyone can see themselves however they want. For me, that's just a biological fact. I don't know.
Biologically, we
That's what I
share
mean,
a
'cause that's
DNA,
our
no?
sultan approach.
Huh?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it if we're going to talk about it.
Well,
What do you mean?
biologically.
Like you saying that there's the Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots and Cypriot Cypriotism is a myth. Is that what you're saying?
No, look, it's like this. Like, let's take the most polarizing news that we have today, like with the Kurdish situation, yeah, in Syria, right? Kurdish people, how can I put this? They shouldn't be like they've been oppressed for the past 80 years. Well, not for the past 20, but most definitely since the Republic. Now they would have had their rights stripped away, their identity, this, that, the other. Just because they're a part of Turkey, they don't need to be completely assimilated and remove the fact that they're Kurds. They're Kurds at the end of the day, and they should be proud of the fact that they're Kurds, right? They should hold on to their traditions. They should hold on to their history, their language, you know, their clothing, their food, and everything about them. And they should be proud of that, and they should hold on tight to that. And the same thing goes for the people in Cyprus. I'm not going to remove my history just for some political ideology of separatism. I don't believe in that bullshit. You're a Greek, Sof, and I'm a Turk. You should be proud that you're a Greek, and I will be proud that I'm a Turk, and that's just how it should be.
On that point, can I ask a question, please? Which is
We
kind
just
of
got
a,
restricted. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
which is a parallelismos. I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry.
An analogy.
Something like that. Yeah, maybe. Do you think the Kurds should have a right to a rotating presidency in Turkey as well?
What do you mean?
Yeah, to have the chance to be president.
How come Fidan is Kurdish?
Fidan's going to be the next president, bro. What are you talking about?
He's Kurdish.
or even own state, going by that logic. I mean,
which question you asking me?
It's just a stupid question. Don't worry about it.
You got your answer.
I'm just trying to make a joke out of the whole situation. But you know what? This perplexes me quite a bit on these kind of lives. We always talk about what Turkey does, what Greece does, what the Republic of Cyprus does. We never actually say anything about what the TRNC does, you know?
They do nothing,
never
my
in the
friend.
news
That's why. There's nothing they can do. The only thing that TRNC's done in 50 years is the bloody Turkic state things. Where
you know what the TRC is doing? I'll tell you what they're doing. I'll tell you what they're doing. They're surviving. That's what they're doing.
Pretty much, yeah.
They're surviving.
They don't have no say.
I think they expanded a little bit. Don't get me wrong, but
they did.
Obviously not as fast as the
Expanded
ROC,
in which way? Politically? What? Militarily? What?
What? Expanding?
Yeah.
I mean, as in a way of catching up to the modern world way.
Well, yeah, but that's all backed by Turkey again. I mean, the question he's asking is what the TRNC's done on its own. The only thing I can think of is what Tatar did with the Turkic states, becoming an observer. Other than that, they've done nothing. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because they can't do it, because their hands are tied.
What do you guys think on this idea that we're the same people or whatever?
No, I mean, for me, I'm a Turkish Cypriot, so I've always said that.
Can I just go back one step and ask Cypriot Donkey what he thinks that TRNC has done that's upset Greek Cypriots? Because, like you say, we always come on these lives, we always mention Turkey, Greece, the ROC, TRNC is never mentioned. Is there anything specific that?
I bet you I know the answer to that question, but I'll let him answer.
Not on the top of my head, to be honest with you. The only thing I can think of recently with the whole agreement between Lebanon and Cyprus, and again I tried to compare to with something else that the TRNC has done. When they created the underwater pipeline between Turkey and Cyprus for the water and gas, and they were saying you didn't get our approval for this agreement, and neither did you. But that's the only thing. That's the only thing.
To be fair, though, they were very transparent, and they did offer the services to be for the whole island, and the ROC refused.
It doesn't.
Whereas anything the ROC doesn't consult the TRNC and doesn't give a clear definition on how they will help the TRNC, whether it's for a eventual solution. They just say, "Oh, we're going to put the money in account, and you're going to get your share." What share? based on population, based on equality, based on the, that's still.
It was 30%. I'm not sure. It was a specific number.
Why 30%? Why not 50%? Again, this isn't the whole
Because
reason
it's a
why the
matter of
island is
numbers.
divided, because of the whole issue of numbers. Numbers shouldn't come into play. Okay, yeah, Greek Cypriots outnumber Turkish Cypriots, but this is why we're here in the first place, no? Haven't we learned our lessons?
So in that aspect, Alex, I'm one of those people that say we shouldn't divide ourselves between Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots. Just go with your how do you say
Well, this links into what Shaheen said about Cypriots and this and that.
Yeah,
If
but
we
you
are
can
so-called
you can
Cypriots,
still build
numbers don't matter, no? Whether you're Turkish or
What is
Greek.
it?
exactly. You
We're
can.
gonna
That's
go
what I'm
have the
saying. You
same
can.
old conversation again. What's the Cypriot?
Well,
What is
Shaheen, it depends. Are you talking about DNA? Because you said earlier, how
No,
are we as
because
the same people?
but this is what I'm saying. Like,
DNA wise, we're the same people,
what
no?
is a Cypriot? Like, what is Cypriot? What is Cypriotism? Like, there is no clearly default. Like, give me the definition.
Shaheen, if I did a DNA test and you did a DNA test, we'd probably be very close to each other.
I promise you, we're not.
Well, most people.
Maybe with other Turkish Cypriots.
But not with you.
Yeah. Well, maybe the one thing that would link me and you would be the Middle East. Meaning, if you have any Middle Eastern or Arab DNA, then that's the thing that would link.
Okay, all right.
So
My definition of Cypriotism is our mannerisms, our food, the way we are as people, like our character. We have the very similar character, even though we've got different religions and effective languages.
But do you
have
see where
to
that's a
admit
problem,
that
man? 'Cause
Turkish Cypriot is different to a mainland Turk, and a Greek
Alex.
Cypriot is very different to a mainland Greek.
I think you know what? I think you
Hold
can
on,
identify.
Alex. Do you see where this is a problem? Because this is your definition. If I speak to 500,000
my
people, I'm going to get.
definition's based on what I see.
No, but there
in it.
needs to be there needs to be a centralized definition of what that word means, so that we can all give an opinion based on that framework. What is a Cypriot?
A little bit of what I just said, and maybe a few others can add to it, and you can make a case for what is a Cypriot.
But
Would you say that?
What's the reality? What's the reality on the ground? The reality on the ground is you're either a Turkish Cypriot, a Greek Cypriot, Armenian Cypriot, or American, whatever you are. But that's the reality on the ground. But I understand what you're saying, Cypriotism.
All right, let's use Simon as an example, yeah? Simon's the only Armenian Cypriot we know, yeah? And look how similar he is to all of us on these lives. You've got Greek Cypriots on these lives, Turkish Cypriots, and then occasionally you get Simon. He's literally exactly like us, whereas if you get an actual outright Armenian, it would be nothing like Simon. See what I'm saying?
But everybody can identify who they want to identify as, at the end of the day. I mean, I don't see it as a problem. If you identify as a Turkish Cypriot, it's not a problem. A Greek Cypriot, it's not a problem. A Cypriot, and you say that you're not Turkish and Greek, you're Cypriot, for me, it's not a problem. Anybody,
Yeah, but Alex, just going back on Simon's point that you just pointed out, I'm gonna sort of bring myself into this. So Simon, obviously, family-wise, they all come from mainland Turkey. Yeah, over time they lived there. That's what he said, and then they obviously immigrated, and then obviously lived there. And he's now a citizen of ROC. So he's a Cypriot citizen. Yeah, where I was born on the island to a mainland parents, and according to the new thing what they're proposing, 40 years old, and I'm not Cypriot.
You are Cypriot. You've just fallen into that bollocks of the political trap of Cyprus.
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. Can you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's
no,
all
I
right
get what
to
you're
move
saying.
from abroad and be called a Cypriot, but I was born in the north, but I'm not Cypriot.
No, well, like I said, you've fallen into that political bullshit. To me, and any Greek Cypriot, regardless that both your parents are from mainland Turkey, whether the Greek Cypriots like it or not, the facts are you are Cypriot. You was born there, you've lived there all your life. You are. I mean, how you came about to be on the island, a lot of Greek Cypriots would dispute it and probably be pissed off with it, but that's irrelevant. The facts are you was born there, you've lived there all your life, it's all you've known, you're a Cypriot.
Cara, I think I've asked you this before, but do your parents feel Cypriot?
So when they said they're Turkish, but they go to Cyprus They don't really go to Turkey. I mean, my parents moved to Cyprus after the war. They were young, so my mom was like 11. I think my dad were a little bit older when he came after my mom. But I was born there in '85. I've never lived in Turkey. You know, I
So
do
you
obtain Turkey passports through them, but I have never lived in Turkey. But according to the new proposals that made by Christodoulidis, one parent Cypriot, I don't identify as a Cypriot.
All right,
Allegedly.
Cara, let me tell you
Hold on, wait.
something.
We
When you
keep
go
saying.
to
Can I be one second?
Turkey,
Because I just feel like
sorry.
we're gonna go around in circles, man. Like otherwise, I can't be like I just can't be asked be a part of this conversation. What is a Cypriot?
We just
What do you
said
mean?
it.
What
We
is
just
a Cypriot?
No, that's not a. You're not giving me a clear definition of what the word is.
Well,
Bro,
Cypriot is
somebody
an
that's
individual
because I said to you,
who's from the
it's a
island of Cyprus.
collective, isn't it? It's like you're born on Cyprus, that automatically makes you a Cypriot because the name Cypriot identifies to Cyprus, Gibro, whatever you want to call it. And then
But are you
obviously the
saying
things
that
that I
Cypriot
touched
is a
on.
nationality? Yeah.
It's
Sahid,
not. It's a
Technically,
whole
yeah.
No,
collection
it's
of
not a
things,
nationality.
man. It's a
So
whole
Cypriot is not a
collection of things.
nationality.
It's not a nationality, no.
So what is it
Sahid,
then?
It's a Cypriotism in my view is a myth. You have a Greek Cypriot or a Turkish Cypriot.
Right.
Yeah, all right,
I
it might be
can't
a
say it
myth
any
though,
other way.
Jan, but ultimately you say Cypriot at the end of the Turkish and you say
Of course I
Cypriot at the
do.
end of the
If
Greek.
I,
But you
yeah,
can't deny we share the same characteristics,
of course we do.
mentality,
Of course we do.
lifestyle.
Yes,
You can't.
yes. I don't
Can you
deny it.
compare yourself to a mainland Turk? No,
No,
you're
I
different.
don't.
You
I
know that.
compare myself as a
Can
Turkish person in
genuinely can a
Cyprus.
Greek Cypriot compare themselves to a mainland Greek? No, because we
No.
are unique to our mannerisms and our way of life.
Yes.
That's
We need
how I would say what is Cypriotism.
we
What
do
is a
need to
Cypriot?
point out that Cypriots are nationals. You can have your own ethnicity though. Like it doesn't matter. You can be Armenian, a Turk, Maronite, Latino. You can be whatever. But Cypriot
that's how it is in
is
every
a
state
national.
pretty much in the world.
It's a
It's
You know, it's
nationality.
in Britain.
nationality, yeah.
Cypriot should be a nationality, yeah.
Okay.
It's
It
just
is a
like being
nationality.
British. It's a nationality.
So, Sahin, what do you expect the Cypriot to be?
I don't expect them to be anything. I don't have any expectations. I just
Or what
want
is
to
a
know.
Cypriot to you?
A Cypriot to me is what you guys said it is. It's a nationality, right? However, when you get into this idea of Cypriotism, then this is where you go left and I'll go right because
I
you
don't
keep
understand this whole separatism thing because I've only heard it on these lives. I
most
don't
of the
hear it from
time,
anybody,
people that
family,
argue
no
for
one.
the idea of Cypriotism, right? They want you to deal away with your identity or your
Cypriotism is nationalism, basically.
right.
Yeah.
Oh,
That,
never
I
oh,
would
would
you're
agree
agree.
with
just
that.
a Turkish
I mean,
speaking Cypriot and or this, that, and the other. Or you're just a Greek. Fuck
well,
you.
I get you. I see what you mean.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So
You see what you
this is
got to
why I
understand
think
as
it's
well.
very
So you don't have
important.
connection to your ethnic
Right.
separateness, so to speak.
So
It creates division. So if Cyprus was reunified tomorrow, people will be saying, "Well, we're all Cypriots." But you know, if someone says, "No, I'm a Turkish Cypriot," and they're going to say, "Well, no, you're not. You're a Cypriot."
well,
So
you see where the lines
it
get crossed,
creates a
Janabi.
division in division, huh?
But
Because
Yeah,
you know where the lines can
I
get a bit.
I see
where
your point now, Shane. I
you
do.
see
I do.
look,
but
this is where
Jan,
it gets
Jan,
even
it
more a bit
actually
blurry, yeah. Because if you're saying that, well, Cypriot is a nationality. By definition, I'm British by nationality because I was born here. I wasn't born in Cyprus, so that means I'm not a Cypriot, right?
Shaheen, you know something happened to me the other day. What happens to the Turkish Cypriots? Someone
Oh,
asked me
you
where
like
I'm
in
from.
Turkish?
Yeah, I said I'm from Cyprus. So they started talking to me in Turkish. I was like, no, Greek Cypriot.
Did you answer
They're like,
back?
nah, you look Turkish, mate. I was like,
You should have said to him. You should have said to him, "Hold on, mate. Let me just grab the wife. 2 seconds."
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's funny.
Or do a Ken and be like, you
You
can check if you want, but
But
definitely
you
not
know,
Turkish.
So I think we got to the bottom of this
But
whole
you get what I'm
Cypriot
saying?
thing,
Like you saying
yeah?
that Cypriot is a
But
nationality.
you accept the other
Hold on, but
version,
wait.
though,
I'm
yeah?
a Cypriot. I'm British. I was born in the UK. If I
I
wasn't,
didn't get offended, Shaheen. I'll be honest. I didn't
no,
get offended, but I wanted it to be specific. Like I
bro.
did
When
say,
it
no, I'm
happens to
Greek.
you another 200 more times, we'll talk. Honestly, yeah. But it's not about getting offended. It's just annoying because there's another reality. Do you know what I mean? But yeah,
Shane, no disrespect.
I'm
They're not going to confuse you for a Greek Cypriot ever,
no.
on your
How many times?
appearance.
Like
You will never get confused.
Oh,
It's a
you'll
Greek
be
Cypriot.
surprised, Alex,
If
mate.
you
No, I
got
haven't.
asked where you from and you went Cyprus, they will definitely go Turkish straight
Nah,
away.
do you know what? Yeah, I've been called everything, but I've even been called Jewish, bro. So whatever, innit? So again, I wanna bring my point home. I'm British for the fact that I was born in the UK, and being British is my nationality, right? So if being a Cypriot is a nationality, that means that I'm not a Cypriot because I wasn't born in Cyprus. So if I'm not a Cypriot, then the only thing left. Do you understand? Right, the only thing that will follow me wherever I'm born on the earth is the fact that I'm a Turk. Does that make sense?
But you could identify as
Yeah.
a British citizen with Turkish Cypriot heritage.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
you could say
Right?
that.
That's
Because
not
I
how
ident-
islanders are going to see it, though. They're going to see it as they're separate. So
But
you're
isn't
going to look at
being
it from a Turkish-centric viewpoint because you see yourself as Turkish because you're not a Cypriot national.
but isn't it a feeling though? Isn't it a feeling like when someone tells you
it
you're
is a
British, do you
feeling.
feel British?
No.
I always
I feel
say
British.
I always say I'm Cypriot, but
If
I'm a
I eat
British
pie and
national.
mash, I go to a pub and I don't feel British.
Yeah.
I feel more Cypriot than anything.
100%.
And
Regarding
that's
my
just
childhood
me. I
in
don't
the
speak for
UK,
everyone.
I don't think she's British, you know, she's Cypriot.
Who's that?
My child, I say she was born in the
Yeah.
UK. I don't say she's British, I say she's Cypriot. You know?
But it's true. Do any of us ever say, even if we were born in England, that we're British? No. If someone asks me, I say I'm from Cyprus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
I say I'm Cypriot.
I sometimes don't mind saying,
Turkish
depending on who I'm
Cypriot
speaking
to
to,
the first.
British Cypriot or something, or British. Yeah, I don't mind. I love the UK, you know, but I get your point. Ethnicity-wise, it can never be a true Inglesa.
But
No,
you know,
Charles.
this, in my opinion, when you start dividing people by ethnicity, that's where the actual division starts to happen. That's why we need to kind of get over this Greek and Turkish and Maronite and Latino and all of that thing, you know?
Yeah, that's where we are today with this.
But
We all
it's like
tap and share
Cheyenne
the
said
live
though,
as
like
well.
the Cheyenne
Can
said
we all-
like the roots are Turkish, Greek, or Roman. To be fair,
Can we all tap the big screen on the left? It really helps the algorithm on TikTok.
Yeah,
Soft
so
tapping
if I-
doesn't give him anything. It just
if
helps
I-
with the algorithm.
If I go to holiday in Turkey, I don't feel like I'm at home. When I go to Cyprus, I feel like I'm at home. So, you know,
Where in
there's that
Cyprus?
side of it. There's the feeling there. The feeling is that, you know, Cyprus is my island. So.
Well,
The
do you
only
guys
thing
think
that
it's
helps
bad
in
if
Turkey is the language.
we start being
Yeah.
a bit nationalistic as Cypriots? Do you think that'll be a bad thing?
Absolutely.
Well, it might happen with Ilan, mate. Very soon.
You're asking for you're not asking for 1974 part 2. That's what you're asking for. If you
Yeah.
start nationalizing, yeah. I'm telling you, bro. Like,
But what
be
if
a
we
disaster.
nationalized as both sides, as like we say,
that's what I'm
Cypriot?
saying.
That would
One
be a
way or another.
disaster.
But
That
you know
would be
what, Fox?
division.
This
Two
is what
states.
this fucking group never understands. Even if we were together, one way or another, something will happen on that island where it will be you're a Greek and I'm a Turk, and it will be divided on ethnic lines again. That's just the nature of our people.
Maybe
I
on a
don't
small
care.
scale, but not a national
It's not
scale.
just that's just not Cyprus though. That's the UK as well.
That's
You'd get a
everywhere, but
Muslim
this
that
is
would
what I'm
commit a
saying. But
crime, and all of a
so-
sudden it's all the Muslims.
Each
Right.
our island, isn't it? If you're
Yeah,
a
but you
Greek
have
and
to-
It
Turkish
happens here in the UK.
yeah, but when you put it in
The
this-
ethnicities stay together wherever they are in the world. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
They're always going to stay
It's not
together.
just Cyprus. It's everywhere. I see it in the
Look in
UK.
London, right? Look in London. All the Caribbeans stick together. The Africans, everybody sticks together. Especially the Evreos, the J boys. They stick together totally. So that's inedible, no matter what. But
Yeah,
there
that's
needs to
not
be some
unique to
kind of
Cyprus.
identity. Yeah.
I think you're forgetting one thing. You're not putting into the mix one thing, and that's globalization. So I don't see what Sahin is saying is going to be the consensus for much longer. It might be for now. It might be for the next 5-10 years max. But after that, I think everything's going to mellow down.
You're saying it won't matter where you're from.
Yeah, it won't.
I don't know, man. If you'd have said that to me 10 years ago, I probably would have agreed. But, you know, growing up, I saw a lot of racism through my friends with other people, and I grew up around it. I didn't agree with it. I hated it. And it calmed down as I got older. And then since Brexit, you saw all of the bloody people come out of the woodworm, the remarks, social media, comments. So, no, I don't know.
Flags.
Yeah, flags on poles and go back and we want our country back. Well, hold on a minute. Most of these were born here. They've built this country into what it was, what it is. So no, I disagree. I think that's never going to go away, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It all comes down to the constitution needing to be set up correct as best as it can be in the first place, so then we can avoid these problems. There's always going to be ethnic differences and people sticking with their culture. That's inevitable. That's always going to happen.
Yes.
As we know in London, it happens. But if the constitution is set up correctly, then these political dynamics can be avoided.
You're right.
And that's it.
You're right. Do you know why you're right? Because the way that the laws are written in the UK stops people from tearing each other apart. Everyone's treated equally. If they break the law or break the rules, you get the same punishment. I'm not going to give him a pass because he's brown or black or Greek or whatever. It's consistency. You're right. It comes down to if it's done right and it's consistent, it'll be fine. You should believe in the system.
The initial constitution was set up to fail because it wasn't a democracy. It was a power sharing arrangement, and it was never a democracy to begin with. So it was always going to fail. But you see, if you look at the setup of the majority of countries, that model of sort of power sharing along ethnic lines, people don't have democracy along ethnic lines in the majority of countries. It's just one man, one vote. That's how it is everywhere in the world. So it's going to obviously need a revamp, and that's why, in my opinion, even the BVF is going to fail.
Said though, Andy. Who was it written by and set up to fail by?
The English. You
want to spice it up? Okay, let's spice it up.
Can I ask you?
Just say it, Andy. Just say it.
Got your tongue.
Say what? Sorry, what? I don't
Go
understand.
on, answer his question.
Yeah, no, I said the English. The Constitution, it was obviously, I'm not saying it was written up solely by them.
So why did Makarios sign it? He shouldn't have signed it.
Oh, I know. Why? To be honest with you, he shouldn't
have signed it and then tried to make the amendments, but he made it even worse.
Even the British, look, there were British politicians in some books, many books I've read, they were even saying at the time, it's doomed to fail. It's doomed to fail. You can't have a constitution set up on a power sharing arrangement. It's gonna flop. Too much outside interference from everybody else as well. So, but that's what I mean. If we're going to go forward, we can't. This is why I'm very hot on even a BBF. For me, is not going to work.
So what's going to work?
Split along ethnic lines.
But what's it going to work? What's going to work?
Nothing. This is working.
Yeah.
Andy, what do you think is going to work?
Will work. Eventually, we'll integrate into one. Eventually, not straight away. It'll take 30, 40, 50 years, but eventually it will happen. Look at Germany. Berlin Wall, for example, it wasn't even that long ago. You go to Germany now, there's no.
It's working
now.
now.
Tell.
Status quo is working. I don't understand.
Yeah, that argument's valid, Shahin. But then also, what I'm saying is valid as well.
Look, the status quo is working. Whether you want the status quo or not is a different story. But you can't then turn around and say, "Well, what's going to work?" Because we have something that's working now.
Yeah, but
the status quo works for Turkey, though.
On the one hand,
you've got to respect
on the one hand, you say you're isolated, and on the other hand, you say it's working.
That's because that's a fact. But this is the thing that I really like. I respect you, Cyprus Donkey, and everyone here. One thing I can't stand there, and it really winds me up, is the fact that not many people seem to understand this simple, very simple principle or idea, yeah? And that is, two things can be true at the same time.
No, you're right. I agree with you. I just agreed with you a minute ago when I gave the Berlin Wall example, and then you said the status quo is working. You're right. You're not wrong. But then you got to see it from a Greek Cypriot perspective, like Andy just said.
Yeah, but just because what Andy says is true doesn't make what I'm saying untrue.
Well, no, you got to look at it from a TC's perspective as well.
There's
not just you got to look at always going to see it
different.
Well, even TCs in Cyprus will probably see it differently as well, I guess.
I
mean,
what?
Sorry, we spoke once.
I don't know. You both were saying something. I couldn't catch it.
What I'm saying is you've got to see it as a TC's perspective in Cyprus as well, not just the GC's perspective. It's what's their perspective. Do they not get a say in the status quo? Because this works very well for Turkey, but as it's working well for Turkey, I don't want to be rude, but there's a shrinkage, there's a dilution in the population of the Turkish Cypriots. So is it working well for Turkish Cypriots?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you've got to
You've
really
got a
consider
point.
that. You know,
You've got a very, very good
because
point.
because you've got to understand Turkey's interests only benefit them whilst it's a de facto state, while it's completely illegal, and that's just the truth of it. They can't benefit from
Very
it.
I
good
don't
point,
think that's
Andy.
true.
You know,
And I'll
I mean,
tell
I've
you
got, I've
why,
got my. Go on,
because
Connor.
I believe, right, if there was a solution on the island, whether it's a two-state or unification or BBF, I reckon a lot of Turkish Cypriots will return back.
Yes, I believe so.
Well,
They
I
don't.
would
They
that.
don't
Yeah,
go
but
back
they
we
there.
don't
tried
know that though,
that,
do we? We
Hannah.
don't know that.
And you
No,
know
no.
what? I'm
Return.
pissed off with the TRNC because they've done nothing to encourage Turkish Cypriots to come back. And it doesn't need to be a unification.
How
They
many
could have
people are
propped
going
the
back,
numbers
Alex?
up in the north with Turkish
Sorry,
Cypriots coming back.
The
Alex,
trouble
Sorry,
is,
Alex,
what
mate.
do they offer
Cara,
them?
when you say go back
Fuck
where?
all.
It's their homeland, Cyprus.
Like back to, let's say, right, I'm speaking hypothetically. Let's say
Yeah, I know, yeah.
two-state solution was done deal, and we're international recognized, we've got direct flights, so and so on. I reckon, or unification where it's one island, people can go back to where they were originally from, etc.
Yeah.
I reckon a lot of the local Turkish Cypriots, the old generation, definitely. I can't speak for the new lot because obviously they would have been brought up outside of the country. So
The old ones won't go back. Do you know why, Colour? Because the medication. They love the British government paying for it. Because every
They're
old
in the
person
EU
I
now,
speak
right?
to,
They'll be all
they
right.
go, Deli Manolo, İngilizler
Where do
bana
we mean go
bakar.
back though?
Haplarını
I understand
neden
that.
Back to
alacağım
Cyprus,
oğlum?
mate. Back to Cyprus.
Oh, you mean they'll
Hold
go
I don't
from
know about you,
what you
man,
mean
yeah,
they'll go
but
from the UK to Cyprus? You
Yeah,
mean?
so
yeah.
they'll go not just UK, anywhere around the world. I believe.
Sorry,
they'll
I thought
immigrate
you
back
meant
to
the Turkish
Cyprus.
Cypriots will leave Cyprus to go abroad. That's what I thought you said.
No, they'll
got
come
the
back.
other way around.
I think the only reason, right, the population of the like proper Turkish Cypriots, if you want to call them that, are low in numbers on the island is because obviously they feel trapped.
But are their concerns being listened to as to why they feel trapped? Though? Is it
Well,
always this one-sided
it's
thing with
obvious
the
isn't it, why
GCs
they're
doing
being
this,
trapped.
RSC doing this?
Not equality. There's
You know?
no equal rights.
It's there for them if they go back. What job prospects do they
This
have?
is what it's like. It's such a.
This is what we're trying to say. Like,
stalemate, you know what I mean?
if it was like here, like you put yourself in their shoes, right? If like the ROC doesn't have that problem, people can go backwards and forwards. You can work there. I mean, Soft lived there and come back, and then he wants to go back. Mario lives there. You know,
You can't.
the
Can I
majority
just
of us
jump
go
in? You
back, but you
can't.
can't do that with
Can I just jump
TRNC,
in?
is
You
what I'm
can't
saying.
say nothing's going to happen because look at all the people that open businesses in the UK, like Asians, Turks. They open kebab shops, corner shops, curry shops. People will do that in the north as well. Like you say, there's no
there's not
jobs
enough
there.
money. There's not enough population there.
There's no investment
Yeah, but
because
but
there
then
is
the
no
point
direct
is
flights
that
and
if
stuff.
these people come back, then they're buying in the supermarkets, they're buying petrol, they're
Yeah,
building the economy. I'm not saying straight away it's going to be kicking off, of course not. But eventually, these people that will come back will contribute, will start businesses, and that's how it grows.
Alex, what I'm trying to say, right? Cyprus has got a massive potential. If it was recognized, whether it's a two-state or a one-state solution, factories will go, job opportunities will rise, money will flow, direct trade will, the island will be heaving. I'm telling you. And that was my point with Andy saying, if it was recognized or done like in an official way where the whole island is recognized, open to trade, etc., it would happen. A lot of people would find the opportunity to go back.
Unfortunately, it's not going to happen because of the way
But
the
you're
island
saying
was divided.
sorry because he come off as a negative the way you said that.
No, sorry, I
That
was.
they'll go back. Yeah,
No.
no, I thought it sounded to me like it was a negative. Like you said, I thought you said Turkish Cypriots were going to leave if there was a situation. That's what I was
No,
getting
it's
confused
like
with.
go back, as in go back
Yeah.
home.
Oh right, I got you. Yeah, well,
Most-
yeah, that's. I guess that's another positive, isn't it? The diaspora can return home.
Andy, most Turkish
Yeah, but
Cypriots that go back.
like the problem of like settlers in houses that Greek Cypriots see as an obstacle, and the numbers of lots of Turks being there. It's the same problem that's happened with the diaspora now. Like Why would they return? They've got kids here, grandkids here, they've got
Yeah,
businesses here.
they're grounded.
You're asking them to give up a lot. It's impossible.
Yeah.
That ship
No, I'm not
sailed.
saying
It's
It's
finished.
not impossible, Alex, but I think it'll be a lot easier.
Mate, the numbers you will get will be minimal. It's too late.
lot of the
If that was going to
diasporas-
happen, it should have happened in the 80s.
Actually,
a lot of the
Alex,
diaspora in the
Alex,
UK.
I agree with you, Alex. I agree with you because
If you would have
they're
caught it
rooted
in the
here
80s,
now.
if there was
Yeah.
a solution in the 80s, their kids would have been young, probably about what, 10, 8, 9, whatever.
Yeah,
They haven't got kids. There's no grandkids.
Hey, look
It
at
would've-
Alex. Look at my situation.
late.
I got 4 kids. I got 4 grandkids.
Too late.
They're
They're
not
not
how
going to
can
come
I
with
now
you.
just pack
Oh,
my
yeah,
bags?
John.
How can I pack my bags, go to
even-
Cyprus and leave all my family here?
You
It's
know
not
the
possible.
Greek Cypriots over
Finished.
here, you're going to get some that go, and the ones that have got money and they boast about it and they've got a couple of quid. But you can't ask someone to pick up from a 4 trillion GDP
And
economy
unfortunately,
with jobs to go somewhere like Cyprus.
Unfortunately, Andy,
it's very difficult.
That 99% of Cypriots fall into that. And that's the reality. I mean, and that 1% is probably going to be young people like probably myself or Panop or whatever. You know, it's not enough.
It's
That's
hard.
another
No,
problem
even if
that
there
the
was
Cyprus-
a solution, I
That's
can't
another.
see the
That's another
diaspora picking
problem
up
that
and
the
going back.
Cyprus problem has caused. That's another obstacle of solving the Cyprus problem.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
unfortunately, the
I agree.
people that left back in the day, like Ken, they ain't going to go back. They'd love
No.
to see it reunited or a solution, but I don't speak for Ken, but I'm assuming even he won't go back.
A lot of the Greek Cypriot diaspora, and I'm sure Turkish Cypriots, going back to the ROC, even with the ROC being, recognised all the rest of it, they still won't go back because they've got too big of a life over here. It's just simple as that. Even if there was a solution, they're not going back anytime
You're
soon.
missing the point. Like,
Yeah.
it'll make things a lot easier. And I mean a lot easier.
What do you mean by easier, though? I can't understand you.
I mean,
In what sense?
right, let's say, right, I'll go by what John Abbott said earlier. Like, he's got 4 kids, 4 grandkids. He can't do it. Right, let's say, right, again, hypothetically, let's say you moved out there with your other half. Kids are grown. I'm guessing they live here. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's say you can do your current business over there, right? So you're doing all right. How do you know 2 of your kids might not come? How do you know you'll not be flying backwards and forward every month or every 2 months?
That already happened.
How do you know?
What you're saying now is happening. So people that are retired and have houses paid
I'm
off,
not on about
kids grown
retired,
up,
mate. I'm on
they
about
split their
like,
time between Cyprus, 6 months here, 6 months
in.
there.
Yeah.
right.
that
I guarantee
happens.
you, right? If you offer young, how can I say this? Like 25 to 40-year-olds, example, right? You offer them a solid career opportunity in a climate like that with similar figures of what they get here, which they do. I mean, we discussed
And
this
we've had
earlier.
this
A minimum
argument
wage at the
before.
moment is under 12.
We've had this
1,200
argument
euros.
before. The TRNC don't do it. They don't do enough for Turkish Cypriots. They don't tap into the resources of the
And
diaspora.
this is why I'm saying I'm
to bring
speaking
in
hypothetically. If you
yeah,
could do this,
and the TRNC is to blame for that. I'm sorry.
Kara,
Maybe should I tell you something? Maybe they don't want us back there. Have you ever thought of that?
Well, that's
Can
something
you
you've got to
imagine
think about as
1
well.
million Turkish Cypriots from London moving back to Cyprus?
Yeah.
They maybe they don't want us there themselves.
I think the country's population will just switch around.
Well, there is that factor as well. Do you think they want all these Charlies turning up?
Exactly.
All their money
Can you
flying
imagine
around.
there'd be uproar
Buying
in
all,
the island?
look at Oroglini. There's a village called Oroglini, right? And it was built, new build village was supposed to be built for all the locals, and all the British Gibraltar went out there and bought up all the houses. Everywhere.
Yeah, look,
Taken
listen,
over the whole
Alex,
place.
you have to face the
Do you think they're
fact.
happy about that?
Alex, Andy, when I go to Cyprus, I'm a tourist.
We're all
Though that I'm a
tourists when we go to
citizen,
Cyprus.
though that I'm a citizen, I'm a tourist.
We're British,
Because
right? Remember that.
I'm born. I'm here. I'm living in this country. They don't regard me. They don't regard me as a Cypriot. There, they grow up as a tourist. I go there, spend my money, and come back home.
Yeah, I think this is what ties into what Sof is saying about his campaign he's trying to do out there. You know, it's not going to be easy to tap into because they're always going to see us as basically just foreigners from another country. And that's,
Of course, to
to a certain degree, you have to respect that to a certain degree as well. You know, I know it's hard, it's insulting on us, but
Just going back to Kara though, I do agree with you, man. Everything you're saying is crossed all of our minds. But hypothetics are one thing and reality is another thing, bro. I don't want you to feel that I'm shooting
Mario's
I'm
our
shooting you
easiest
down.
example. How long does he live in Cyprus out of the year?
all
He's
year
here
round.
now. He's here now. Look.
Yeah, but Mario went there young. Mario done the right thing. He went there young without having children. Once you have children and you get rooted in this country, it's very difficult to
I
go
mean,
back.
technically, you don't have wool. I know you've got children, but you
I
got to
got
look at
children.
your children now that
Oh,
moved
okay,
away.
then so I moved there with my wife and my whole family's in the UK. I'll be lonely. Why am I going to do that without my family?
But
It's
this
the
is what I
same with
mean.
my
You'll have the
uncle.
luxury of, flying backwards and forwards. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
I
it's
agree. Can I
difficult.
butt in here a little bit?
Yeah, go on.
I agree with Kara, to be honest with you. A lot of people will be moving, but it's not like the way you guys are saying. One of the things, Turkish Cypriots, they're business minded. They will invest in the country, but what they're looking for is safety, security, and certainty, which none of it we got at the moment, right? I would invest in Cyprus. Right? I would build a business in Cyprus if it was, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, right? That's the main problem. But like what
And
Kara
I
says,
agree with you.
yeah,
I agree with
I
you, and
agree
I
with
agree
Ken
with
over there.
Kada.
if something
There's a
like
possibility that these people will go and set a business up, and their kids will
yeah,
follow. The
yeah,
UK is shit at the moment.
that's how they move. Like Jan, right? He's not short of
I was
few
being harsh,
quid.
but yeah, there would be a good
If he's
number
got
that would
certainty,
go. I agree.
security, he'll start a business. And who are we to say one of his
But
kids,
that's not a
4
Greek
kids, or
Cypriot
even from
problem, though, Ken. Why would the Greek Cypriots care about that?
No,
yeah,
no, we're
we're
not
not
talking
talking
about
about
Greek
Greek Cypriot.
Cypriots. We're
We're talking
talking
about
hypothetically.
what happens after the
That's an
after,
internal Turkish problem.
That's a migrational issue. That's an investment
This has
issue.
got nothing
Anyone,
to
if
do with Greek
they want to go
Cypriots.
to
I
a
did
country.
say
yeah, but
whether
we
it's
were
a
talking about
Tuesday or a solution.
after the agreeing a solution, right?
Yeah,
Not before. After the agreeing a solution, I agree with Kara. A lot of people will move in, not directly, but indirectly.
Yeah,
Right?
I think TCs and GCs alike over there. This is obviously going to be the least of their concerns about the diaspora investing.
Take
Guys,
John, for
I see your
example.
point, though.
He's got 4 kids, and he'll probably decide to invest a few quid in his country, and one
I
of
have
his
done
kids.
already.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I've got 3 kids. I'll take my daughter and go.
yeah. You see that then his business might flourish, and one of his kids might say, "Oh, Dad, I'll take over that business." That's his kids move to Cyprus. That's how he'll be moving. And
Sorry,
no one's
the other
going to get
problem
up.
And then your great grandkids will be rooted to Cyprus. Then, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
other problem
no one's gonna say, "Oh, they'll solve the problem. Cyprus tomorrow. Let's get up and go."
The
Not
other
gonna happen.
problem you've got, though, is
Cara,
a lot of
you-
the people that have left Cyprus have sold up. They've sold all their lands. Even in my mum's family, they've sold. My mum's the only one that's held out of all of her siblings. They've sold their houses, their lands, everything. Like, that's another problem. And it's not just the diaspora that's done it, it's the actual Cypriots in Cyprus. And the other problem that's going to come of that in 20 years is when those Mercedes are outdated and the money's run out to spend in the coffee shops, they're going to be on their arse in the north.
Yeah.
Guys, can I just ask the Turkish Cypriots on the panel? Do you think the Turkish Cypriots would benefit more from a 2-state solution? Would they benefit more from a BBF? Or would they benefit more from a unification?
If you ask me
BBF.
honestly, Andreas, my personal opinion would be, right, because for 52 years near enough, right, because this has been going on solely as TRNC way, I reckon if it was recognized as a separate 2-state solution, like a TRNC separate government, I don't think they will struggle. They'll just expand massively.
I agree. I totally agree with Kara. We are capable.
Because the infrastructure is already there, the deals are there. We just need the recognition to start trading with the world. Example, and we can attract a lot, and I mean a lot of investment to the north.
Safety, security, and certainty.
Which will benefit the south too.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, right? Just because these people, example I'm giving again hypothetically, right? Let's say these business guys are coming and flocking, and they investing in Northern Cyprus. What's to say they want one in ROC as well? What if to say they're not going to travel both ways? What if to say they're not going to live there and travel here, or vice versa? Do you see what I mean? You just got to look at like the bigger picture in overall in all this.
And if you look at Turkish Cypriot RNC, they got all the organs of the government. They got judiciary, they got police force, they got military, they got teaching unions, they got everything.
Yeah, they've been doing it for 52 years.
Yeah, they got everything that it needs to run it by government. So when you ask a question, how are you going to be two-state, it's already there.
Do you believe that this will become reality one day, or is just a wishful thinking? Because there are
George, you know, my personal opinion, in the last few years that I've been following this I don't believe this was Turkey's long-term plan. I'll be honest. I mean, when Erdogan first came into power, he always said, I want to sort out the Cyprus problem. And he tried. And as you guys know, we went to the polls, got rejected 2-3 times by his backing, right? And for the last 5 or 7 years, they've been going for this two-state approach. And they've been putting infrastructure in place for this reason.
But Kara, listen, it can become a reality, George, if the whole country agrees to it. But the trouble is, if the TRNC goes on a two-state on its own, then still we have a problem where there's still going to be friction on the island because the other side hasn't agreed to it. So it's a tricky.
What did you say, Jan? If there's a two-state solution on the island?
If there was a two-state solution, but the whole island agreed to this, so there wouldn't be a friction between the south and the north.
Well, that's the whole idea. You only get two-state if the whole island agrees.
What would be the knock-on effect? What would be the knock-on effect of having a two-state solution? That means that there would always be a Turkish Cypriot or a Muslim minority within the EU, within Europe. That we would never go anywhere. We would always be there. They don't want that. They don't want that.
Sorry, Caucasian Asian, you basically insinuated I'm a racist in the comments. Can you explain yourself?
What are you saying?
You basically insinuated I'm a racist in the comments. What are you talking about?
Here we go. Friday.
I never called you a racist. Can you read?
You said you should call me Mario Robinson. What the fuck?
Are you saying Tommy Robinson's racist? Mario, if you think Tommy Robinson's racist, that's your issue, isn't it? I've not said that.
Oh, you actually said that's what he says as well. So
yeah, he says he's not racist, isn't it?
Sorry, I don't understand your point. So what are you trying? What do you
mean? You're the one raising a point. How am I supposed to understand you?
Okay, why would you call me that? Why would you say that?
Listen, Mario, listen. Let me say what I'm saying, and then you can address it. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is what's happening to the Turkish Cypriots. If we identify the Turkish Cypriots as a group within themselves, what's happening to them, whether it's from this side or that side, the people that are helping them or the people that are against them, what's happening to them is an ethnic cleansing. There will come a point where there's no more Turkish Cypriots left. Everyone's contributing to this. I'm saying, as a principle, if we recognize that ethnic cleansing a population is wrong, yeah, then even you not recognizing that, you're contributing to the ethnic cleansing. If you say, but they did this and they did that and they contributed to their own demise, you're basically saying that as a principle, saying ethnic cleansing is wrong is something that's beyond you. Now, if you're saying that, Mario, I'm saying to you, me and you's done. We can't talk. I'm done with you.
When the fuck did I ever say that or insinuate that? How did you get that?
Because you're normalizing it. You're saying, you're normalizing it. You're normalizing it. I'm saying to you, this is
what am I normalizing, my friend? What am I normalizing?
I think you both misread
you're
each other in
saying
the
that
comments.
Turkish Cypriots were not angels. They did this and they did that. You're saying that you're somehow justifying the annihilation of a people. Whether you're doing it quickly in 24 hours or whether it's taking 50 years, the ultimate goal is the same. That there's no more Turkish Cypriots left. That's the goal. Anyone who's contributing to that is contributing to ethnic cleansing. Anyone who's normalizing that, normalizing ethnic cleansing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The ultimate goal is that there's no more Turkish Cypriots left. Whether it's Turkey doing it or whether it's Europe doing it, the Turkish Cypriots losing on both sides. Both sides we're losing from. Because Turkey's replacing us with Turks from Turkey. The Greek Cypriots are not recognizing our oppression.
We're fucked. We're in the middle. We're fucked from both sides. What are you saying, Mario? You're saying that's all right. But what did we do to justify that kind of suffering? What did we do? What? Because we didn't want to roll over and die and crawl into a hole, and we wanted to fight for our lives. So now all of a sudden we fucked up the whole world's plan. We fucked up the whole plan to fucking extend Europe all the way to the Turkish borders. Take all the Greek islands, including Cyprus. Oh, sorry for trying to stay alive. Bang out of order to normalize that, bro. Like, don't make out that you're our friend and you're cool with us, but really you're contributing to the ethnic cleansing of a population of people. Don't make out that you've got principles that you stand on when you're happy to put them aside when it don't go the way of your group of people. I will stand up for what's right. Yeah, guys, and listen, I'll stand up for God. Listen, hold on. Because you started it. I stick up for Gazans every day. Gazans hate us. They fucking turned against us. They joined with the English. They recognized the Armenian massacre of the Armenians. They basically hate us.
You got a point.
But
They
we'll
hate
still
the
stick up for
terrorism.
them. We'll stick up for them every single day. Every single day, I'll stick up for them.
How has
I
it
will
worked
stick up
out
for
in
them.
2026
I
that
will-
Turkish
listen,
Cypriots have
listen.
more of a right in Cyprus than Greek
I will-
Cypriots?
Who
How
gives
has
a
that
shit
worked
about
out?
who's got a moral right? Who gives a shit about that? Who gives a shit about that? Why does
Who
that
gives a shit
matter?
about that?
Why does that?
Talking
Yeah, why
about
does that matter?
oppression. They're
Why
talking
does that
about
matter?
oppression.
Why does, you're coming up with some white boy European passive aggressive. Oh, we're the victims. We're the victims, bro. We've heard it from Tommy Robinson, bro. You're not the victim. Stop playing victims. You got handed the keys to the mansion,
You're
bro.
not playing the
Why?
fucking victim. Are you
Bro,
alright? Are
how
you
are they
alright?
joining you?
You're
Bro,
talking to
how are
someone
they?
who's had their
Bro,
family
listen,
unalive,
I
mate,
don't
from
give a
over there.
fuck. I don't give a
I can't
flying
go to
fuck.
my land.
I don't give
I
a
can't have
fuck.
my land. I
I
haven't got no
can't
rights in the
listen.
northern part of
I don't give
Cyprus.
two shits, mate. I don't give two shits. Tell someone
Then go
who's
fuck
got
yourself.
kids,
You tell
man.
you don't get two shits.
Come on,
bro,
Caucasian, come on,
watch
come
that
on.
fucking
You
brother,
can't
listen,
give it
listen.
all ethnic cleansing all
No,
that and
no,
then
no,
say
no,
you
no,
don't give
no,
a
no,
shit.
no, no, no, no, no.
That's a bit,
I
yeah.
don't give a
Fuck
shit
off,
about
fucking
your
dickhead. Done with
people.
you, mate.
You're
Done. Get a
standing
life.
there telling me,
Get a
listen,
fucking
you're
life.
standing there telling me that people in the future deserve to die because of people that have already been dead and buried. Don't make sense to me.
Did he say
Your
that though,
people are
Corvo?
died, they're buried, man. There's people that are alive today that can't have proper lives. They can't have proper families, proper education, proper fucking investment. They've got jack shit. They're stuck on a fucking island waiting to be annihilated over a a long enough you period of time. misunderstood. I think you completely misunderstood Mario there, if I'm honest with you, man. You've Yeah, but Mario overreacted. don't need a solicitor, If a everyone lawyer, or a knows barrister, Mario, bro. Mario ain't that kind of guy, I bro. don't Come give a on. shit. I don't give a shit. I Yeah, don't but know brother, I him. think you've How do you know misread the. him? How do you Yeah, know brother, him? How do you know
Your shit,
him?
I don't give
know
a fuck.
him. A
Your shit
lot of
either.
people
I'll say
know
my
him.
piece now. Geezer ranted on for a minute. Let me rant it back at you. Let me rant it back at you. What the fuck are you talking about? When's the last time you ever fucking came to Cyprus, my friend? You're talking about your people being oppressed, being all this fucking shit, talking about me. Turkish Cypriots actually, they live quite good lives actually. They live quite good lives. They live better lives than the people in Turkey. And us Greek Cypriots live better lives than the ones in Greece. When everyone starts talking about us and trying to fight, you try and split a divide. You try and put a divide between you. I said in the comments, this all started off in your comments when you said something so fucking like, we're the only ones oppressed, we're the only ones who've done this. It's all about, and I said to you, so from your perspective, what TC's are the only victims
I
in
never
this
said we're the only
situation.
ones
And then
oppressed.
you call me
I
fucking
never
Mario
said,
Robinson.
because you're a
Are
cunt.
you mad?
You're a cunt. You're a less man. come on, bro, you can't say that to him.
Who are you calling a cunt? Who are you calling a cunt?
Nah,
Fucking
stop calling him a
muffed
CUNT, bro.
Shut
Drop
up,
me out, will you? No. I ain't having that, bro. You're bang out of order, bro.
You're a fucking prick, mate.
No,
You're
you're bang out of
racist.
order. For you, shut you just called the guy a CUNT, brother. He's I'm calling you a cunt as well, man. Shut up, you mug. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, I am. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Are you fucking serious? Shut your mouth. I'm speaking.
Fuck off,
man.
You spread nothing but hate towards Greeks, mate. Nothing
Listen,
but
where's
fucking
my hate? Where's my hate? I'm saying to you, you took my words and you fucking strawmanned it. You said, and we said exactly the same back to him. You done exactly what you're moaning about to him, and because he lost, because he's explained himself, you then gone and lost the argument by calling him a CUNT and calling me a CUNT, and you want us to sit here and listen to you.
Just let me speak what I'm saying. Let me say
No, I'm
what I'm
not going to let
saying.
you speak after you just called me a CUNT.
Because you're being a cunt. The geezer don't need a solicitor or a barrister. What
I'm
are you doing?
so confused. I'm so
What are
confused
you
right now
doing?
because
Caucasian,
Caucasian
calm
and
down.
Mario have both had really good conversation on here. I really don't know what's going on here, man.
All right,
And
here's
that's
the
why
What
I
is the issue
intervened,
between you
soft,
guys?
because I'm saying that the guy got the wrong end of
because
the
I
stick.
said, shut your mouth there. He don't need you, you little fag.
Guys,
Shut
let's
up.
calm down.
What do you mean he don't need me? I just
Guys,
heard
not
everything.
personal, not personal. We're gonna get
Trying to say
restricted.
that if with my
Caucasian,
views and my points, I am passively contributing to the annihilation of the Turkish state that I would willingly want to. What kind of brains go through that? Like
Caucasian got a restriction. He can come back in 10 minutes, guys.
All right, guys,
I'm not even sticking up to Mario because I know Mario personally. If I hear Mario say something that's out of something that I don't agree with, I will call Mario out myself.
Well,
Alex, guys, let's calm down.
What the fuck did I
Everybody
say?
calm
I'm
down.
wound
Come
up in the
on.
first place. Why the
Let's
geezer's
calm
calling
down.
me?
Come on, it's not working.
Oh, mate, whatever.
Everybody,
Don't you start,
everybody
man.
just chill. Take a chill pill.
I'm here to
Alex,
just
Have a
take
cup
it
of tea,
down.
boys. Have a cup of tea.
Have a cup of tea, have a glass of water. Everyone
Do that
calm
thing
No,
down.
but bro,
from
you can't like just because he doesn't listen to what Mario's saying. Fine, he might have a point. You can't be going around calling
Alex,
people
I've never ever seen
Mandem,
Caucasian like that, boy.
the
No,
trick
why?
from Bad Boy, bro.
I
Just
think
rub
he
your earlobes,
probably
yeah?
got filled up on one of them Arab lives and then he just
Bro, I'm
exploded
not
on
gonna lie.
Mario.
If that
I'm
was
not saying
Cyprus
it's right,
migration,
but
I'd get it. But come on, man, that was bang out of order. I'm sorry.
in
But I
all
respect the
fairness,
guy. I've
Angel,
jammed with him loads of time. But to be calling people CUNTs, man, come on, man, it's too
in
much.
all fairness, though, you and Soft did ask for a bit of spice.
Yeah, but spice is one thing, but calling
Not like
people
that.
not like that, that's
personal.
too
Not too
much.
personal. Not too personal.
Everybody calm down.
All
Everybody
is
calm
nice
down.
in
I'm
the
confused, man.
spice.
I've never heard Caucasians speak like that ever. I've never heard him speak
It's a
like that.
classic case of not reading the comments properly, and they can be misinterpreted all the time. That's why sometimes I try
100%.
and avoid making comments as well.
Bro, he just
They
said
can get
he just
mis-
said it
they can
himself.
get
He goes on the
misinterpreted.
Gaza
Yeah.
live, then he gets built up, and then it just exploded on Mario. It was
I just come up to say, yeah,
Kara, even me
Mandem.
and you sometimes we make a comment and then we
Yeah.
have back and forth. They get
Listen, I
misinterpreted.
don't give a shit. I don't give a shit who the fuck you are. No one's gonna call me a fucking racist. I don't give a shit. Don't give a fuck. You don't come up on.
It just
call me
exploded on
come
you,
to
Mario.
that, coming to that conclusion based on comments which had nothing to do with absolutely race or anything. I don't know where the skeezer's waist flipped to
And
me.
this
What's
is
his
why
fucking
I'm
problem?
annoyed, Mario, as well, for that exact same reason you just
I
explained.
do have to correct the record, just briefly, yeah. Something about the Gazans hate the Turks. Was that what I heard?
Oh, that's why Saeed's come up.
He just said, look, he said he's not said racist.
Just to say, there are graves, yeah, of Gazans at Çanakkale, yeah. People that come from Çanakkale to help in that fight. So, all right, if you had certain people that hated us, well, you had people that literally gave their lives for us. So that's just it's not just a blanket truth there. I thought I had to come and correct that record. In other news, I think everybody should rub their earlobes and say "woo sa."
My wife was horrified.
That is entertainment, that one. That is.
My wife was horrified. She goes, "What the fuck is going on there?" So I don't know. It's normal. Friday, funky
I'm
Friday.
surprised, man.
You know what?
Caucasians normally quite calm.
Yeah.
You know,
To be fair, that Mario Robinson was funny. Gotta admit, Mario,
Yes.
that didn't make me laugh. No offense, but that was funny. It's not true. It's not true. Obviously, we know you, Mario. It's not true, but it is funny.
You can drop me now if you want.
Man, talking about Robinson, boy.
And Caucasian's trying to come back up. Let's see. Hopefully, he's calm.
That
now.
was very disappointing, man.
All right.
listen, we'll give him a chance. Yeah, don't go down his throat.
No, he's got to apologise to me for calling me a CUNT. He's got to take back what he said to Mario about being a racist, and we're all
Alex,
good.
I'll ask
Because at the
you
end
to
of the
buy
day,
an-
it's a
and
matter
an
of
F as well.
opinions on here, bro. And everyone's opinions is respected. No one's opinion supersedes the other. It was a misunderstanding, miscommunication, but you don't react like that. You understand what the guy's got to say. You hear him out. You argue back, and that's it. You don't go on to next levels calling people racists and CUNTs. Sorry, no.
Oh wait, five more minutes, Caucasian, because it says if I bring you up, it will restrict the live. So just give it 5 more minutes.
To come up, mate. I mean, I ain't banning him off no live, but he's just got to chill out for a minute.
Yeah, he's got a timeout. TikTok gave him a timeout.
We're talking about diaspora going back to the UK there. Andrea and George are probably thinking, fucking hell, stay where you are.
Yeah, we're gonna go fuck shit up in there, man.
I know that guy very well. I jam on him.
But this is what we were talking about earlier. It's like the Turkish
I sit on
Parliament.
lives with him every other night, bruv. I know the guy. He's a cool guy, but you can't do that. Sorry.
No, it's probably because, like you said, man, it's probably got like filled up in them other lives with Gazans and then just exploded on Mario.
Yeah, but it's no excuse, man. Like,
No, it's
I'm
not.
pissed off.
I'm
I'm
not
going to
saying
go
it
pick my
is. I'm
missus
just
up, yeah?
saying that I have never ever seen him like that ever. Even on the other lives,
No,
I've
nor
never
have
seen
I.
him like that.
Look,
Something's triggered him, man. What was said in the comments?
he can come back up whenever he's ready, but he's just got to take a
I
breath.
don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Let's try. Let's try again. Let's try and bring him in again.
Maybe he can explain it. Anyway, don't worry about it.
Fuck it. I'll take the restriction for you, Caucasian. Go for it.
I just want to say, yeah, that I just don't like when people are putting words into my mouth. I never once said Turkish Cypriots are the only ones being oppressed. But if I'm pointing out my oppression and you, as a principal, can't stand by me, what's the point in you trying to pretend that we're friends, though? Where's the friends part of it? If you ain't got principles as a person to say ethnic cleansing is wrong, these Turkish Cypriots, they ain't going to be on this planet in the next 50 years. They're just not going to be here. Like, if you can't, as a principle, accept that, you're saying you're the only ones who's suffering. Oh, but I'm suffering more than you. But so what, you want to normalize the ethnic cleansing of my people now? Don't make sense, bro. You're saying I need to apologize, but you need to justify what you're saying.
First of all, ethnic cleansing. I don't even know how to justify that with an answer. I mean, I'm not going to.
I just said to you, in 50 years, these people ain't going to be on this planet. What did they do wrong? What they fought for their lives?
That might be true, but did Mario say that? That's what I'm saying. Why is your opinion and frustration all vented out onto him?
Listen, get that, Alex. I'm going point for point with him. Whatever he says, I'm genuinely giving him an answer. He's putting words in my mouth saying, well, you said you're the only ones who are suffering. No, I never said that. You said that I was a racist, but I never said that. How am I going to talk with someone who's making up stuff now?
Sounds like both of you just got the wrong end of the bloody stick.
Yeah, but now you're doing what he does, which is called fence sitting.
Do you think no,
trust me, I will be the first one on here if I heard Mario say something that I didn't agree with.
He ain't saying nothing.
I would shoot him down myself on here, so to speak.
Brother, listen. Let's not play this game. He ain't saying nothing. He's trying to pull me up for what I'm saying. But I'm not saying nothing wrong. But he's saying, oh, but look at the other side.
I read the comments, bruv. Look, like I said, both of you got your wires crossed. You feel that he's digging you out, and you lot are trying to go into a justification match.
Listen, I've fully justified my position. I've said what I believe. I said where I stand. I've said what I said to him, word for word.
And I agree with what you just said.
No, but you're just giving me opinions. You not or feelings.
No, but I agree with your latest opinion of what you just said. It's true. What you said is factual.
Listen, show me one thing where Mario's right for what he said to me. Did I call him racist? Where's the evidence I called him racist? Did I say Turkish Cypriots are the only one suffering? No, I didn't. If I'm pulling him up and saying, well,
you called him a racist on the live.
No, I never.
You called him Mario Robinson. You called him Mario Robinson.
Yeah, but
I think that's
there's
where
no consent.
That's where
there's no consent. Right, he can get angry. It's fine. It's like he's a grown man. He can get angry. I can take it. It's
you
not
just said you didn't, and
but
now you did.
We write down on a piece of paper what he said, and look at what I said. He ain't right, bro. Let's not pretend that he's in the right. He's not.
Right, bro, but listen. Put this into consideration. Yeah, you know, in the comments,
justify what his position is.
You know, in the comments when people things get misconstrued. It's better when you talk verbally. Clearly, you two have had an altercation in the comments.
You've said
There ain't no
something. He's
altercation.
come.
I was saying things, and he
Alright,
was saying
your
to me,
opinions are
"Why?
butted,
Why are
and
you
you've come
saying
up on
that
the live
for?"
together
No,
and
but he ain't
clashed.
rebutted. But there's no rebuttal. He ain't said nothing. He just
Pussy,
saying to me, "Why are you saying that for?" What do you
I
mean?
love
I'm
this
telling you.
50-50 panel though.
Yeah.
Guys, what is a Robinson anyway?
Tommy
What does
Robinson.
that mean?
Tommy Robinson. He's an
Come on,
arsehole.
Andrea, seriously.
Do you know? You don't
I
know?
don't know.
You don't know
Well,
who Tommy
he might not
Robinson
be
is?
know. To be fair, give him a bit of rope. He might not know. Yeah. But basically, he's a political
Blimey.
activist that belongs to the far right, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he's got a
British?
connotation of being racist. British, yeah.
Ah,
So
okay.
you can go and look him up from that. So
I will.
if anyone was to use that surname, it will be perceived as you're branded as a
Look,
racist, basically.
and then
I
look,
see.
at the end of the day,
Okay.
what happened? What happened to us on this island? Yeah, it happened due to a handful of people, right? Give us and them. There weren't that many of them. So how did they get to do what they did? Because the complicity of the majority. That's what we're talking about. So when you're fence sitting and you're contributing to their narrative
Well,
and you're not standing up as a
you took what I said.
principle, as a
You
principle, you
misunderstood
can't
exactly.
stand
You
up and
Yeah,
say,
misunderstood
exactly.
you can't
completely what
stand
my
up.
comment back to you was.
No,
My
no, no,
comment
no,
back
no,
to
no,
you
no,
was
no, no.
showing maturity. Is showing from our side or my perspective as a Greek Cypriot of the history of this island, the faults and the mistakes that our government made, our side made. I can simply hold my hands up and say that's fucking wrong. I would never want it to happen again. And I
You're
try
missing
and
the
it's the
point. You're
best in
missing the
my way
point,
to convey
Mario.
to people to not go down that route. But when it comes to you, you can't
I get
ever
that.
say anything
Listen to
for
what I'm
your
saying to
side.
you, Mario. Listen. If
Don't
you're saying
fucking
that you
please
got
don't try and tell me
principles,
about empathizing and
if you're
racism
saying
and
that
all
you
this
got
shit. If I
principles,
could
listen, I
empathize with
never
what you've
mentioned
got, with what
racism.
you,
I'm
why
not
can't you
asking for your
empathize with us?
empathy. I'm saying, where's your principles at? If I stand on a principle which is ethnic cleansing of the people is wrong, it doesn't matter who the people are. It could be my next door neighbor, it could be the Kurds, it could be it could be my enemy. You know what I'm saying to you? There's nothing that you can do that warrants you being wiped off this planet. Now, if I'm saying to you, we're being wiped off the planet, and you're saying to me, yeah, but look what you did. You did wrong things too. What does that mean then, bro?
When did I say that to you? When did I say
You
that to
said
you?
to
Look
me
what
in
you
the
did.
chat, you said to me, both sides are wrong, both sides did wrong things. So you're saying that
And
Did they
I've
like
not
done
I
though?
things,
Did
said,
they not?
I've done wrong things
both
that
your
Did they not?
justify
comments got
my position.
misconstrued.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
but he's
Both your
misinterpreted.
comments
talking.
got misconstrued.
Yeah, well,
He's
make
not
it
saying
himself
no. He
then.
didn't say that in the way where he's trying to lower down what happened to Turkish
But it
Cypriots,
is
and that's his defense.
that is what
No,
he's doing.
because
That
if
is
he
what
would have
he's doing.
verbalized it, you
That is
wouldn't
what
be
he's doing.
arguing. You wouldn't have
Listen,
even paid no notice to
listen.
it.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. If you have a principle that you stand on, which my principle is, no one can do anything that deserves them
You
being
know what the
wiped off
funny
this
thing is?
planet.
You know what the funny thing is, Caucasian? Everything you're saying, he actually agrees with, and he said for the past 2 years openly,
Yeah,
and
well,
he
in that case,
disagrees
then
with
he's the one
everything
who
that the
needs to apologise
ROC's
to
done.
me then.
You've misunderstood what he's
I
written in the
never,
comments as his
brother.
reply to your other message.
Hold on. So what's my misunderstanding then? Outline that for me.
Because you've come up here and you've attacked the guy thinking
No, I haven't.
his
What did I say?
mindset was somewhere else when it wasn't.
Stop. You're going around the houses. What did I
No,
say
I'm
that was
not.
an
I'm
attack
being
to him?
factual. I'm
No,
being
you're not.
factual.
You're not. You're giving me your
You've
opinion. What
misunderstood
did I
the
say?
guy
Slow
based
down,
on his
slow down.
messaging.
No. I haven't misunderstood anything. What did I say that was an attack to him, that you're claiming was an attack to him? What did I say?
Bro, you said something in the comments.
What did I
He's
say? What?
replied back to you.
Bro?
He's replied back to you.
Forget
Had he
that.
had said
Forget
it to
that.
you,
What
had he
did
had
I
said it to
say?
you by mouth, you
So
wouldn't have reacted that way
stop.
because you would
Alex,
have understood the
listen,
context.
look.
He said
I'm
it
not giving
in.
you that wiggle room. You're not getting that wiggle room. Tell me specifically what I said that was an attack on him or an insult to him. Tell me.
Right, you just said all of that about Turkish Cypriots, etc., which I agree with, by the way. You're not wrong. But because Mario ripped back to you, what both governments did wrong or both sides did wrong, you took that as literal, as the guy meant that everything you just said meant nothing and he didn't agree with it. He didn't mean it like that at all. You took it like that. What he was trying to say is, I
I'm
agree
not
with you,
saying
bro, but
anything.
both sides also did wrong. Had he had said
But
that
if
to
I'm
you
listening to what
verbally,
I'm saying
you
for the
wouldn't have
third
been
time,
arguing with
listen
him.
to listen. I'm saying it
Do
for
you
the
not
third
see what
time.
I'm saying,
If
though, bro?
you
Had he had
are,
said that
if
to
you
you
no, I don't.
verbally,
No, I don't. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah? If I'm saying to you, as a principle, I'm saying to you, ethnic cleansing is wrong, and that's my
And he
principle. And I'm saying
agrees.
that, hold on. And I'm saying that there's nothing that you can do that justifies being erased from this planet, right? And
Okay,
you're telling
Mario,
me I'm
what you
against
should
me,
have
yeah,
said is,
but look at
okay,
the
I
things that
agree,
you
but
did,
we both
though.
did it.
But look
We
at the
all,
things that you did, though. How does that make sense? And then you'll think I've misunderstood him. Well, how?
you did. You misunderstood the context of his message.
No. I'm saying
Had he
to
had
you, if
said it
you're
to you
standing on,
verbally, bro, had he had
Jada,
said it to you
listen.
verbally on the panel, you would have then said to him, "But what do you mean?" And you don't agree that
Alex,
Turkish Cypriots were going to be wiped
do,
out and ethnic
do you know
cleansed.
what,
He was going to
Alex? Do
say,
you know
"What
what
are you talking
principles
about?
are?
Of
Do you know
course
what
I don't
principles
agree with
are?
that." Blah blah
Do you know
blah,
what a
and that
principle?
would have
Do you know
been the
what a
end of the
principle?
matter.
Alex, you know what a principle is? It's
Of
not an
course, I know what
opinion,
a
is it?
principle
It's not an
is.
opinion, is it? It don't change, innit? A principle don't change, innit? If I'm saying
Of
to you that
course not, because
ethnic
you say out
cleansing
of
of a
principle. That's the
people
whole point of the
is
word
a principle
and the
that we should
meaning.
all right. So what we've said on this panel before is the first people that should stand up and recognise the plight of the Turkish Cypriots is who? Is it not the Greek Cypriots? Is it not them?
Yes,
Is
and
it not
he does,
our
and he
so-called
does.
Did I not?
Mario in
Did I not?
question
Did I not
does.
mention that in like this? Oh, shit.
Bro, if you was having that argument with someone like Cyprus migration, I would literally be sitting
Brother,
here with my
listen,
mouth zipped.
listen, Alex. Benim dediğimi kendin üstüne aldıysan, that's his fault. If I'm saying something and he's took it as an attack on him, and he's got defensive and said some
No, he
shit, that's
only
not
took
my
it as an
fault.
attack.
That's not my fault.
He only took it as an attack on himself because he came up on the panel, you obviously both had different versions of events of what was transpiring in the
I'm not
comments.
having it, Alex. This is what I'm saying to you. I'm not having it no more. All these fence sitting and
He's not
normalizing
fence
and
sitting, bro. You've
but it is
misunderstood
though.
it. You right,
Brother,
listen to me.
that's
You
what
made
come
your
out his
point.
mouth.
You made your point, which I agree with, about saying Turkish Cypriots in 50 years were going to be wiped out, blah blah blah blah blah. Mario then come out with and said both governments were at fault. When he said both governments were at fault, what he means by that, he agrees with you. He's not playing the blame game and saying, he's not trying to belittle your argument by saying what you're saying is not true. He agrees with you. You've misunderstood
All right,
that point.
Alex. Well done for being his solicitor. Let's take a
I'm
vote
not
on the
his
panel.
solicitor, bro. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Let's take a vote on the panel. If I'm saying that this is a principle, we shouldn't do that, and he's like, yeah, but I want
Do
to
you
know
get?
from everyone
Can I
else.
just
I
say
want to know
one
from
more thing
everyone else.
then?
Wait,
Can I just say
wait.
one more thing then?
Let's
Can
have
I
a
just
vote.
say
Let's
one
have
more
a
thing? I'm going
vote.
to shut
No,
up. One more thing, and I'm going to shut up.
you spoke long enough.
Had this happened on the panel, and this altercation was done by mouth, you would have turned around and said to Mario, "So what you saying then? Both governments were to blame, but you're playing down my point." Mario then at that point would have turned around to you and said, "What are you talking about? I completely agree with
Can
you."
I
See
come in
what I'm
quickly?
saying?
Can I come in quickly?
Are we not going to have a vote? Who's agreeing with Mario? I mean,
I
sorry,
don't even
who's
know
agreeing
what's
with
happened.
Alex?
I'm
I
kind
don't
of
Hold
even know
on,
what's
who's
no.
agreeing
happened.
with
I'm not
Alex? Who's
agreeing with
agreeing with
Mario.
Alex?
I'm not agreeing with
Can I just
you. All
yo?
I'm
Can I?
Can
saying
I
is
make
it's
a
a mis.
Just
suggestion?
Can I
Or
one
we
just say
put
second.
this
one
to
last thing?
bed and
It
speak
don't,
about it tomorrow
boys,
when
it
you both
doesn't need
Don't
to
come?
bring
go
out
to
the
a
old
vote.
shotting. Don't bring out. No, no, joking.
It don't need to go to a vote.
Shotting.
What's happened here is a misunderstanding in the comments, and that's it. It's not who's right or wrong. You're not wrong. He's not wrong. It was a misunderstanding that got out of hand, and that's it.
Okay.
Simple.
Listen to what,
That's
look,
my
Alex,
opinion.
let me say something. If I said to you, oh, black people were slaves, and you turn around and go, yeah, but Irish were slaves too. What does that mean,
I
bro?
get
Is that
your
not
Oh, for
point,
undermining?
fuck's
bro.
Is that
sake.
not
Yeah,
undermining?
Oh,
that's
you
kind
know
of.
what?
Do you know what that is? Hold on.
Wait.
You've
Is that
that
not
deluded and
undermining?
that hypocritical.
Is that not
You've that
undermining?
hypocritical and
Wait.
deluded to keep
Is that
saying
not undermining?
that I was trying to play the victim. What the fuck are you doing
You're
now?
doing it now.
I
You're
mean,
doing it now.
seriously,
You're doing. You
is
sound
that
like
going to
you're
help?
crying. You sound like you're crying, bro.
You're trying to say you're going to be ethnically erased
Yeah.
from Cyprus in
It's
50
a
years. When was the last
fact.
time you even
It's a
came to
fact.
Cyprus?
It's a fact. Listen, the best thing I can do is have as many children as I can and tell them that they're Turkish Cypriot, and that's what I'm doing, mate.
Can I come in?
Uh,
Look,
I don't know
Caucasian,
what
I
he's
think
talking
that's
about. I
part of
don't know what
having a
he's on
debate,
about.
but it got misinterpreted
Well,
wrong. But when you're in comments and you get interpreted.
here is where you're actually going to get cooked. Actually, because you're you're supporting and going through this thing for Turkish Cyprus. Me, on the other hand, I'm going for all Cypriots, everyone on this island. So how about you think about that for a second?
Do you know? I'll give you a parallel for what you just said. I'm saying to you, Black Lives Matter, and you're going to me, all lives matter. Huh? Oh, is that how it is then? Yeah.
Yeah, all lives do matter, bruv. All lives do matter.
But I'm saying Black Lives Matter. I'm saying Black Lives Matter.
English Cypriots, Greek
Caucasian,
Cypriots,
Allah'ını
Turkish
seversen
Cypriots.
5 kere sana aradım söyleyeyim sana. It's a misunderstanding. Daha devam edin, bro. Just agree what it is, the facts are. Drop it, bro, because you're pushing for something
He's
that's
digging
not...
himself in
In
deeper.
your head, you
I'm
might
saying
see
to
it
him,
like that, and I respect
brother, listen,
that.
Alex, forget all that. He's digging himself in deeper. It's not my fault.
He's
That's his
not.
position. I'm saying to him, Black Lives Matter. He's telling me all
Come
lives
on, I
matter.
tell you what, ask everyone in the panel whether they see it as Mario's wrong or you're wrong, or if it's a misunderstanding
All right, let's
and
do it.
neither of you are wrong.
Well,
This
I'll
is where
accept the
I stand.
consensus.
I don't
I'll
think
accept the
you're wrong.
consensus.
I don't think he's
All right,
wrong.
cool.
I just think
Cool.
it's a misunderstanding.
Cool. All right,
And
Alex,
had it
Alex,
been on
hold
the
on.
panel, we wouldn't be doing this now.
All right, Alex, hold on. You don't get to vote. I don't get to vote. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
What's the question?
5,
What's the question?
6 people here, including Sophos. It's 7, right? 7 people. Is Mario right or wrong? Hadi.
What's the question?
No. The question is Mario wrong?
Undermining my position
guys.
by
Whoa.
trying to
Can we not do this, man?
ethnic cleansing.
It's a misunderstanding, guys. Come on, it's a misunderstanding.
Exactly.
All right, but you get to vote as well, Andy. You get to vote.
Andy,
What's happened?
I'll do it.
Do you not understand the power of what you said?
Was it right or wrong?
You said to me,
Quickly.
said to me that my principles,
I'm a very good speaker. I've been doing this for years.
my principles deep down
You stuck your neck
is that
out,
I
mate.
would
You stuck
want
your neck out. You put
to
your neck on the
unalive a
chopping
whole
block.
race
Well
of
done.
people. What's that with
Well
you?
done. Well done. You stuck your neck out. Well done. You put your neck on the chopping block. Thank you.
Janabi, was it right or wrong?
Why are you starting with me first?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Man, let
man.
me go last.
Start with me.
Soph, was it right or wrong?
No one's gonna take sides, bro. Don't bother.
Okay.
No one's gonna take
See,
sides.
look, I started with Soph. Janabi, now back to you.
I tried to do a poll, but it's not working.
This is not a popularity contest.
Bro, I didn't even understand the whole concept.
Look, anyway, I'm
Sahi,
gonna
do
give
you know what?
Then
do you know
look,
what
to be
secret
honest with you,
identity
there's
is
so
now,
much
Sahi?
said here. I don't know. There's so much been said. It's just.
look, this is
I
what
All
I'm
right,
gonna
look.
say.
Let me get my last word in. Let me apologize.
Oh,
for
you
getting
got enough
emotional.
Caucasian.
Let me
Just drop it,
let me
man.
apologize. All right then. Let me apologize for getting emotional. I ain't at nothing today. Also, sorry to Alex and to Mario for calling you
No, you're
for
hungry.
calling
You're
you cunt.
hungry.
Yeah, I
And
didn't mean to call you a cunt.
I accept your
I didn't mean to call
apology.
you a cunt. It's just I got a really bad mouth in it, like. But I
Right,
speak
listen,
to everyone. I speak to
Caucasian,
everyone like that.
I accept your apology wholeheartedly. I jam with you on lives. I respect you as a guy. I know you overreacted, but I'm telling you now, bro, you're not wrong, and nor is he. It genuinely
I accept
was
that. I
a
accept that.
misunderstanding. I've tried to give you different examples of how, if it was done verbally on a live,
Ali, you
you
can't
know what I'm
say
trying to say to you.
you can't
I'm
say
not
what you're saying.
defending
You don't
Mario.
make sense what you're
I'm
saying
not
because
Mario's lawyer.
Alex,
my
why
days,
it don't make sense, Alex, is because
Hey,
you're
Soph,
trying to
bring
make
me in,
out that
man,
there's
when you're
some
ready,
sort
bro.
of a consensus here that me and Mario, if we sat down, would agree. But I don't believe that. I believe that
I
he's
agreed
got a
with your
different
point.
opinion. Then
I
I've got a different
completely
opinion.
agreed with your point. The point you
No,
made, I agreed with it.
but you're
If I
saying that
thought
we're
that,
in
I
harmony
should
with
be
each
upset with
other.
him.
No, but you're saying that there's some harmony here that if you sat down as the mediator, you could get me and Mario on the same page. But I don't see that.
I
see
don't give a
we
shit
got
whether
two
you two
different.
talk after this or not, bro. I was just
I'm not
stating
saying that.
what
I'm
I
saying
saw.
as a point, as a position. You're saying my position and his position can have a middle ground, and I'm saying, but it can't.
No, because there is no middle ground, because there was no middle ground to start with. It was a misunderstanding.
So what is this about, guys?
So
'Cause
you're
it's-
not wrong and
Bro,
nor
hold
is
on.
he.
Man.
Don't
I'm
open
next,
that
bro.
book,
When these
Escape.
lot stop
Leave it.
talking, I'm next.
Beginning again.
Move it on, bruv. You've apologised. I accept your apology. Done. I don't know if Mario
guys,
does or
1
you
minute,
two
1
want to
minute.
apologise to each other.
Caucasian.
That's up to you two.
Caucasian,
Okay.
where are you right now? I'm going to order you kebab.
Yes, I'll
No,
get
it's
yourself
all right.
myself.
down to
on
Barney and get
I
something to
can't.
eat,
No,
mate.
but I can't
Sorry,
eat
it's
anymore.
not short yet.
I'm on that Manjaro. I'm on Manjaro. I can't eat. I'm on Manjaro.
It's not like I didn't hold back. It's just that I've got a fiery temper as well. So if someone's gonna, if I see a comment of someone trying to take the piss, like trying to mug me off, calling me Mario Robinson at the end of the day, it's funny. give you that much. It's like, you know what I mean? You can't do
No,
that
I'm not
to
apologising for that.
Sorry, Mel.
I'm not apologising for that. That one's in history. That's immortalised.
To try and link that to a whole thing about my principles and that, like, bro, you must be, you don't know me, obviously, but if you did know me, then you certainly wouldn't be saying that, Diamond.
And Caucasian, you actually got banned because you called Alex a push this.
Just for that matter,
Is that the reason?
you lot on this panel, I don't think any of you lot on this panel
You gotta
share that
apologise
I knew it would be.
But
guys, let Mario
a
talk.
Somalian, a Bengali, and a Greek in the same fucking yard. Try that for UN.
Random. My turn yet.
Yeah, go on, man. Go on, we're listening.
Alright. I've been trying to just like create like some perspective, yeah, but these men were just too amped up. But anyway, right, imagine this, yeah, right. Imagine you had someone that's sick in your family, God forbid, and that person passed away, God forbid, and you share that with someone and you say, yeah, man, this my so and so passed away, and you're obviously very emotional, and the first thing that comes out of that person's mouth is, yeah, my thing died like 20 years ago, bro. Like, I don't really give a fuck about that.
Exactly not the same. Exactly, totally not what happened in this
I know,
case.
but what I'm trying to say is, like, when people like when somebody's bringing, and I'm not saying you did this, Mario, but I'm just trying to provide some context as to maybe this is why he felt that way, because as a principle you don't do that. The first thing when somebody passes away in their family, what's the first thing you say to that person? Yeah, we say Bash and sauce, and it's like commiserations, like that you offer your sympathy. You don't go and start talking about yourself, because I don't want to fucking hear that right now. Do you get that point? And I think everybody here gets that point. That's why, because what Alex is saying, because it was done in the comments, maybe that's how it come across. But the principle still stands. But maybe that wasn't Mario's intention. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you use the wrong analogy, because sometimes people want to relate to people, don't
I
they?
thought that was perfectly put. Well done, Shaheen.
However, in this situation, the person who is responding to you has had their own trauma and their own pain from the same powers that be. And instead of trying to get on board with me and empathize to come to a conclusion, you're going straight away to the fact that I'm trying to have a go at you. I'm trying to say,
Mario,
oh, look, we're the bigger
saying,
victim than you. Oh, look at what you did.
What I'm
You
saying
deserve
is,
this. That
Mario,
is very
listen, when
fucking
we're
mature,
talking
man.
about,
You're a
when we're
big man.
talking
That is
about,
very mature to take that stance straight
all
away.
right, man, all right, with the bloody violins. Listen to what I'm saying to you. We cannot justify ethnic cleansing based on the fact that X amount of people have been unalived already. Because that is some October the 7th mentality. You killed 50 people, so now we're going to kill 5,000. So when does it stop? How are we going to punish people in the future for what happened in the past? It doesn't make sense. It's not humane. A justifiable position to have that position. If that's your position, if you're saying, well, they unalived X amount of us, so now, like, if they get like whacked off the face of the earth, it was by their own doing, like they deserved it. Like basically, you're saying, fuck around and find out. But
I doubt Mario
agree
took
with
that perspective, Rick.
But I'm saying, I'm thinking in his position. I'm straw manning him a little bit, but I'm saying, like, for the sake of the conversation. But I'm saying,
That's not my position, though.
I can't be with. All right, but you got an opportunity to speak, Mario. What I'm saying to you is this: if I'm saying to you, this is a principle. No matter who it's against, I'm standing up for this principle, right? And you're like, yeah, but what about this though? But what about that? But what about this? That's called whataboutism.
It does come.
Whataboutism.
It does come across that way. And again, I'm not saying Mario's doing it, but when we've had these conversations in the past, right, and we speak about what happened to the Turkish Cypriot, and let's not sit here and fucking bullshit each other.
No, but Shaheen, why I'm pissed off here, because all I keep hearing from people is Turkey's invested in the status quo. Turkey don't want to see a solution. Turkey this, no, but that's bullshit. The real people who are invested in the status quo is the Greek Cypriots. You're signing deals with Netanyahu and you're getting money and you're like getting fat off the current situation. The current situation is costing Turkey money. Turkey don't want this situation. Turkey saying we need them troops over in Syria. We don't need them in fucking Europe. Why do we need troops in fucking Europe?
And in all these lives that you've heard me, have I ever freaking well said I'm the first person who said that the ROC government do not want a solution in Cyprus. It doesn't benefit them.
Yeah, he said that like for 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sake.
So
you two actually have a lot in common.
And by the way, Escape, when you invited me, I came and I requested and they wouldn't let me up because they're little bitches. Go on.
Thanks, Shane. Well, look, I was just going to say, I've just come off a Kurdish live, right? And I thought I'd get involved. Something different. But what I saw on that live.
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off one more time. I'm sorry, baby. But do you remember what that guy said? There's no such thing as a Turk in Cyprus.
Yeah, there was a girl actually. It was a girl.
Like, at that point, I just exited the fucking.
Well, this is it. You know, the ideology that she came up with was that the Turks in Cyprus are fighting for their freedom from Turkey, and they want to be Cypriots. Okay, the Turkish Cypriots are both Turkish and Cypriot. Okay, end of. Draw the line. Move on. But what I found on that live is right-wing Kurdish nationalism, and what people were coming out with was atrocious. One was talking about allowing Israel to take over pretty much the whole world, and another one was talking about them being unable to live with anyone or any other ethnicity. They want a state run and controlled and inhabited by Kurds only. And what I said to him is that the thing that they're running away from is what they're becoming. So I've always said on these lives, we have to be really careful about fascism. Fascism is dangerous for us. We have to really be careful about it. There's a guy that come on this live from Israel, and he claimed to be an advisor to the Netanyahu government. And he basically said that the whole deal is about this transport, this pipeline, this key transport corridor from India through the Arabian lands, IMEC out through the Mediterranean, past Cyprus, into Greece, and off it goes. And that's all he wanted to push. He said, we don't care about the Kurds or the Iraqis or anyone else. This is a big picture, and this is what we want. And this is what they're pushing, guys. They're pushing, it's all about money. And they're just going to use us. Ideally, they would like to separate us even more. I tell you what they would love. They would love T groups in Cyprus. They would love false flags. They'd love it to kick off militarily so that they can swoop in and save the day. Who's going to do it for them? Probably Donald Trump. And we're going to be left holding our...
dick in our hands.
There you go. So we've got to be really careful.
I agree on parts of some of the movements I've seen with these protesters actually escape after the Syrian thing in ROC. I mean, they can literally just do something stupid. Do you know what I mean? To provoke the right wing, even on on the ROC side, and you've got another tension in your Rams on the island.
100%. All it takes is another Solomon or, whatever it is, another shot fired. But we have been, and I've said it on these lives, we've been relatively lucky in Cyprus that for 50 years we have had peace. There hasn't been any armed conflicts. There haven't been any militia. There hasn't been any juntas. There hasn't been any attempts on people's lives. And the people on the island are living in peace.
Some truth to that state. Over the last couple of months, there have been unprecedented amount of illegal firearms making their way into the ROC.
That is worrying.
I've been here 17 years and I've never seen or heard of, like very rare occasion you'd hear of gun violence. There's been 3 incidences in the last 2-3 months.
It's happening.
I've seen one of them in on social media.
One of them was in broad daylight in the streets in Larnaca.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
People having between gangs having.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That was gang related.
But my question is if they're not Cypriot, like Greek, and they're on the ROC, and it's not an internal like mafia thing, Where have they come from and what are they doing? How have they possessed their firearms and what are they doing here? Why are they doing it
from the
there?
eye people. Of course, they've come from the eye people.
No, that's a big
No.
assumption, though, isn't it?
Well, but what Mario's saying is that there's arms coming into the country and things are starting to change, and this is like a domino effect. Don't think it's a coincidence. Don't just blame it on a gang of boys that want to have fun. This isn't just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just a phenomenon going across Europe anyway. It's just happening everywhere.
In the news, they're portraying it as like an isolated criminal gang incident, but that hasn't happened for all this time, and all of a sudden now it's just coincidentally popping off. What are you talking about? In broad daylight, what the fuck?
Well, that's my concern, you know, and I know it gets some people's goats up sometimes when I say there's been peace on the island. But if you take the politics equation out, and you know, I understand some people believe that Turkish forces shouldn't be there, and so on and so forth.
I'm just gonna swap Caucasian for a minute. Let him have a little break. I'm bringing someone up called Theodore
Herzl.
Yeah.
God, that rings a bell. But
he's wanting to come up, escape after you. I'll bring him in.
But that island, the borders are open, the people are living, they're moving freely, they're engaging with each other, they're not unaliving each other, they're not beating each other up, and we need to really be careful that someone doesn't drop something in there to create tension and violence, because if it kicks off, the way in which the international community is moving at the moment, the way the Americans are going, the way the Israelis are moving, there's no law and order, and it could just go any which way. And it's really dangerous.
Trouble is, Escape. Are they capable of stopping this? The governments of the ROC and the North.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the worrying fact, isn't it? I mean,
you see, money talks, doesn't it? You know, money talks, and it's the same with all of us in some ways. If someone come along and dropped a significant amount of money, you know, people end up changing their opinions and their positions because they think about their families.
There's a big question mark here, though. Escape. Sorry to cut you off, but
yeah, no, go on.
We keep hearing from you. You know, it's going to kick off, or this is going to kick off, but who's going to perpetrate that? Where's this coming from? This kicking off. Who's starting it? The trouble. You know,
Well, look,
I hear what you're saying.
Go on, let's
where is it
introduce
starting?
Theodore quickly, and maybe he can answer it. Go on, Theodore.
Sopocles, πώς πας, καλά?
Καλά, εσύ?
Καλά είμαι. So, what I think is, look, I've been studying the Cyprus problem since the late 90s, early 2000s with the referendum. The problem is, right?
Can you introduce
Sorry?
yourself, Theodore? I don't know if we heard from you before. Can you
I'm an
introduce yourself?
Australian. I'm an Australian from an Anglo-Celtic background. My grandfather was one of those soldiers stationed in Cyprus back before the independence.
And you're an open Zionist, right?
I am a Zionist, and I speak Hebrew and I speak Greek.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Are
So-
you of Greek ethnicity? Not.
No, I'm English. I'm Anglo-Celtic, Northern Irish
Okay.
background.
Okay,
Six
go
generations
for it.
Australian, but going back, that's my background.
Go on, tell us what you're thinking, Theodore.
So the problem is, there's been many attempts to unify the island, right? And I'm not taking sides, who's right, who's wrong. Historically, it's irrelevant. We talk from a legal point of view. So the Greek Cypriots had done a lot of mistakes in the early 60s. So did the Turkish Cypriots as well. But put that all aside.
Like what?
Well, look, so if I give you an example, the constitution was very plain and simple. Makarios altered the constitution, and obviously, he was inexperienced as a president, and then effectively isolated the Turkish Cypriots. Obviously, there was friction beforehand. So anyway, the Greek from Greece, they tried to invade with the concept of enosis. And then Turkey, using the guarantor powers, invaded, and obviously they're still there, and obviously they will leave so long as there's a solution. So put that all aside. The referendum was a very good opportunity back in 2004, I think it was, and the Greek Cypriots rejected it. And I'm not saying who's right or wrong. Nothing's perfect. The deal, you know, like if you look closely, you'll find imperfections here and there. But the bottom line is, the problem that I've got with Christodoulou, I think his name is the president, Christolidis, the problem I've got is he claims he wants a solution. He wants, you know, and obviously the new Turkish Cypriot president, he wants a solution, but he's signing deals with Europe, signing deals with Greece, signing deals with Israel in terms of natural resources, right? You cannot say on the one hand, look, I want a deal with the Turkish Cypriots, but then I've got the legitimate rights to sign a deal with another entity. And it's got nothing to do with Israel. It's just other countries. So the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, is, look, the way I see a solution is it will never be one state, and I'm being practical about it. It would either be a federation, a loose federation, or it would be two states in the European Union in compliance with the EU laws, which means
So
free
Theodore, how
movement.
do you know so much about Cyprus, mate?
Look, as I said, my grandfather was stationed there, and he spoke Greek as well. He learned the language, and obviously I learned Greek as well. And
So are you looking at it from a Greek point of view?
look, I'm looking at it from an Australian point of view. From an Australian point.
You're being impartial.
He did say
Correct.
that.
I'm not taking sides. I'm not saying that. Like I'm not saying that. I'm being right in the middle. And I'm not talking about historically who was there first, because it's all irrelevant. It's
But
irrelevant.
Theodore, you said that you're an open Zionist, and that's fine. That's your remit. But I'm a strong believer that
That's fine.
I'm a strong believer that everyone talks with some sort of bias. So where does the bias come in for you and your objectives on
Don't you
Cyprus?
think he just spoke really well though, Escape?
I do, but I just want to tear it down a bit, because I know that
All right.
there is an intention.
All right. So look, to be completely honest,
Yeah.
I have no skin in the game, whether it's Israel or Cyprus. I've got no relation. I'm not Greek. I'm not Jewish or Israeli. I see it as a historical point of view. So if you want to ask me the question about Israel, I can explain the history, but we're talking about Cyprus, right? So when it comes, like, I don't believe I'm biased. I haven't taken a side. I can see problems with both communities. Both, like for example, Ralph Dektash, he's made some mistakes with his he had obviously had a group that TMT, which obviously is division, Taksim, which is a division. The Greek Cypriots, which was a T organization according to the Greek Cypriots. But then the Greek
Theo,
Cypriots.
sorry to interrupt you, mate, but I think we all want to know about the Zionist stuff. You said you're not Israeli. What are
How
you?
can you be a Zio and not a J boy?
It can be a Christian. It can be a
I'm a
Christian
Christian.
Zionist.
I'm a
I've got to
Christian.
say though, this guy's knowledge on Cyprus
It's
and
very good,
accuracy and balance
Yeah.
is absolutely perfect. He's the best I've ever heard on the lives from a new person.
Yeah.
100%, hands down.
He knows his shit for sure.
He
Look,
does,
I've been to Cyprus. I've been to
I'm
Cyprus many
interested
times.
to see what he's.
It's not just that though, it's the balance as well of the
Well,
words
I
he
don't
uses
really know how
about-
balanced a human being can be if he's a Zionist.
And
Like, I'm
Theo's
still waiting to
asking,
hear.
what the hell is a Christian Zion? What does that
So
mean?
look, I'm Christian by faith, but I'm not a Zionist. I'm not a Zionist because I'm Christian. I'm a Zionist because a lot of people don't understand what the word means.
Well, what does it mean? Can you
It
explain?
supports the
I
state
mean,
of
please. I
Israel.
mean, don't try to gaslight me and insult my intelligence. Like, just say
What
what
does it
you
mean?
believe and don't tell us. Like, don't try
So
and.
what I believe is justice for all people around the world. Zionism is merely a goal of self-determination and re-establishment of the Jewish homeland in their ancestral homeland.
Holy shit. Does it mean though to have feeling towards being Jewish though? Isn't that the concept being Zion?
No, not really.
So
Feeling towards being Jewish.
Zion is a mountain in Jerusalem, and Eoka, if you know what Eoka is, when they fought to get rid of the British and unite with the motherland of Greece. That is Zionism for the Greek Cypriots, right? So the word Zion is just a mountain, right? But if you can prove to me that in Theodore Herzl's books or even Ben Gurion's books where he calls for the expulsion of non-Jews, I would like to see it.
Okay, so you said you're talking about ancestral homelands.
Correct.
Okay, so where did the Palestinians come from?
So the word, okay, so now,
Why are we
we're changing it
diverting?
to. I don't. Do you guys want to talk about Israel and Palestine, or do you want to stick to
No,
this
no,
debate?
no, no.
The idea of no, we are going to talk about it because
No,
we brought it up.
Cyprus.
But before we go on that,
So
where
we
does
can go back
Cyprus sit
we
in
can go back to
this?
Cyprus in a minute. We've done that all fucking night. So the idea that it's the Jewish people's ancestral homeland is just is historically absurd. Where did Abraham come from?
All right, Abraham came from a place in Iraq called Ur.
So how the
Ur
fuck can you play? So how?
Well, I explained to you.
No, it's intellectually absurd. How can you call the land of Canaan the ancestral homeland of the Jews when the
Let me tell
father
you.
of the Jews was born in Iraq?
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
No, don't tell me. You
Greek.
can't tell me. I'm asking you to square that circle for
Well,
me.
I'm
please.
trying to explain to you. If you give me
go
an
ahead.
opportunity, I'll explain it to you.
Go ahead.
So the Greeks did not come from Cyprus. They came from the Aegean and migrated to Cyprus. The Greek Cypriots are saying that we want a country here. If you look at Greece, the mainland, Athens and all that, they're not indigenous. They came from the Aegean thousands of years ago. The word Palestine, right, is a Latin word, right? And originally the Philistines are ancient Greek merchants, which have taken Ashkelon and Gaza. They're not indigenous. They're Greek merchants. The Canaanites are indigenous, right? But if you look at history, they fought with one another, and the Canaanites, unfortunately, have assimilated with Jews. And if you look at DNA for Jewish people, you'll find a lot of Canaanite elements there. But the word Palestine, it's got nothing to do. Hang on. The word Palestine's got nothing to do with the Arabs. Arabs are not Palestinians. Jews were referred to Palestinians in the 30s. If you look at the soccer team of Palestine, they were all Jews. The Bank of Palestine was a Jewish bank. So you're connecting an ancient concept to a non-indigenous people.
Theodore, is there any truth
escape,
in?
bro? Like you can't. I'm sorry, bro. Like I know you want to come in, but if you guys. Did any of you buy any of that? Because if I have to
I'm
come
just
up
confused how you can be a Zionist and
no,
not be
but
a Jew.
this is the thing. When somebody comes up and makes statements, right, I feel like you have to be corrected, right? Because I'm not just going to be here as a tool of misinformation. Yeah. If you don't want to move, I could answer every single one of this guy's points, but
Go on, mate. Go for it.
okay. So you're talking about the word. It was a Roman word given to the Philistines. It was to the Greeks of that land or whatever it is that you said. All right. Then you made another point about DNA, right, and how most Jewish people have Canaanite DNA. That is just a lie. Like I would swear and just try to emphasize of how much that of a lie that is. But anybody with an internet connection and thumbs can look up that.
Can I ask you a question on that?
No, 1 second. They did a study in Lebanon, yeah, and in Lebanon, which you know that there are many Palestinians, 95% of Lebanese people have a direct DNA link to the Canaanites, right? However, on the
Are
other
the Phoenicians
side,
Canaanites?
hold on 1 second. The Israelis, right, as we know and most of the world know, are not even allowed to take a DNA test unless it's authorized by the government, right? So the fact that you come here spewing misinformation and blatant lies about DNA shows me that on the issue of Zionism in Palestine, you're not intellectually honest.
So Zabin, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, my name's Shahin.
Shahin, sorry man, I can't see. So can I ask you a question? What is the criteria? What is the general understanding, according to the UN, of the criteria of being indigenous? What is the 5 points of claiming to be indigenous? Can you read it out to me?
I'm not going to get my laptop out, but I'll take your word for it.
Do me a favor, look it up, and I want you to DM me and tell me anywhere it says anything
you
about
just tell
having
me.
DNA.
You tell me. I'll just take your for your argument's sake. I'll take your word for it.
How is the Zionists caught in the United Nations? Like, how are you going by international law?
Let me tell you. The first point of claiming of being indigenous, one is a group claiming that they're indigenous. The second point is having a distinct language, distinct culture and religion, right? And continuity of the land pre-colonial. Now, let me ask you the question.
I need to hear that again because I want to formulate.
I want you to cross-reference me later today.
That second point that you made, please read that one out.
Distinct language, distinct culture and religion.
Wait. Can somebody write that down for me? Anyone got a pen or
Well,
something?
you don't have to write it down. Go on the UN and find it,
I,
and you can see it
my
there.
laptop
I don't want you to
battery's
believe
dead,
me.
bro. My laptop battery's dead. Do you
Yeah,
know what?
but I
I'll
don't
put
want you to trust me. I want you to look it up and
No,
cross-reference a bit later.
I'll take your word for it. Don't worry. Say that again. Language. I'll just put it in the comments. Language.
Distinct language. It's not language.
Culture.
Distinct language. Distinct culture. Distinct religion.
Religion. Go ahead.
And one is claiming to be indigenous, recognizing yourself as being indigenous, and continuity to the land pre-colonial.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I want you to go to find the criteria and DM me and show me anywhere where he talks about DNA as a criteria. That's the first point. Second point is it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant who was there first now.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying you brought up DNA, not me. Yeah, I just want to correct that. Go ahead.
Correct. So the point that I'm making is right. There is no doubt that the Jews were there historically. Cypriots were trading with the Jews with wine back thousands of years ago. Wine. Greeks.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great conquered Jerusalem with Antiochus. There were historical records of Jews. Now, the problem is, we're not talking about who was there first. It's irrelevant because if you go back in history, the Turks came to Cyprus in the 16th century. Does that mean that they have to be expelled from the country? Of course not. So the Arabs had come to the Middle East. They conquered all the way up to Spain. Does that mean that the Arabs have to leave Northern Africa? Of course not.
Theodore, a few people are asking, what denomination are you? What type of Christian?
Catholic, but it's got nothing to do with my religion. I'm not a Zionist because I'm Christian. I'm talking from a historical point of view.
I know you're answering. I've got to go, but just before I go, I just want you to clarify: are you still pro using Cyprus as a launch pad or as a refuge to support the movement of Jews to Israel and Palestine and Gaza?
Look, the government of Cyprus, whether it's the Greek Cypriots or the federal government, it's up to them to decide who they align themselves with. And if they decide to, look, I think it's a good step for Cyprus to align themselves with Greece and Israel. Obviously, that's an issue with the Turkish Cypriots. As I said before, the Turkish Cypriots don't believe that what they're doing is just because, I mean, on the one hand, as I said, you claim you want to unite, but then you're making deals with other countries.
It's not so much that, Fyodor. My view on it is I believe Zionism is also about supporting Jews to return to their ancestral lands, right? That's what you said.
No, what do you mean supporting?
Well, there is no Zionism at the moment. Technically speaking, there's no such thing.
Yeah, but who supported that movement more than the Moustache Man?
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, historically, Cyprus was going to be a launch pad for that. Jewish refugees were going to land in Cyprus. They were going to inhabit Cyprus until such time they could move to Palestine.
Well, they did in the 50s and the 40s, didn't they?
Are we seeing that pan out again today?
No. So look.
Do you think we should?
Look, it's up to the Cypriots, right?
Okay.
I mean, hang on a second. There's 10,000 Russians in
them.
Cyprus. There's 10,000 Russians, probably more in Cyprus. No one questions their intention. There's 30,000 English in Cyprus. No one questions that. So when it comes to the Jewish Israelis who legally migrate to Cyprus, which is up to the government of Cyprus, if Cyprus doesn't want that to happen, they would stop it, right? They're entitled to it.
Yeah.
Theodore, I need to ask you something.
Can I respond to something that you made? All right, you said about language. Language. What's it?
He's just giving the definition of ethnicity. That's just
religion. Okay.
He's saying it goes by ethnicity.
Huh? No.
He's saying it goes by ethnicity, not
No. He's saying that the UN Charter of what is indigenous or whatever is the definition of claiming it. Huh?
They're recognizing ethnicity as the standard, not.
No, we're not talking about claiming. We're talking about being what constitutes being indigenous.
Indigenous, by ethnicity though. It's an ethnicity.
Now, first of all, you know that you said the idea of Zionism, right? Is the right to the Jewish people claiming their ancestral homeland, yeah?
Correct.
And part of being indigenous, you say, is claiming is religion, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay, two of the founders of Zionism were both atheists, right?
Correct.
So,
Well, you're wrong
hold on.
actually. Hang on. Let me correct you there.
Bro,
Theodore
you spoke.
Herzl. Hang on.
Bro,
Let me
you
correct you there.
spoke. Allow me, yeah? You spoke, and
Hang on. Let
then
me just correct you on what you
okay,
just
go
said.
ahead. Go ahead.
Theodore Herzl is the political founder of Zionism. Zionism didn't start
But you get
in
your
the 19th
Zionism from the
century.
Bible, we know.
Zionism started from the Babylonians when they expelled the Jews. The first word of Zion
The
is when the
idea, the
Babylonians expelled
Zionist
the Jews.
movement was founded by a man named Theodore Herzl. Yes.
Political. Hang on, you correct yourself. It's the political Zionism. Zionism, if you look at the text, it started thousands of years ago when the Romans expelled the
My
Jews in
friend,
70
thousands
AD.
of years ago, even if Zionism started, it makes no difference because up until Theodore Herzl, that's all it was. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it was political or religious. At the end of the day, the founder of the Zionist movement was an atheist. So the
So
idea,
can I just look? I got to
bro,
leave now. I got
I
a
can't
dentist
land my
appointment.
point,
But
bro.
can I
No,
just
wait,
make a
wait,
quick
disguise
point to
yourself
you?
as a Jew
Allow me
here.
to land my
If you're
point.
Jewish, just you don't need to disguise yourself. You know.
I'm not Jewish, man. If I
But
was, why
anyway,
wouldn't I?
but anyway,
Why
Would
can't
I
Christians
not
be
be proud of it?
Zionists,
bro,
though?
let me
Why
land
can't
my
Christians
point.
be
Then you
Zionists?
move on to culture. Yeah, the majority of Israeli culture stems from Eastern Europe. Like that's not even a question, right?
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
Have you done the stats? Have you?
Absolutely, it is
More than
because
60% of Jews in Israel don't come from Europe. So you need to get some homework done.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
because
fine.
you imported the
I mean, look,
Sephardim.
anything. What I'm saying, yeah, everybody here has a fucking internet connection,
Fact
yeah.
check it.
They're
Fact
welcome
check
to
it.
check it out, all right. And then you talk about language, right? Up until the 9th century, from the 9th century up until the 15th century, the Hebrew language was dead. It's a dead
It
language.
wasn't incorrect.
Yes, it absolutely was.
So let me
You know
ask you a
why it
question
was?
on that.
Do you know who? No,
Let me ask you a
bro.
question.
Look, I'm going to start screaming in a minute, yeah, because you're not allowing me to finish my point. Yeah, you were afforded the opportunity to build your point and land it, right? Display the same fucking courtesy to me. Yeah, it's historical fact that the Hebrew language was dead and it was revived in the golden age
By
of Jewry.
Maimonides.
When was the golden age of Jewry? It was when the Jews were living with the Muslims in Al-Andalus, yeah? And they actually used Arabic grammar to
Facts.
revive their own language, right? So that's a historical fact. So you can't claim, right, being indigenous when you fail on all 3 points, whether it be language, whether it be culture, and the only thing that you might be able to hold on to is the religion, right?
So let me ask you a question then, if you allow me to. So you mentioned language was dead. What were they praying, the Jews? What language were they praying, reciting?
What language were they praying
The
in?
Yes.
Torah. They
So
were
the Jews,
reciting the
you
Torah.
said the Jews kept the religion. I'm quoting what you're saying. They've lost language. They've lost everything except for the religion. What language were they reciting the prayers up until now?
I don't
Can
know,
you
bro.
tell me?
I'm not a Jew. I wouldn't know.
So if you open up every single text, the Bible, the Torah, whatever you call them, all in Hebrew, all in
Bruv, let's
ancient
fast
Hebrew.
forward to the
So I'm
end.
going to ask you the question again.
Brother, forget
What
the
were they
going back and
recite? What
forth again.
language?
Forget that. It's not important. Listen, can you make a case for the modern state of Israel being the Israel of the Bible? If you can, you've got a leg to stand on. If you can't, hasta la vista.
Okay, so first of all, we're going to talk from the legal point of view, nothing to do with the Bible. As I said before,
No, you said you're
it
a
doesn't
Christian
matter.
Zionist, and your
Well, let me just
Zionism
explain
comes
to you.
from.
You asked a question. You asked me a question. Let me just explain. It doesn't. If you look around geopolitics, it doesn't matter if you're indigenous or not, right? You
Okay.
still have a right for self-determination according to the Geneva Convention.
All right,
Hang on a
you
second.
had to prove that the modern state of Israel is the Israel of the Bible.
All right. Well, the Greeks have to prove, and the Turks
Yeah.
have to prove that they're the ancient Greeks and ancient
But this is
Hittites
what I'm
and
saying. This is
ancient.
what I'm trying to say to you, Theodore. So you're pointing out a contradiction in your own position. So
No,
you're saying I'm a
no.
Zionist, and you're applying the Zionist principles to
No. So let me explain why I'm not contradicting
very
myself. Let me
ingenious.
explain. Let me
But
explain.
at the same time, you're actually flipping it on its head at the same time.
Well, let me explain. It's got nothing to do with indigeneity. It's got to do with geopolitical
I agree.
circumstances. Put it this way. If Turkey didn't sign the treaty in 1878 with England, with Britain, right? They gave it administration, but they kept sovereignty. Had they not done that, right, and had they not participated in the First War, Cyprus would be Turkey, and no one would object to it, right? Correct?
Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
No, I'm asking a question. So it would be part of Turkey and would be done. The same thing as Constantinople.
What
It
did you
was
say that
ancient
the New
Greek.
Testament was right?
But what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to build the point is that you cannot change history, right?
Did you say
It's
the New
irrelevant
Testament
who was
was
there
written in
before.
Hebrew?
But hang on, what I'm saying is in
No, did you say the New Testament was written in Hebrew?
No,
didn't
the
say
Old
that.
Testament, the Torah is in Hebrew.
I didn't say that. Well, what I said was in 1917, the Balfour Declaration was made, and when the British got from the League of Nations, the mandate to govern, and the French to govern the Middle East, it was on proviso that they enforced the Balfour Declaration, which to give the land to the Jews. So fast forward to 1939, the Peel Commission, both parties rejected it. In 1947, they gave it to the UN, a non-legally binding resolution, 181. It passed through, and then the Jewish Palestinians declared independence, designated as per the resolution on the proviso of the territory. Now, from a legal point of view, it became a nation when the Soviet Union's recognized it as a state. Now you tell me, what is the difference between that and Lebanon, Syria, and Egypt in terms from the legal point of view? How did they become a country where the population of Arabs are non-indigenous?
That wasn't my question.
Hang on.
I'm not saying to you that Israel.
Iraq are not indigenous to
Theodore,
people of
slow
Iraq.
down, because you're answering a question that wasn't put to you. I'm not saying to you that the modern state of Israel doesn't deserve to exist or has no legal standing. I've never said that. What I'm saying to you is, as a Zionist, as a Christian Zionist, surely you believe in the establishment of. Well, who's speaking? Someone's speaking.
No, I don't. To answer your question, I don't.
Go on, Theodore. You know where I was going with it. You can. So, as a Christian Zionist, are you saying that Christianity, like the Greek Cypriots, is compelled to support the state of Israel because of religious reasons?
Absolutely not.
So you're not a Zionist then? You're not a Christian
I am
Zionist?
a Zionist in the sense that it's to do with justice.
You're a Zionist who happens
religion.
to be. You're a Zionist who happens to be from a Christian background, but you've got a very specific understanding of Zionism. But when you say
put it this way.
Theodore, when you
put
say
it this
I'm
way.
a
Put it
Christian
this way.
Zionist, what does that mean?
Well, let me explain to you. When the Greeks were under the Ottomans in the 19th century and they pushed for independence and self-determination, which was supported by Britain, would you describe those Greeks as Zionists?
Guys, can we bring it back to Cyprus in a minute?
He's
Maybe
trying
you can finish this sentence and then bring it back.
Yeah. So would you describe the people in Greece under the Ottoman Empire pushing for self-determination? Would you describe them as Zionists, Greek Zionists?
No.
All right. So if I bring it back to Cyprus, Theodore, do you think that the Turkish Cypriots deserve recognition?
Yes, that's the question I was going to ask him about 20 minutes ago.
By his
logic. I think. There's been a
Theodore,
lot
I
of
agreed with
injustice.
everything you said before. I think you broke it down well. You was quite balanced. But I want to hear this side of what Soph asked you. So what you think, how a solution can come about and whatnot.
All right. So I think, given the wrongdoing by both parties, and I think the isolation of Turkish Cypriots for decades is wrong. They're a co-founder of the Republic of Cyprus. They're a co-founder. Well, let me finish.
One at a time.
Let me finish. They're a co-founder of the Republic of Cyprus in 1960. They have legitimacy in self-determination, whether that be a state or whether that be as a federation. There's been a lot of injustice done by the Greeks and by the Turks for the population in Cyprus. For example, 60,000 were misplaced and I think 180 or something thousand Greek Cypriots displaced. So fast forward now, there are only two solutions. One, two separate states joining the EU under the EU laws, which means freedom of movement, property rights, and so forth. Two is a federation, a loose federation, and like different states, and very, very few limited joint governance. Three is to keep the status quo as is. Me personally, I'm in favor of the first two.
Okay, but here's my question to you, Theodore. There is an argument here between who is more invested in the current status quo, the Greek Cypriots or the government of Turkey, yani Turkey. Who do you think benefits more from the current situation and the stalemate between the TCs and the GCs.
Well, you could say the same thing with Greece and the Greek Cyprus. You could say the same thing with them as well. You could argue.
Exactly that.
You could, because I mean, look, have a look now. They're signing deals, oil and gas with Israel and Greece. Who's benefiting of that? Not the Turkish Cypriots, not Turkey. So obviously, Turkey has an interest on the island. It's a guarantor power. From a legal point of view, it does have an interest. So does the Greeks and Britain. So I mean, me personally, I was for the referendum, in favour. The Greek Cypriots threw it away, unfortunately, under Papadopoulos, I think his name is. Was it Papadopoulos?
Yeah, it was.
And Kyriadis, even Kyriadis was pushing for it, was an advocate of it.
Well, he wanted
Unfortunately,
to
look,
get
in my view, the
re-elected,
Greek
didn't
Cypriots, they say they want to unite, they say they want to join, but only under their conditions only. They want to treat the
And
Turkish
that's
Cypriots as a
unfair, isn't
minority.
it? Theodore, that's unfair, isn't it?
Wait. Let him land it though. Take it to the extreme point, Theodore. What would you say is the ultimate objective of people who have that position currently?
Look, that's 20 years ago.
But
Currently,
Theodore, one minute.
I get it.
Moving forward. Is the
Moving
end
forward,
not
moving forward,
not
I
going to be
think-
an ethnic cleansing of the
No,
people
look.
they're subjecting this oppression onto?
No, moving forward, I think, look, forget the history. We're not going to talk who's right or wrong. I think that both peoples need to come together and actively, in good faith,
What more
push for
can
a
we do?
resolution.
What more can we do? We voted for the Annan plan. What more can we do?
And Turkish Cypriots, Theodore, were betrayed by. Do you know the points that you made for the two solutions, which I agree with you, 1 and 2 would be realistic? A lot of Turkish Cypriots feel aggrieved by the European Union because they were told that if the vote with the Annan plan went the other way,
look at this comment at the bottom.
Cypriots would get recognition, they would get direct flights, and none of that happened. And they still remained.
And you know what? You're
that was a
absolutely
betrayal
true,
by
Alex.
the EU.
Alex, you're actually absolutely true. It was on a proviso that they would lift the
Which
embargo,
one,
and
Shadi?
they
Which
betrayed them. It's true.
Yeah. And that was hard. That was hard for
The only
Turkish
view,
Cypriots, you know, because not only did the South go into the EU, and it's added a further obstacle because it's now brought an imbalance on the island.
I completely look. I'll be honest with you, Alex. It's completely true what you're saying. I agree with you. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
But that
And
was 20 years
unfortunately,
ago.
Under these BBFs as well, this whole thing about 20 years that the South side of the BBF won't be allowed to buy. I don't buy that. I don't think that's right. I think that's wrong. I think I think the current proposal of a BBF solution that's on the table, I think that's just as flawed as the 1960s constitution. I feel that that's being set up to fail also, if I'm honest with you.
Theodore, I'm going to say the nicest thing
Look,
to you.
guys, seriously, I got to run. I'll join you a bit
listen.
later. I just got a dentist
Are you
appointment.
going? I was
Try to
going to say
stop
something
out
nice to you before you go.
Okay, go on.
Have you seen the film The Message where Nagashi draws the line in the sand and he says to the Muslims, the difference between you and me is no bigger than the line in the sand? That's what I'm saying to you. Theodore, you stand with us, my brother. Let's not wiggle around.
I don't fucking side with Zionists, bro. I don't know what you're fucking smoking. I don't give a fucking shit if you stand with us, on us, behind us, next to us.
But there's the line. Look, there's the line.
My friend.
There's the line, isn't it?
No. Fuck that line and fuck that whole ideology, bro. How can you be for Zionism and then be with us? How does that? That's fucking absurd.
He's not a Zionist in the way you're saying it, though.
No, but okay. Well, you got your own. He's got his own definition of Zionism now.
Yeah, yes. He just gave it.
No, he doesn't, bro. Sorry.
Well, I just gave it. I gave it before what I think it is.
Look, I think you're a very respectful person. I'm not gonna take that away from you. You haven't been rude to me, even though maybe it might have come across that I've been rude to you. However, when it comes to this issue, I'm sorry, bro. Anyone who's associated with the ideology of Zionism can never be next to me, ever.
No fucking life. Oof.
Fair enough. Fair point.
Your voice, I don't know if you connected to the car or something, but your voice is all like robotic.
Yeah, look, I got to go, guys. I'm just in the car. I got to go to the dentist. So I'll catch up with you guys a bit later. Thank you, everyone.
All the best. All the best.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, bye-bye.
He spoke so well, man. That's
I might not
unbelievable.
agree with the the Zio side of it and all that, but his Cyprus knowledge is brilliant, man. Like, I mean,
agreed.
Very balanced, very fair, very on point. You know, very good. But the Zio side of it, I have to agree with Cheyenne. That was very confusing. That was a very confusing 20 minutes for me.
I'm still confused, Alex.
Especially with the fucking religion as well. Christian, Catholic, Zionist. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
do you know that there's more? Wait! Don't you know that? Do you know there's more Christian Zionists than Jews?
What, Christian Catholic Zionists?
Yeah, of course.
Ah,
You know what
God.
they believe that once Israel is established as a religious state, that Jesus is going to come back. That Jesus can't come back unless they
Yeah,
achieve that goal.
until the second temple or the third temple comes up.
That's why when you say Christian
the Messiah,
Zionists, that's
their
what that
Messiah will
means.
come.
Yeah, and as a Christian, you can go visit Israel and get spat at.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, as an Orthodox
That'll be the dream for him, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit better than being a Muslim and going there and get killed.
You know, Shahim, what the fuck has happened to you? The old Shahim would never have ended that conversation the way.
Yeah, I was thinking.
What the
Alex.
fuck has happened to
No,
you,
but
mate?
he wasn't rude though, was he? Like, I can't just be a dick
Bro,
to
that's
the guy.
irrelevant. The old Shahim wouldn't have given a fuck about that.
And plus, you
as
know
soon
what,
as
trying to
Zio
keep
come
it.
out of his mouth.
You know what, trying to make it like come like what do you call it? Bring it back to Cyprus, and I was like, you know what, bro? If I get a start, it's not gonna stop. So fuck it.
We need Theo up here. Where's Theo? Get your ass up here, old man. Past his bedtime, isn't it?
It's been a funny life.
I want Panop to come up, bro. He never comes up. He's the only one I could have a
We're
fucking.
Caucasian. Yedin. Have you eaten?
Yeah, I just had some gabira.
You okay now, yeah?
I'm better now,
He
yeah.
actually sounds way more chill.
You chilled out now. I don't know who said it earlier, but during all that fucking mess, the comment that stood out in my head and I had to mute myself was someone said he must have gone onto one of those Zio lives and got himself pumped up.
Kara said it.
Oh my god, I actually muted myself while I was shouting at you for about 10 seconds. I was laughing my head off thinking, what the fuck? Kinda cracked me up with that one.
Soft, can you invite Thing up, please?
Do that, bro.
He never comes. Panop.
He was up earlier, man.
Yeah, he's up and down. He's up and down. If he wants to
Get
come.
him up now, bro. You see how he is, little snake. He's only up when I'm down.
Zodiac man in the comments. Fuck it. That was
request.
relentless, isn't it?
He's a number one cunt, bro. I can't wait to go to Cyprus, bro. See what he's saying then.
Turkish Cypriot, isn't he?
He's a cunt, is what he is.
Which Theo are you talking about? Sorry, Panop.
No, I'm not talking about Theo.
Ah, you said Panop.
No, I want Panop to come up.
He's talking about Zodiac in the comments.
Oh, okay.
He's the young Turkish Cypriot.
Yeah, he's been up. Zodiac's been up.
Miş bana bıçağı sokacakmış. Senin o bıçağını ananın amına sokarım.
That guy, man. Poor fucking. I couldn't work him out at all.
No, nor could I, Andy. I'm still.
Gönder o zaman.
figuring it
Bu da
out.
büyükse
You know
gönder.
what? Even when he was talking about Cyprus, he's just so. He won't. He's one of them.
Don't
He's just.
take
He
that
just
away
won't
from
admit
him
he's a
with that,
J boy.
Andy. Come on, man. He
No,
spoke
he
very
did,
well
no,
on
no,
that side of it.
no.
Come
It's
on.
okay what he said on Cyprus. I'm not going to take that away from him. But he just look. If you're a J boy, just admit it. Don't beat around the bush here. Right? It's just,
You're a J-
you know what I mean? It's
He's a
just. You know,
shalom, brother.
he's just not admitting it. I don't understand it. Look, yeah.
There's a lot I can say to this guy. You know what? But I'm gonna preserve my dignity by not even saying nothing anymore. Fuck it.
These lies screw my head, I tell you.
What's wrong, Dan?
I don't know. I've been quiet for 4 hours, but it's going to
That's
take
all right. I
me
got
3
called
hours to go to
to
sleep.
tonight. I got called everything. man.
And an FAG
I've had
as well.
At least you didn't get called Alex Robinson.
Oh, dear.
And a push
Oh my god. I'm getting too old for this.
Is that all been quashed now? Yeah, that was all sorted. That thing because I was eating. I had enough. What happened with the end of that?
Anyone want to talk about Jesus speaking Greek? Or is that
No.
is that
No,
no?
no, Shahim, please.
Fuck's sake. Bastards.
I'll bring it back to Cyprus now. Come on. where was we at?
Okay,
Oh,
no,
that
Alex.
shit.
You love it.
Well, Caucasian, mate. I'll be honest with you. I think you lot started it.
Oh, listen, Andy, I'm not going to be your solicitor on this one, like you put it.
Listen, I just had 3 slices of sourdough bread with Kerrygold butter. You can say whatever you want to me now.
He's comatose now. Leave him.
Oh, God.
Go on, Andy. Trigger him off.
This has been a fucking weird life tonight, man. I'll tell you what.
It's always
Oh,
on
my
Soft's live.
God.
I don't know his
You
algorithm.
and Mario, and then this other guy, this fake
Where
Leon.
Soft's algorithm finds these people, I never know.
Got no idea, Alex, man.
You get the most random fucking people in your comments and on your panel. I'll give you that.
I don't get it,
Alex,
mate. I
remember
know.
the Somali guy from the other day? The
Oh
Somali
my
lander.
days, bro.
Well, I was on the panel today, yeah, and he jumped on the panel, and from someone must be following him in it. They jumped on and they go to him, "You was using the N word the other day."
What, the Uber driver?
Yeah.
Don't these
Oh,
guys
it
work?
was
Don't these
finished. It
guys
was
work?
finished.
I mean, my God,
What
man.
is that? The
All
Uber
day,
driver, the Somali.
all day and all night they're on these lives. I can't believe it. My God.
Soft, can you invite Panop up?
I can't see him on the list. Panop, if you're there, you can request, man.
Like,
Oh wait, I do
Might
see
be
him on the list.
in
I
and
do
out.
see him on the list.
There's so many questions going here.
Who we got here? We got Savia, we got Mario. Request, guys, come up.
Why doesn't that
Zodiac, come
Zodiac?
up.
Why doesn't that Zodiac come? Never comes up.
yeah,
Zodiac.
Panop, bro. What are
I've
you
spoken
saying?
to Zodiac a few
How you
times.
doing there? You're right.
Fuck,
Bring
you
him
know,
up.
bro. Finally,
Out of panel.
someone with a brain.
I came up earlier.
I wasn't here, bro. I had to. Anyway, I'm not getting into that
Go on,
one. Yeah,
boys,
but I wasn't
get
here.
your bromance going.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
hear
talk.
it.
And heat up the
You
chat.
said the lingua franca was in Galilee.
My understanding is that at the time, Greek was the lingua franca. It was the language of.
Pontius Pilate spoke Greek.
Oh, did it?
So,
I didn't know
yeah.
that.
So Pontius Pilate spoke Greek. However, in Galilee, the majority, if not the entire population of Galilee, were Jews. There was no Gentiles in Galilee. So
Okay.
that being said, like if you read, you know, Bart Ehrman.
No.
Bart Ehrman is one of the most like well accredited contemporary Bible scholars that we have, right? And his conclusion is that he doesn't believe that he would have spoke Greek, but I think all this stuff is up for interpretation. What we do know is that he most absolutely spoke Aramaic. Like that
But
is
thing
what
is, Shahin,
right?
let's say you
Uh,
ain't got a Greek mum and you ain't got a Greek dad, right? So
no,
you're
but you would
not
have
a natural
that's
born Greek speaker.
no,
In
no,
your
no.
opinion, how many years of your life would it take of hardcore study, knowing how complicated Greek is, to learn it? I'm
No, it's
saying
not
it's at
that. It's
least
like
5 years.
no, but it's like for example today
There's
you
no
have
way Jesus spoke Greek,
that's not even an argument, Abi, because you have Palestinians that live in Israel that speak Hebrew and Arabic.
but not
So
Greek though.
they have to speak. No, what I'm saying is they have to speak. They would have had to speak the language of the people around them to
I
trade,
hear
to
you, but
work.
Shahin, there's certain languages, yeah, that they're not colloquially used, they're academically used.
No,
Like
but
Greek is
Greek
a
was
high level
Greek
Greek is a
was
high level language.
no,
It's
but
not like
you've got to remember that you had the Roman Empire there, and the lingua
yeah, the
franca.
Romans spoke Greek, the Eastern
Yeah,
Roman
they were
Empire spoke
speaking
Greek.
Greek there. So, but
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying
in
is,
terms of administration, not in the common in the streets and that.
but he had interactions with two people that apparently were speaking Greek. One was Pontius Pilate, we spoke Greek, and the other one was the woman that came begging for food or something like that.
What
You know that story?
the Samaritan woman?
Yeah, where he says the crumbs of the whatever doesn't go to the dogs. What was that quote?
The
The
Canaanite
crumbs from the
woman.
table.
Yeah. So those are the two, as far as I know, the two
But
interactions
see,
that he
with
had
those
with two
two
people.
incidences, I would say Pontius Pilate was probably rolling with an entourage
But the issue
of
is, yeah, look, like
translators.
when you look at it, he's in Galilee. There's no Gentiles in Galilee, so they all probably speaking Aramaic. Okay, now
Exactly.
even when you take his own words from the Bible, when he says that I have not been sent to anybody other than the lost sheep of the house of Israel, meaning that he didn't come for the Gentile, he came for the Jews. So if he's going to be preaching to the Jews, more than likely he was going to be speaking Aramaic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to know what Panop thinks.
Yeah, it makes sense. To be fair, I've always questioned, well, if in circumstances where Jesus spoke Aramaic, why is the New Testament written in Greek?
Wait,
Because
Panop, you know who spoke really good Greek?
Go on.
Mehmet the Second.
it's true.
I'm gonna have to Google that one.
No, you know, it's a fact. He was obsessed with Alexander.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
he studied all of his military campaigns, and his whole
It was based on
obsession.
it, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Most
I
of
don't know
it.
if it
Yeah.
wasn't based on it, but he this guy was groomed to do what he did. Like from the moment he was born, he was groomed to. And why do you think he did what he did at 21 years old? But the whole point, like he was fluent in like 6 different languages, and Greek was one of them. He studied all of Alexander's campaigns, and his whole obsession was becoming to the west what Alexander was to the east.
I didn't know that.
Did you know what his end goal was?
Go on.
Rome.
There they are.
Yeah. So anyway, what did you say earlier? Somebody said something. I forgot now. I lost my train of thought.
Let's circle back to that thing about Hebrew being a dead language.
Mm.
It actually was a dead language. Like they only used it in reciting their books, right?
That's right.
They were like they weren't speaking it. They didn't understand it, and like that explains why they couldn't even have tafsirs of the Torah. They couldn't have explanations of their religion, and that's why they messed up.
So there was a guy called Bin Yajuj or something like that. I forgot his name. He lived during in Al Andalus in the golden era. So
Yeah.
golden era of Jewry is basically the 9th century onwards in Andalus, which is Islamic Spain. So and they were obviously living amongst Arabs and most probably were speaking Arabic. They basically used Arabic grammar to revive the Hebrew language, because obviously
Yeah.
it's a Semitic, like a sister language, so they're both Semitic. So they use the Arabic grammar to revive their own language, and that's not even disputed. And going back to what Pan said about why any of the what was it the scrolls or the what was it called, the manuscripts are not written in Greek. Do you know if so the earliest manuscript is P52, which is Codex Sinaiticus. It's like to survive today is the size of a credit card. There's not much to it, and if I'm not mistaken, it's from Matthew. I don't know if you could just quickly Google whether that is written in Koine Greek or not. But then after that, I think the Dead Sea Scrolls, I think they found something in the 4th or 5th century, and then after that would be the 9th century, I can't remember when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. But then even Jews dispute the Dead Sea Scrolls because they were written by a heretic group. So, I mean, it's very interesting, this stuff.
Alex, you yawning?
I can't add anything to this. I don't know about.
Just change the subject, bro.
I mean,
this sounds like
Andy's
a
sitting
lecture.
there thinking,
I
"What
hate
am I?"
this feeling, bro.
Andy's sitting there thinking, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I'm
Jan's
thinking
sitting there thinking, "What the fuck?" Panop, Caucasian, and Shine are wetting in their pants for the subject. Fucking. Oh my god, we're not educated enough for this one, man. Sorry, guys.
Let's go back to
Testament to you two, or you three, shall I say? We're just simple beans, man.
Let's just talk about.
Yeah, Alex, I was lost 3 hours ago, man. 4 hours ago, I was lost.
Have you made any sense of it, Jan?
No, made no
At all?
sense of it at all.
No?
No sense of it. No sense of it. I'm lost. My head is bezazzled. But good life, Sof.
Yeah, you'll be alright, man. You'll be alright.
Yeah.
It's not. We've seen much worse, no.
Going back to that Theodore, though, he's right, though, you know. Even he alluded to it, whether we like it or not.
You know what? That
I
Theodore
don't
guy has
think they
been
want
messaging
a
me
solution
quite.
on the island, you know.
He's been messaging me quite a bit about Cyprus, but I've never really. I thought he was a troll, so I just ignored it. But he's been sending a lot of like long messages about. I think it's him. I'm not sure if it's him. Might be someone else, but he does know his stuff. I remember he sent a whole paragraph about it. So I don't know.
Is
There's
he
going to be
Greek?
no
I know him
solution.
from the thingy lives, innit? From the previous lives about Gaza and that.
I've never
Like, he
seen
can
him
be a
before.
bit of a troll sometimes, but he's very
Oh,
intelligent.
you know him, Caucasian.
Yeah. That's why I give him a
Oh,
chance
okay.
to speak, 'cause I know what he's going to say before he says it. This is my rule, man. Give them enough rope to hang themselves. Let them speak for half an hour. It's all right. You know what I mean? You only need to catch them once.
And then call him a racist after.
I never called anyone a racist. God's my witness.
You bet. It's on. Watch YouTube tomorrow and listen back.
Get a
That'd be some
transcript.
good viewing, that one, isn't it?
Go back on YouTube. It's all there tomorrow. God.
Man, I got a bagging headache. I'm gonna dip, but it was nice talking to everyone. Yeah.
See you,
Sure.
Sean.
Love.
See you later, Sharon.
Take care.
Safe, bro.
But all those points that Caucasian made about Turkish, they're all valid points, though, Alex. You know?
No, but bruv,
They're
no
all
one was
valid.
disagreeing with him. I
Yeah.
don't speak for Mario. I'm not Mario's fucking keeper.
Yeah.
I even said, even when we was all flipping arguing, I wasn't disagreeing with Caucasian's points. Everything he said, I agreed with his points. I said that clear. I said I agree with your points. It was just these two were arguing for nothing. It was a misunderstanding, complete
Yeah,
misunderstanding.
Here's the
I
rule,
guess.
Alex. Here's the rule. When you see a man swinging, why are you going to stick your neck out? I'm swinging, innit? I got my fucking swinging arm warmed up. And you
Because
can't
I'm
stick your
true to
neck out.
myself, man. If I keep my mouth shut, if I see something and I think it's wrong and I don't intervene, I'm not that kind of
That's
person,
not the
right?
policy, Alex. If it don't apply,
I'm not that kind of
fly.
person.
Just let it fly, bro. I'm not calling you nothing. I'm not saying nothing to you. You're calling my name in the chat going, hey, but what about this? Hey, yeah, but what about that? Oh, what are you doing that for? It's like I'm trying to run and you're hanging onto my ankle. Like, let me fly, innit? Let me go.
Yeah, but if you're wrong, you don't want me to call you out for it.
There we go.
Yeah, but you like, listen, you ain't managed to name one thing that I'm wrong about. That's what
And
Turkish
the
Cypriot is trying to tell me.
misunderstanding, which I said about 20 times.
Even on that, you haven't managed to point out where I was wrong.
I explained it
Apart from
very
calling you
clearly.
a
I said
silly
to you
excuse
that
then.
you made your point, which I agreed with. He replied back something, and you misread it in a way that suited
I'm
your
saying to you, that's your
mindset
opinion,
at
but
the
when you say
time.
that, you need to substantiate your opinion. Otherwise, it don't really count for much. Apart from you
Yeah,
lot
but
all
you got
know
to
me.
remember, a lot of people,
I know Mario.
a lot of people know
Wait,
Mario
Caucasian, you
for
called
over
him,
2
you called
years.
him Mario Robinson, innit? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. In the
you did
comments.
trigger him a little bit there.
Yeah.
You knew what you was doing there.
Yeah,
Caucasian.
exactly.
Come on. You knew that bit.
And you got to understand, everyone on
You
these
have to hold
lives
your hands up there.
have known Mario for
Bro, we
over
got to have
2
a show,
years.
innit? It can't be dead.
Everyone's known him for over 2 years on these lives, and he's consistently said he condones genocide. He's come up on here and fucking cussed out the ROC, saying that they're fucked up, they did this, they shouldn't have done that. The guy's lost fucking shitloads of land, and he's still fair and balanced over it. He could be bitter and be like, fuck Turkey, I want my land, he doesn't care. Do you know what he cares about? He cares about all Cypriots, and they've taken the loss. And he hasn't allowed his losses to show that on the lives. Well,
But
he's
here's
never
the
shown
thing,
that
though,
to
Alex.
anyone
If
in
we
2
go with
years.
this policy, right, of all Cypriots are equal, and it's a Cypriot thing, and the resolution
agree
needs
with
to
you
be
there. I'm
1
just
minute.
saying
Let me land my point. If we basically try to absorb the Turkish Cypriots into the Greek Cypriot population, that's equally ethnic cleansing. Like them
But
opening
who's
their
doing
arms to
that?
us and saying, "We love you. You're our Cypriot brothers." Had they come into my open arms, I'm gonna love you.
Yeah, but like
Jan
said, who's doing that?
But where's the law?
No Turkish Cypriots fall by that.
It's not what I'm saying to you,
Caucasian.
Janabi. What I'm saying to you is that is a form of ethnic cleansing as well. You understand?
Yeah.
When they don't put laws in to protect us and say, okay, foreigners
What's that
can't come
got to
to your
do with
areas.
Mario? Are we moved on from that now? Are we gone to something else?
Well, my point is this, yeah. Turkish Cypriots are a population of people that need to be protected.
I
Not just from
agree.
Greek Cypriots and
Your
Europe, but
points are
also
valid.
from
Every
Turkey
point
as
you
well.
made was valid.
Now, what I'm saying is, if Greek Cypriots have got principles that they're standing on, they should be the first ones to say, look at what's happened to these people. Whether what we did was dirt to them or not is irrelevant. It's a principle that you stand on.
So you're saying they should champion our cause?
I'm saying that they should. It would help them to recognize us. Because like I said, if they welcomed us with open arms, right, from their point of view, in 50 years we'd still be disappeared. We'd still be assimilated. We'd still be gone. There'd be no Turkish Cypriot. That half of our people ain't, well, more than half of them ain't Muslim anyway. They ain't got a first clue about religion or Islam. They don't care.
That's
You get
true.
me? Right. So how easy would it be for them people to be assimilated into a European population? They'll disappear. It'll be like Christian Albanians moving
So
to
based on that, is
America.
that your basis for a two-state then?
No, my basis is that identity of people needs to be protected. There needs to be measures put in place to say that the areas where these people live, not every Tom, Dick and Harry can come there and start buying up land and buying up houses and buying them out and putting them in ghettos and putting
But
them
that's down
in
to the
poverty.
people, Caucasian. Look at the UK, for example,
No, we
London
can't let it be down to
specifically.
the people. We
You've
can't let
got
it be
all
down to
communities from all over the world living in different parts of London, and it's down to the people how they keep that going, you know?
No. Because you're already in a negative.
But
Everyone
you
else
just
is
said
already.
it. Look,
No,
they're
but
not
listen to what I'm saying to
Muslim,
you,
so
Alex.
the
Everyone
fact
else
that
is
they're
already
not Muslim, you're
a
saying
head
your
start.
argument is that they can get
Alex, if we
absorbed
take the Turkish
into the
Cypriots
other
now,
side because of their
yeah,
religion.
if we take the Turkish Cypriots now and we add them into the Greek Cypriot population,
But you just said it though. You
those
just
people
said the
there
fact that they're
are
not
already.
most of them are
Listen
not
to what I'm saying to
Muslim.
you. Forget
That
about,
makes them more vulnerable to be absorbed. Then that's on the
yeah.
people.
But there's
What's
even
that got
worse
to
than
do
that.
with anyone else?
Yeah, I'm adding to that point, right? Of you're adding them into a group of people who are already established, who already got institutions, and have got a 50-year head start on you. So there has to be measures put in place to protect you from that absorption.
And that's what we're doing when we're trying to negotiate a solution that's
Exactly,
realistic.
but that's the reason why they're not accepting it. They say no. We want to put this cup of hot water in this bath of cold water, and in 5 minutes' time, that hot water is going to be cold water as well. That's basically what they're saying. They're saying no measures.
Who?
No
The
measures to
ROC?
protect yourself. Yeah. They're
When
saying
did
you
they
want to be
say that?
European. Then you've got to come and join with us then. At the expense of they're saying you can't have it both ways. You can't
Yeah, but bro,
maintain
you've
your
got to
identity.
remember.
You can't maintain your identity and then
I'm
want to be
not
part of us
downplaying
as
what
well.
happened to Turkish Cypriots at all. What happened to Turkish Cypriots was atrocious. We all know that. We all know the history. A lot of Greek Cypriots admit that. But just because of one guy's ideology, you can't paint everyone with the same brush. Those 200,000, well, collectively 260,000, whatever it was, were displaced. They had no involvement in it. They didn't do anything wrong.
Not
They were
true,
just
Alex.
innocent
Listen,
parties that
if a
suffered from
group
it.
of people, very low numbers, can come in and do what they did in Cyprus, they could not do it without complicity from the
Yeah,
majority.
but my further to my point is, then when Turkey came in as a guarantor power, what they should have
Yeah.
done was restored the status quo, asked for a new government to be installed, oust Makarios, call a meeting between Greece and all the other guarantor powers, UK, give your reasons why, condemn him for his actions in the build up to 74, and then things might have been different.
Had they done that though, Alex, there will be no Turkish Cypriots left on the island today. You
But
know
at
that,
this
don't you?
point, Turkey had already been there. Turkey came in 20th of July. 20th of July wasn't an invasion, it was an intervention. At that point, this is what I'm saying, but they didn't do that. This is what I'm saying. So, yes, the Greek Cypriots did a lot back then, Ioka and Makarios, but then equally, didn't we then reciprocate it by taking the rest of the island because of what happened? It don't work like that. Hence why we're in this legal rut. This is why they've got the legal upper hand, and they've always had it and always will have it. And this is why it's hard for Turkish Cypriots to get any sort of recognition.
Here's the thing, though, Alex. The people who made these decisions weren't politicians. They weren't people. They were military men. You're talking about Erbakan, who was the general of the whole of Turkey, decided send the troops in. Like, it's a miracle he even done that. It's a miracle. And like, I spoke to people saying to me, if it was down to Brilliant Ejevit, like he took
No,
the
I'm
credit
not
for it,
saying
but
that. I'm not
he
saying
never
that.
would have done it because he's a
I'm not
politician.
saying Turkey coming was a bad thing. It was needed.
No, I'm not
hands
saying it's a
down.
bad thing, but I'm saying it was done clumsily, right? But it's a
Yeah,
miracle
but
that it even happened.
you see how Ioka made their mistake and how Makarios made his mistake. Okay, Turkey came, saved Turkish Cypriots. That should have been the end of it. Just because of the hardship that Turkish Cypriots suffered is not enough of a justification to take half the island and then declare your own state. I'm sorry, no matter how bad Turkish Cypriots suffered, you still can't do that legally. Hence why they've got the legal upper hand to this day. You might not want to hear it.
I'm not agreeing with. No, but I'm not agreeing with that
shocked
point.
as a Turkish Cypriot saying that.
No,
to
I'm
you.
just not agreeing. I'm just not agreeing.
But that's the facts. That's why the
I'm not
island is
agreeing.
still divided.
I'm saying to you that if someone's put you on a road to ethnic cleansing and someone else intervenes and takes half the island and says to them, well, this is the compensation in hand. I'm not coming in there and taking my rights. I'm taking my future rights as well. Like, you're going to pay for what you've done. They punished them. They took more than what they should have took. Yeah, but there was a reason. They were justified in doing
And
that.
then okay, then we can't come on these lives and moan about not being recognised, not having direct flights. Then you can't have it all. You can't have it all your own way.
But I've never moaned about that myself.
All Turkish Cypriots do. Come on here, say, "Oh, we want."
I'm saying to Turkish Cypriots, you're lucky to be alive. The fact that you think Greek Cypriots going to accept you as equals, you're on crack. That's what I've always said. That. But
yes. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. But
let me get my position.
Turkey come and done their state, restored the government, or asked for a new government, maybe the constitution would have been amended. The Greek Cypriots at that time would have learnt their lesson that Hellenism and Ioka and all that shit with Greece is out the window, and relations would have got better.
Look. This is my position. We're currently living in what you can consider an alternate reality. This great reset that's happened, where now resources from all around the world are being brought up, is a complete opposite of where we've been living up until now. Up until now, they've been stopping people from finding resources and bringing them to the market to keep the prices super inflated on everything. From
That's
oil
the whole
to
world,
gold,
bro. Everyone
but
does
now
that.
what happened?
Every country does that to each other. Yeah,
What I'm
Trump's
saying to
doing
you,
it with tariffs.
Can I not finish, bro? What I'm saying to you is, now we've flipped it 180. Now we're saying, all right, everyone find all your resources. Everyone's got the right to bring their resources to the market because the scientists need to make more electric vehicles.
Bro, you're losing
and more
me.
drones.
Well, how is this related to the Cyprus problem?
So what I'm saying to you is now there's this issue in Cyprus that the Eastern Mediterranean resources need to be shared out, and the Turkish Cypriots have got a legal right.
Yeah, but again, it comes back to my argument of asking for direct flights. If the partition of the island at the time and Turkey would have acted accordingly, we wouldn't be having this conversation about what we've discovered 50 years later. We could discover something 20 years later, and that's going to be another issue.
It's not about that. They could move every Turkish Cypriot off the island and move them to Turkey, and the Turkish Cypriots would still deserve to get their 50% of the cut of all the resources from Cyprus.
And no one's denying that.
Recognised. So
And no one's denying that.
Well, who cares about the flights then?
No one's denying that. No one's denying that. And do you want me to be honest with you? Do you know who made it harder for Turkish Cypriots?
Bro, you're not letting me speak, bro.
No, let me finish this point. Do you know who made it harder for Turkish Cypriots? Dentash. In 1983, declaring the TRNC.
No, Alex. Why did he do that in 1983? Scale back a bit.
I know, but listen, even
from
Turkey told him not to do it, and Turkey told him not to do it for this exact reasons.
Yes, but go back to 1977, 76, 77.
He was the first one that wanted a BBF. Yeah, he was the one that.
We're missing the point here, though, that Turkey was coming under extreme pressure from the international community because of the continued presence of the military on there. So they needed a diversion, a declaration of independence tied into that. So once there was a declaration of independence, they could have indirect control of the island without directly annexing it. And that's why that really come about. That's really what made it happen.
That's a good point.
They were coming under a lot of pressure from the international community.
And he should have done it, Jan. I know you're a massive
77,
supporter.
it really has got nothing to do with it.
This is what I'm saying, Andy. This decision was made by military men who were clumsy. They weren't foreseeing any particular outcome.
This goes back to what was said the other day. I don't remember who it was. Panop, someone said it the other day when we were debating about the fact that because Dentash has declared the TRNC, it's harder to make a deal with an unrecognised state under a solution because of that, because of what he did. Had he not declared the TRNC, he would be dealing with Turkish Cypriots.
It was me. It's probably me, Alex.
Was it you?
I was talking. Yeah.
No, I agree with that
point,
point, Andy. It has made it harder. Because
once
this-
you become
yes,
a de
that's it, it
facto
was
de jure, it's very difficult. Once you become a de facto state, your bargaining power's gone. It's finished. Okay, so the mother state, in terms of legal language, doesn't have to negotiate whatsoever with a de facto. It's irrelevant. And that's what creates a lot of obstacles in negotiations.
Yeah.
Even coming down to football matches with kids, because there's no legal status. And if there's no recognition,
had the de
it's impossible
facto
to
state
negotiate.
not been declared, which Jan, I agree. I don't want to be a bit hypocritical here. I do see why he did it, and I understand why he did it. But ultimately, it was the bad decision to do it.
Yeah.
And whether his intentions were to do this, to put this obstacle in place, because we all know, look, personally, my view of Demirtas is he wanted just as much as what Ioka wanted. He wanted Taksim with Turkey, or the second best thing, he wanted 2 states. That's all he ever wanted, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's the fact.
Cyprus, so with the North as well. Not only is it de facto, but they've got the added dynamics of a huge military presence there from a third-party country. It's not like Somaliland where they're under governments.
I agree with you.
They don't have that extra influence.
Andy, I agree with you, because had he had not formed the de facto state, things like the 14-year-olds and this stuff can't be refused.
You're forgetting one quite important thing. Like, it took 9 years to declare that state.
So guys, what would have happened? What would have
No,
happened?
it is
if he
important
never
because it
if he
means
never
that
declared the
they were
state?
obviously involved in. Turkey
I'll
was
tell you
obviously involved in negotiations with their Greek Cypriot counterparts, and if you're after what happened from between 60 and 74, then a further 9 years of negotiations and being left in limbo, what would you have done?
Let me add to that, Shahid.
No, I want a genuine. No, don't. I want a
Oh, you want
genuine
an answer?
answer.
I
Okay.
still
don't know if
wouldn't have
anyone can
declared
answer
the de
that.
facto state.
Then what would you have done then? That's what I'm
Because
saying.
even Turkey at the time said to him, "There's no," because at that time,
Yeah, but they
the
said
TRN
it for
there was
their own
nothing
reasons.
Shaheen, there
no-
could have been 100
Hold-
other things he could
Can
have
I
done,
just
right?
finish
If
this
he
point?
declared an illegal state, he knew what he was getting himself into.
Can
Am
I
I
just
wrong?
finish this point? At
Yeah,
that
go on.
point,
It took
Shaheen,
years
there
to
was
think about it.
nothing the ROC could have done to block Turkish Cypriots with any embargoes at all. He gave them a legal way of hindering Turkish Cypriots, to isolate Turkish Cypriots, to embargo. At that point, before the declaration, only Turkey was being embargoed.
Yeah, but
At that
Turkey warned him from declaring the TRNC because of the reasons that Andy said, because they were already under
Right, so we're all
immense
agreeing
political
then. So we're
pressure.
all agreeing.
It
We're all
is
agreeing.
kind
One,
of seen though; those
no,
warnings
but not only
very
that,
generous.
right? They were telling Denktash that declaring the TRNC is basically political suicide,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So what would you call the actions of a man who commits political suicide for the benefit of of his own people? What
But you
would you
can't
say
say
about a
that
man
though,
like that?
Shaheen. Was it for the
Why?
benefit of his own people though,
Yeah,
or
it
was it
was.
for his
Well, do
ideology of
you
what
really
he
think that
wanted?
Ralph Denktash declared the TRNC for his own political gains when he just
Do you want me
committed
to be
political
honest? And
fucking
this is
suicide?
my
Let me put it
opinion.
this way: if Turkey's military presence wasn't on the island, do you think he would have ever declared the independence? He wouldn't have done. Never would
I
he have
think
done.
had
I think he
Claridis
would
won,
have.
had Claridis
I
won that
agree with you, John.
election,
I
had he
agree
won
with you.
that election,
Yep.
I think at that time, because
He
he
just
failed
needed
to win it.
18 months more, Jan. That's all he needed.
He
18
had he won
months.
that election, I think a BBF solution would have been resolved on
And
no.
had
Because I think
Makarios not come back in the early
Yeah.
70s, we would have
Yeah.
had a deal done then as well. It was Makarios that
this
came
was
back
the
and
chance
scarpered
missed
it.
in Cyprus,
2
because I think
chances.
Denktash and Claridis at that point, I
They were
think
good
they'd
friends.
already agreed on a BBF solution then.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
that's the big miss in Cyprus.
What
That's
sealed the coffin was that leader at the time going onto national TV, crying to the ROC people, saying, "Don't do it, don't do it."
But
Because
do
he
you
knew.
understand Denktash why he done it? Because when he lost that election, then Denktash then he lost hope. So this is how I see it. This is my.
It was declared before then, though. It was declared long
Someone
before
said
then,
that.
though.
I think Sof just said there's 100 other things that you could have. Just name me some of them.
Who? Dentash?
Yeah, what would
No,
you?
stop.
I ain't got it on the
Yeah.
off the top of my head, Shaheen. But like,
Carry
did he
on
not?
negotiating.
Did he not
One
know
of
what?
them would have been not to
Actual thing. I'm
declare
saying,
the
what would
TRNC.
you?
Yeah, but
Carry
yeah,
on
did he?
negotiating.
Did he not know what he was getting himself into by declaring the
He
RNC?
obviously did.
He claimed to have been a smart guy, right? So what was the plan?
Do you
So
see the
no, but what I'm saying,
disbenefits of
forget
him
about,
declaring the
bro, forget about
TRNC,
what he
Shaheen?
did. You lot are saying it was a bad move, it was the wrong move. I'm asking you what you would have done if you were in that position.
Which is
I
a
would have
fair question.
negotiated more. Negotiate
Yeah,
more. Wait another 10 years. Wait another 15
and you
years.
would have been
Easy,
in a stronger
it's
position
easier
to
said than
negotiate.
you know, it's easy to sit here 52 years or whatever it's been after the fact, yeah, and say that. But you're
Yeah,
not.
no one knows the future. But
Oh
if
yeah,
if
and
he
I
it's
waited
don't
10
easy
more
for us
minutes,
look,
to
Let's
it's
not
easy for us
conflate
to
things.
sit
I
here
don't
but
believe
when
we would have
this
been in a stronger
outcome,
we don't
position.
know
regardless,
That's
the
not
level of
true.
regardless,
pressure
We
Dentas was
wouldn't have
probably
been in a
coming under
strong.
as well.
We wouldn't have been in a
this
stronger
this
position.
outcome,
We'd have just been
regardless,
closer
50
to an
years,
outcome.
60 years, it's going to be the same outcome anyway because this is what he wanted. It's my opinion, but this is what Dentas wanted. Had he had not declared the de facto state, we wouldn't be negotiating as a de facto state, asking.
What did he want, Alex? You said this is what he wanted.
What do you mean? What did he want? He wanted Taksim. He wanted division at all costs. He didn't want
Why?
a
Yeah, but in the
solution.
meantime,
Why?
the South was making
Why?
alliances with
Because the
India and all
Turkish.
sorts.
To be honest with you, Shaheen, I actually don't even know because,
You know
again,
why?
this
You know
this is
why,
my
Alex?
no
Don't act
no no
dumb. We
no.
sat
No,
there
I'm
fucking.
gonna get to my
How many
point.
times?
I'm gonna get
I
to my
fell
point,
asleep
and
anyway, but we
I'm
sat
gonna
there
get to my
fucking
point,
watching
and
the
you.
divided island,
I'm
bro.
gonna get to my point, and you
Okay, go
might
ahead.
not like it because my opinion of Dentash's involvement with Taksim is long before 60 and 63. His intentions of Taksim, in my opinion, started in the mid 50s, and that was clear.
Is that
So
your
that's
opinion
what.
or is that a fact?
Well, it's my opinion based on the facts that
It's
I've
an educated
researched.
No,
opinion.
Taksim was an old, yeah, it was an old ideology, even
He
at that
made
point.
that clear before Ioka even came. In Ioka B was formed. So that's why I always paint him and Makarios with the same brush. I see
Mind
Dentash.
you, Alex. Yeah, the people that were involved in Temeter don't agree with you, and they don't agree with Andy either. The people in that documentary, that
Resistance.
I forgot the guy's name. Yeah, do you remember the old man that is speaking that was part of
Yeah, I
Temeter?
remember, yeah.
Yeah, he said it with his own mouth. There was no such thing as Temeter before the idea of Eoka came about. So how could it start then?
No, bro, that's a lie. It was.
You're telling me that man is lying now?
Yes, he is.
Temeter was a
Okay.
It's
regiment,
clear, bro.
practically
It's
a
fact,
regiment
bro.
of
You can
Turkish army.
research it. Temete existed before Ioka B was formed.
I don't
Well
know.
before.
I don't know. I think TMT or TMT might have been
I don't
formed.
think it was called Temete. It was called something
Yeah,
else, and then it
there
turned
was
into Temete.
predecessor groups. So there was Volcan. There's Volta. Yeah,
That's it.
and another one named after a
Bro, all I'm
specific
saying, guys, is
group.
look, this is just my opinion. I find Dentash just as detrimental to the Cyprus problem
That's a fair
as
point,
Makarios was equally. He
That's a
had a
fair
hand
point.
to play in it. In 1963, when Turkish Cypriots were pushed to enclaves, he cost a lot of Turkish Cypriot lives to pursue what he wanted. Division, and he wasn't helpful in the Cyprus solution. He wasn't as innocent as you think. A lot of Turkish Cypriots won't say this because they see him as the savior.
I
They
can
see
never
him
accept that, Alex, what you just said.
and
You can't paint him
I
in the same
understand
breath.
why.
You
Jan,
can't paint him in the same breath as Makarios.
Jan, and I completely understand why, because you're one of those that see him as the savior. If it wasn't for him, Turkish Cypriots would have all been alive. I understand that. Despite Dentash's what he wanted, I'm not saying that triggered it or provoked the Ioka and provoked the Greek Cypriots. They more than likely was still going to do it. He could have been one of those Churchill moments when Churchill came back to the UK and went, Neville Chamberlain, trust me, this guy wants the whole of Europe. Neville Chamberlain didn't listen to him, went to Germany, signed the deal, gave them the Sudeten lands, and lo and behold, he invaded Poland. Yes, Dentash could have been that visionary and saw that coming. I give him that.
I believe
I won't
that.
take
I
that
believe
away
that.
from him.
Yeah.
I'm not putting all the blame on him, not at all. And he possibly did see what was coming. And I'm not saying his actions triggered it. I'm not saying his actions were worse than the Ioka and their intentions. Their intentions are clear. They clearly wanted unity.
He used the situation as leverage.
Can
Yes,
I
he
can I
used
just
it to his
clarify a point?
advantage. Exactly. Thank you.
Can I just ask? 'Cause I'm genuinely interested. Is the kind of overriding perception of the Turkish Cypriots that Denktaş's pursuit of a two-state was essentially as a reaction to ethnoses, and it wasn't something that he probably would have liked to have pursued in any event.
Exactly.
That is the okay.
Yeah.
But Jan, I don't
He
want to
needs. I
upset you
think he needs.
when I say
I mean,
that. You know,
I can only.
No, that's Alex. That's your opinion.
I can
completely
only assume
understand
that.
where you're coming from. I've got a lot of family members from my mum's side that agree with your version of events, and I understand it. And I don't mean to I'm not trying to thingy with you
No, of
and
course
wind
not,
you up
man.
or
That's
anything. It's not
no,
that at
no,
all.
no, no. I know that. I know that.
I think with
That's your
to
opinion.
answer
You're
Panok's
entitled.
point, I think him, as long as as well as a massive majority of Turkish Cypriots thought that we're facing an existential threat, so these actions are necessary. Whether you think that they were premeditated or whether he wanted this years before is all conjecture. There's nothing even remote. There's no evidence anywhere that suggests that. You might read something and then presuppose it from that, but you might come to that conclusion, or you might even have a presupposition that this is what you wanted based off of your own bias.
I personally believe moving forward,
Like that's just I don't know.
any possible solution or any possible outcome, they're going to have to get rid of the TRNC anyway. They might have to come up with a new version, a new constitution, new borders, new everything new, but it won't be the TRNC that we know today. I guarantee you as a fact.
Well, yeah.
What about the
They'll even
TRST?
take
How about that?
they'll even take the T out of it.
How about the TRST?
No, 1 minute. Shane, it won't be the
You want this stand
Turkish.
for?
It won't be the Turkish Republic of anything. It'll be the Republic. It might be the Republic of Northern Cyprus, but it won't be the Turkish Republic. They'll take
What do you
that.
not think
First
of
thing they're taking
T?
out. That's the first thing they're taking out.
What do you think of TGRC? No, wait. Turkish
Caucasian.
Greek
That's
Republic.
that's the correct thing you've said all night. You're
There won't
right.
be no. There won't be no Turkish or Greek involved in
And the
it.
reality is now.
he just politely mugged you off, bro.
Listen, can I ask a question about Denktash? One second.
No, it's
question
true.
about Denktash. Why didn't he push for a federal solution, knowing that what he's doing?
Because he's a gangster. That's why.
Yeah, like why didn't he try?
He did push for a
Because
federal
it was in the
solution.
80s, right? He was thinking about it in the 80s. It wasn't an unheard of thing.
No, it was
happening all over the world.
earlier. The federal
77,
proposal came
77,
earlier.
77.
It was in the 77 negotiations.
77 was when Magarios and Denktash agreed that any future settlement would be based on a federal model. The Turkish Cypriot leadership, Fazil Küçük and Denktash from way earlier, when Cyprus was a unitary republic.
So let's start from there,
federalism.
Let's start from there. Why did he say no to a federation, or why did
it wasn't Denktash saying no.
He was the one that proposed it. So
it was
Denktash was the one that proposed it.
I misunderstood that one.
That's correct. Magario
trying to put the blame on Denktash.
Wanting to preserve the unitary nature of the republic. He essentially, his fear was that the push for federalism and having a kind of autonomous regions was a stepping stone to Taksim.
Yeah, and considered an act of treason on the sovereignty as well, constitution.
Look, the reality is, like Caucasian said, whoever did whatever Denktash did that was detrimental, and all the obstacles he put in with bringing people over from Turkey, putting them into houses, whatever Ioka did and whatever Magarios did, they all fucking had a hand in it, and they've all put these obstacles in place that have left only one option on that island, and literally one option and two options actually. One is either two-state, the status quo as it is, because realistically speaking, the TRNC is functioning, the borders are open, or checkpoints, whatever you want to call them. There is no trouble. A lot of Greek Cypriots don't know the other side. A lot of Turkish Cypriots don't know the other sides. Most of them haven't integrated. Most of them don't speak the language. Most of them don't even have family members that remember pre-74. So there's that, or a BBF. And I personally, from everything I've read and I'm hearing, it's going to be just the same as the 1960s constitution. It's going to be set up to fail. Another thing's going to happen, and it's going to end up with a two-state anyway. Not that I'm asking for a two
Don't
state.
lie, bro.
at
What are you
all.
lying for?
I'm not. I'm just
What are you
speaking.
lying
I'm just
for?
speaking factually and the reality on the with the situation, guys. Look how many obstacles there are. How are you going to solve these, man? In 2017, they went to Crans Montana. They're telling me they solved this point 96%, that point 95%. There was a bit of give and take. Come on, man. Like it's bullshit. None of it hasn't even been released to the public. Why? Why wouldn't you release it to the public so we can know what's going on and what was said? Everything's kept a secret. You know why it's kept a secret, guys? They don't want a solution. None of them.
You know what it is, Alex? You know that video that you played that time, and that Turkish Cypriot geezer, they asked him, what would you see the solution as? And he said, bring back the English. Technically, that is how a BBF could work, is because you need someone to oversee it. And if you look at the whole Cyprus problem, it all went tits up when the English pulled out anyway. And they
You
weren't
want the
bothered to.
British to oversee
You
it?
must be joking.
I'm saying that that's
Jesus
the
Christ,
only.
Caucasian. You
That's
don't
the
want that.
only.
They
Look,
can't
I'm
even
saying
sort their own
practically.
country out. Never mind
I'm saying
Cyprus.
practically
Too much
speaking,
has
that's the
happened.
only way. That's the only way it could work.
Too
I'd
much has
rather
happened.
have.
So if
Turkey's
you're
put
saying
too
that
much
can't work,
into the
then it
rules
is
as
a
well.
two-state. Then it is a two-state is the only way, and that means Denktash was right the whole time. So I don't see what we're talking about.
Yeah, but you can't say that because had he had done the right thing from the off, these obstacles that have caused this
Yeah, but the right thing according to
wouldn't be
who?
happening now, would it? So you
Alex,
can't really
the
say
right
that.
It's called
thing
the
according
butterfly
to who,
effect.
bro?
So again?
The right thing. You said had he had done the right thing, he did the right thing according to himself and according to most Turkish Cypriots.
Well, yeah, you could have that argument, I suppose.
These
Yeah.
are timelines.
He got
I
what he
mean,
wanted,
in
anyway.
heat of the moment, in that time.
But Alex, do you
it's-
not think? Sorry, John, I was to cut you off. But do you not think that most Turkish Cypriots at that time wanted exactly the same thing?
Well, based on what was
personally,
happening
I
with
believe-
unalivings and whatnot, I mean, of course,
I
everyone's going to
personally
run to
think
safety, isn't they?
Denktash was from the future. He had a time machine. He went back in
Seems
time
that way.
and he saved us. You know, it's like something out of Marvel, but it happens. It happens. You can't deny it. These
Well,
are the
Dick
time
Touch Iron Man,
bro.
yeah?
Huh?
It's not a bad
Dick
thought.
Touch the Iron
Denktash
Man.
made mistakes as well. He was no angel. I mean, everyone makes
like
mistakes.
He's a bad boy.
Look, I said this not long. I had this discussion with a few Greek Cypriot friends of mine, and I even said, like, wouldn't it be best to have to? And again, I'm reiterating this. This is not my opinion. This is not what I want. I'm just basing this on the reality on the ground in Cyprus. Yeah, just imagine a BBF. What does that benefit the ROC? Isn't it more safe to have friendly relations with the TRNC and recognise it? Because just imagine if there is some sort of unity. What is the ROC actually going to gain? What, all those so-called settlers that you don't like and you don't get on with? They're going to have access. They're going to have access to buying properties. They're going to have access to buying shops.
Alex, you're asking
They're
for
gonna
something.
One minute.
Alex, you're asking for something that the South.
They're going to buy. They're going to buy up so much stuff in the ROC. I mean, they're going to be going after your women. Is that what you really want at this point?
So, Alex, if you apply logic to what you just said, that proves that what's happening in Cyprus and what the Greek Cypriots do ain't just for the benefit of Greek Cypriots. There's people pulling the strings from far away. That's what it is.
It's
If
true,
it was
but
just down to Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots will sort this out. We'll sort it out in one afternoon. We'll sort it out in one afternoon with one fucking jug of ouzo, and it's done. We can sort it out, bruv. It's just people are pulling strings.
You're right, but the reality is, if there is a solution, Greek Cypriots and the ROC have to be prepared for these so-called settlers buying businesses, Turkish restaurants everywhere, off licenses everywhere, buying buildings, integrating women. Are you prepared for that? Because that's not going to stop. That's not going to. That's going to be the reality. That is going to be the reality.
Well, it is a reality, but
if the border's completely open and it's all reunified,
So what we're
because those
really
people ain't going
discussing,
anywhere.
Alex,
At the moment, they can't do that though, Shaheen. They're
what
banned
we're
from
really
crossing
discussing,
over.
Alex, is this Turkophobia. Is that what we say?
Well, not from me.
No,
I'm putting this to the Greek
I'm
Alex,
just chatting shit, by the way.
Look, Alex. Look, at the end of the day, if you ask me, I believe that the ROC don't want a BBF solution. I don't think they want it at
But
all.
am I
because
wrong in
they-
saying my theory? Like,
Yeah,
Greek
no,
Cypriots
but
have to think about this for a minute, and
But
I don't
put
think
your hand
most of
on
them
your
have.
heart. Put your hand on your heart, Alex. Do you honestly believe the ROC right
I know what you're
now
going to say.
want?
No, they don't. No,
Do they want to be? They don't want a BBF solution.
they're just delaying for time. I
Yeah,
don't know why
this
and
is the
what
problem
time.
because they never look. Some Greece is not going to like to hear this, but they don't want a power share with the Turkish Cypriots. That is the nitty gritty of
Look,
it.
I've just said it
that's
on a
just
live. I've never
fact.
said this theory on a live before, and it gives the Greek Cypriots a bit of food for thought. I've said this privately to a few close friends of mine, but I've never said this on the live. And the reality is, have you ever thought of it from this scenario? Under a solution, get it out of your head if you think you're going to be integrating with Turkish Cypriots, because they are the minority in the north. So under a solution, you are going to be integrating with more mainlanders than Turkish Cypriots. Are they prepared for that? Are you prepared for it?
No, but they're not saying that, Alex. They're saying that they're going to deport all those people.
They're not. They're not going anywhere.
They're not going
Wait,
anywhere.
what's wrong with that though? I don't get it.
Nothing, but you got to ask a Greek Cypriot.
Well, we
what's
got
wrong with
three
that?
here. Let them answer.
To me, it's not so much who. Well, not me because I'm in the UK, but it's not who's there. It's the future of Cyprus and what's beneficial to Cyprus as a state. And to me, the solution of the Cyprus problem means regional stability. Cyprus can become a bridge between Greece and
Cyprus is going to
Turkey.
become the Turkey-Kurdish situation if of the BBF, my friend. They're going to be in the government and asking for a party within 30 years.
Good point, Alex. Good point.
That's what's going to happen.
This is the dilemma, isn't it? It's a dilemma.
The integration you're talking about, though, will happen over decades, because it's like now.
Right. Have you been to Green Lanes lately? Have you seen what they've done to Green Lanes in 10 years?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's Istanbul. It's Istanbul.
That's just the whole. That's just the like. Do you know what I mean? Fucking talk.
Just for the record,
Cyprus
I'd
and
rather
like,
eat in Green Lanes than go and eat in the city. Just that has to be said.
Anyway, the point is that if there's a so-called solution,
Can I just make one last point, Mario, to do with this and another thing as well? You know, all of those settlers that are in the north now, which we want to call Cypriots or Turkish settlers, whatever you want to call them, they're going to bring their family over. As soon as they know there's a solution in Cyprus, all their cousins are all going to come out the woodworm and come to Cyprus. And there's nothing the ROC will be able to do about it.
Can they afford to come to Cyprus?
Not under a BBF, they can't.
Only if they agree to that solution.
Can they afford to come to Cyprus? Can they contribute to the society? Can they pay their taxes? Are they upheld? Can they be upheld citizens?
All right, but are they worthy of citizenship?
Then how
Do
are
they
you
deserve
going to stop
citizenship?
them? Because the TRNC, under this solution, are going to have rights to allow Turkish nationals to come, whether you like it or not. It's not going to go by the European law of if you fit, you come in, if you've got the status quo. They're going to have to make concessions on this one because those relatives have family members that reside in Turkey. Now, if their son lives in the TRNC currently, you telling me you're going to stop his mum from coming to visit the son or his grandkid? They're going to get special visas, right?
I wouldn't know, but is there a desire from Turkish mainlanders from Turkey to come and live in Cyprus? Forget the people with
it's called opportunity. It's called opportunity. They're going to come and open businesses, restaurants. You're going to see. It's called opportunity.
Yeah. If the Turks don't come, the Kurds will come. The Kurds are already coming. They're already on the Greek side. They're full of Kurds there, bruv. Them Kurds are dying to come.
Then, why are you not sitting there?
Where?
Do you realistically think there's going to be, whilst Cyprus is in the EU, do you realistically think there's going to be a BBF solution where if the North doesn't, all of it's going to need to join the EU, follow EU law, migration law?
Yeah, but
and
there's going
everything?
to have to be concessions, Andy, because a lot of settlers or a lot of Turks live in the north. And these people are either going to have to given European citizenship and then their families...
I can't see how the people already living there wouldn't be... If there's a solution, how can they not be given? If the principles of the EU are going to be in place, then you can't just say, you know what, your time's up.
Yeah, they
fuck
can't
off.
just have a
Yeah,
privilege
so
for
they're
that. For them.
automatically
it's
going to
not.
be Cypriots of this new organization, state, whatever you want to call it.
I get that, but if you want to say a Turkish settler, you want to put it like that, they've got their place in the north, and they've got their, if it's a recognised state, it's part of the EU. Why does that automatically mean that they want to get up all of a sudden and come and take everything from the south? I mean, I don't want to. I hate going up the road. Like, I don't want to move from my place, my thing, or whatever. Who does?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
It's
saying.
not
Why do
understanding
Turkish
where it will give
Cypriots
them rights
get
to bring their
work in
families
the
over.
south?
Where,
That makes sense.
I'm not understanding that.
Because you can't stop them from their family coming, because all they've ever known is the TRNC. TRNC's had ties with Turkey like no other. You can't they will never agree to a deal where it cuts off Turkey from its people. They will never agree to it. Exactly the same
But
way
then
that they won't
does
agree
that
to the
give all the
military
Greeks a
to
right to bring all their family over as well? Then, because wouldn't
You
that
need
then
to do what you want
the
on your
laws
side.
of the state?
Unfortunately, Andy, this is another
if it's a
problem that's
state,
evolved.
Andy, I don't get to tell you who you get to invite to your house.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a two-state Sahil, is it? It's going to be a reunification as one state. So the laws in migration are going to need to be unified across the board for everybody.
There's going to be, Andy, I agree with you,
if
but you have to admit there's going to be
if there's a
concessions.
state, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, right, if somebody's been living there for years and years, and these settlers, they've really had no connection to their ancestral past at all for the best part of 50 years, they probably wouldn't even know who their relatives are. How are we going to see a situation where all of a sudden they're allowed to just buy it right?
Andy, you're so out of touch with the
bring
North,
people in.
bro. Go to Ercan Airport. Every plane that comes into Cyprus at the moment from the north is full of Turkish nationals going back and forth.
But
There's
wouldn't they
not
need
one
to
seat
follow?
empty.
But what I'm trying to say
5.2
is-
million people visited the
I
north
understand
last
that,
week.
Alex. But what I'm trying to say is, as an
5.2
independent
million.
state, what's going to give people privileges to just bring their
Andy,
families
did
over?
you hear the number? Did you hear the number?
No, I heard the figures, Alex. I know the
5.2
figures.
million. The population of the ROC is 1 million. 5.2
Alex,
million.
I understand that.
For an
understand
unrecognised country, for an airport via Turkey, 5.2 million. Let that sink in.
But wouldn't citizenship laws, it will just be the laws of EU. How it would be. You know,
They-
because
look,
you see, that's what I'm not getting.
Andy,
Because
Andy,
people
if
can't,
they
you
dissolve
can't just live
the
in a
Turkish-
country and just have a right to invite
Andy,
whoever
if
you
they
want.
dissolve the Turkish the TRNC, everyone's citizenship's going in the bin, and then they can decide at that point who they're going to give a permanent citizenship to and who's going to get a temporary one, right? The ones who've got the temporary ones, well, if there's no job for you and you can't contribute to the economy, we'll give you a couple of years and then off you go, my friend. See you later.
It doesn't.
And that's just
It
how it's going
doesn't.
to be.
It's not that straightforward, man. Like, I think.
I know I'm
what
simplifying
has
it,
to
but
happen,
you know what I mean?
what has to
That
happen?
is
There
the
has
case.
to be a cut-off point.
Yeah, exactly. There will be
There
a
has
cut-off
to be a
point.
date.
Yeah.
Like, if you enter at X.
But here's the
X
thing,
date,
Cutter. Here's the thing. This temporary citizenship thing is going to be involved even in England. People that are coming to this country now, they ain't going to get the same citizenship that we got when we come here.
and my point exactly to Andy's
It's
comment
just a
earlier.
standard thing. It's a
Like,
rollout
you
across
can't
the
just
whole world
invite
now.
all our family members here. It doesn't work that way.
Well, yeah, but this is what I mean. Because if we're going to become a state, those citizens are going to become members. Those people are going to become citizens of the new reunified state.
Will
Now,
they?
surely,
No.
anyone who
But
wants to
here's the
come
thing,
to-
Andy. You're thinking that we're going from TRNC to unified state. I'm saying to you, there's going to be interim period where TRNC dissolve, and they're going to have to bring in a new government in the north that can interface with the south. Do you
Correct.
understand?
Correct.
That's what it will be.
So this is just going to be a delaying tactic.
Yeah, so, you know,
No, it's just going to be a filtering
It will
process.
be.
Filtering out the
it's not. It's not.
people they don't.
That's not going to be plausible at all to sell back.
Of course it is, Andy, because if you're saying to me as a Turkish Cypriot,
let's be realistic.
you
That's
can't
not-
come
no
and sit
one's
at this
gonna watch
table
that.
until your cousin
No one's gonna
Hassan
buy
goes back to the mountains
That's
of
just not
Kurdistan. I have to make a decision, innit? I have to decide. It's going to be on. I'm saying
but
to you, it's not going to
those-
be. You're
those
saying
people,
according to
Caucasian-
EU law. But I'm saying to you, it's not
Caucasian,
going to
do you
be
think
on the
Turkey-
EU to make that
Caucasian,
happen. It's
do you-
going to be on the Turks.
Sorry,
to
can I
make
make a
that
fair
happen.
point here? Do you think Turkey are going to want any of those people back that are there? They're
Doesn't
not going to take them
matter.
back.
If they want a
They're not gonna-
solution
they're
in
not gonna give
Cyprus,
them
they
a
will have
choice.
to. They'll have to give them asylum. If they want a solution in Cyprus, they will have to.
Yeah, it's true, Andy. That's this.
So
this
hang on a second.
What
so,
he's saying,
if
Andy,
they're
is
given
my
asylum,
point.
why do they need to bring their relatives over if they're going to be going back?
No, they won't be bringing their relatives over. They'll have their citizenships revoked because the whole
So who's bringing
TRNC
their
will get
relatives over
dissolved. No one.
Who's revoking
Oh, where
what
did-
citizenship? I'm confused.
Yeah, where did this?
Once the
Where did all this relic
TRNC is
stuff come from?
dissolved, they'll have to come up with a new system that can interface with a future deal. Because right now, we've all
Listen,
agreed
if
that the
right,
TRNC is an obstacle to the future deal, to the future plan. That's a
if
fact.
that happens, let's say unification, right? Let's say I'm going hypothetically here. If TRNC obviously becomes like unification, those that hold a citizenship in the TRNC cannot be pushed back to Turkey. You would have to give them an ROC citizenship.
No, there ain't no have
Correct.
to. There ain't
Correct,
no such
because you
thing as
become a
have
new
to.
unified
What do you
state.
mean? What do you mean, no Caucasian? Do you know how
I'm
the
saying to
politics
you,
work?
I'm saying to you that they don't have to. There ain't no such thing as
Of
have
course they
to.
do. What are
Well,
you saying that you've
if
obtained your
I
freedom here, but
if
now
our
we're
if you think about it, like it's a bit of double-edged sword because if we wouldn't give them the citizenship, then why we would demand our citizenship.
what citizenship? We're talking about unifying here, right? Hypothetically.
Yeah, but the point is in a unified solution.
You know
in a
that's never
unified
going to
way.
happen, Mario, because the ROC don't want that. It's the other way around. It's more on
Well,
the
it's the other
Turkish
way around
Cypriot.
because the majority.
But you see what you guys are doing, like you.
If
I
it
mean,
is a
this-
two-state, then your point's valid. Like, yeah, you should equally have just the right to come and work, live, do whatever you want in the TRNC. I get what
Fuck
you're
it, I
saying.
think that's the point, though. That's the thing, though. Is
No,
everyone
I
should
get
do
you,
it.
bro. I get you, but it's more the
Yeah,
other
but
way,
even
though,
even
innit?
that will be limit. Even that will be limited,
unification.
though. They have to put a limit to that.
But why
They'll say, all
should
right,
it, though?
Greeks,
Why?
because they're to ensure that the
Yeah, but
Turkish
that's
Cypriots
wrong.
aren't
But then
ethnically
that's
cleansed.
hypocritical. That's
But that's a
wrong.
form of ethnic cleansing, isn't it? That's what they did in
Well,
Palestine. They just went over there and started buying everything.
that's you can't. You just
No,
because
but the
you've
thing
got
is,
phobias and
this is what
fears
I'm
of
saying.
this
It
and that.
ain't about phobia. It's the fact that for the last 50
what?
years, they've had institutions up and running that they can over the tomorrow in 24 hours they could basically use that power to start buying up land and start doing stuff that we're not even ready yet to mingle with these people on that level. We don't
But
have the institution in place. We don't
there
have
was
it.
provision for that. There was provision for that. There's
20 years they
recognition.
can't buy or something.
Yeah, there's
Exactly, something like
recognition
that,
that the four freedoms of the EU, so free movement of people, capital,
And you know,
services,
you know when
can't
I said
apply straight
earlier,
away.
you know when I said earlier, under a BBF solution, it's going to be set up to fail. It's for exactly what Panops just mentioned. How can you stop one side from doing? It's wrong. How
But
can you
it's
start it
no-
like that?
You
We're
can't.
not.
You know,
Yeah, but I don't agree. I think you
I
can.
think
There's
it's wrong.
legitimate right. Okay, but think about it this way, Alex. What rights? What right? And this isn't me kind of making a point, but Greek Cypriots generally now can't do anything in the north. So essentially, suspend in the case of a resolution, suspending their right to do anything for a temporary period of time until the Turkish Cypriots achieve an equilibrium in terms of economics. Why would that matter?
And yes, it sounds right. It sounds okay, but it's gonna cause division. It's gonna cause friction. It's gonna cause frustration between the groups. They're not gonna see it the way you're saying.
It's all gonna come down to the time scales, right? So one of the factors why Annan plan got rejected, a big reason why it got rejected as well, is that when they were agreeing for the transfer of land, there was an agreement, basically what Turkey was expecting, that the Turkish Cypriots would gain all of their concessions and land and everything within 24 hours, but the Greek Cypriots would have to wait 3 years to get their parts. Now, this was seen as a big problem because it was seen as an opportunity to create a lot of problems, red flag operations, all sorts of political engineering. So if there's going to be anything across the board, it needs to be equal and fair timescales for everybody instantly. So this whole transition thing, there's going to need to be a transition. That was a big problem in Annan. That's why it got the no as well, because they didn't see it as fair. Why one side had to wait 3 years to get their land and their borders, while the other side got it within 24 hours of signing the deal.
I don't know
See what I'm
about
getting
that,
at?
but yeah, I don't know.
You need to look into it. Yeah, I hope
But
it ties in what we're saying.
First time I've heard that.
I
You need
can
to go and look at it,
understand.
yeah.
I can understand the frustration arising from the circumstances you've just described. But in circumstances now where Greek Cypriots can't do anything in the north anyway, a period where essentially Turkish Cypriots are granted rights, kind of a period of exclusivity, whilst being recognised and being able to trade in order to achieve economic equilibrium for the Greeks with the Greek Cypriots. It's not kind of restricting any rights that they currently have.
Exactly.
It's just kind
stopping
of
them from expanding as fast as they want to.
it's a pause until the Turkish Cypriots are to achieve equilibrium, and then once that's achieved, then they.
If you was in front of me, Panop, I'll kiss you right now. You just nailed it. You nailed it, bro.
Yep.
That's the point. They're not taking anyone's rights away. But
Panop,
why would
a lot of
if they're not
people
taking their
won't-
rights away, then why didn't the Greeks agree to it?
I can see where you're getting at, Panop, but that can't be seen as a point of leverage, though, because if the transition period just means, right, fuck it, we can give visas to everyone now, pollute the place,
that wouldn't happen.
That's not going to fly. You know that already as well.
Yeah,
Nobody's going to fall for that.
but that's not what's being suggested.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like, though, listening now.
No. This is in terms of Greek Cypriots purchasing in the north, because if you were just to have suddenly an open market, naturally the party that has had economic liberty for the past whatever years would have the economic ability to purchase properties in the north. But what wouldn't be happening, it wouldn't be a period, an opportunity for the Turkish Cypriots to say, right, let's now grant visas.
From Andy's reaction alone, and Andy's someone that lives in the UK, when they explain this to go to a referendum of how that is going to work under these points, the Greek Cypriots will vote no. Because even I would vote no based on
but why would they vote no, though?
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but 1 minute. Why would they vote no? Why would they vote no?
If you look at Analytics, there was a lot of provisions like this that were really...
Yeah, but why?
These are the kind of things that would make
What's the motivation behind voting no? What's the motivation behind voting no?
Look, what Panop is saying is
the Greeks
right.
want to get all their money and run across the border and buy up every fucking thing in sight, and no one can stop them. That's what they want to do. Because if I had the power to do that, I would do that too.
How do you know that? You're
what do you mean if I had
that's going to be the case.
Power, what do you mean? What do you think the Greeks?
Do you know how I earlier?
Alex, given the current, let me just answer you. Given the current situation in Cyprus, that is the only incentive that the Greeks have for peace with us, that they would be able to make benefit of the north and the fact that it's undeveloped. They would be able to come there and develop it,
No,
and they would be the beneficiaries of
Caucasian.
that.
I think the major focal point here is that we want a solution without a stronghold of Turkey.
Incentive you can give
That's
to
it.
fucking
That's
businessmen
all we
is saying, look, in a solution where Turkey recognises the ROC, what ports does that open up for you? What trade line does that open up for you?
Sorry, just to make one point, because this might impact the opinion you have. We're talking about purchasing of land and property. What we aren't talking about is the return of land. Let's say, for instance, somebody's lost their ancestral home. They would have the ability to go back to that ancestral home. What they wouldn't have the ability to do is to start, I don't know if there's
Developing it and buying their next door neighbour out.
Yeah, but if there's a nice plot of land in Gerinya that they quite like, they wouldn't be able to, their ability to do that would be suspended for a period of time, not indefinitely.
Yeah, and watch how people are going to get around those loopholes and watch the divisions grow within.
Still slow
and
it
watch
down.
the bullshit start again.
But Alex, the point ain't to stop it. The point is to slow it down, to give the Turks a chance to get financially secure.
Bro, I get
as well,
the point.
so because their financial security is what's going to stop them from becoming ethnically cleansed.
I'm not against it. I get it. I think the proposal's realistic. I think it's fair. It's needed. But the problem is, you're not looking at it from a perspective of how the ROC people would see it. That's what I'm saying.
We've all
it's going to be another problem.
We've all got to make some
concessions.
Then
it's got to be publicised in the ROC. It's got to be explained, and people need to understand it from a fair point of view. Like Panop's explaining it, and Panop's behind it. But I'm telling you, a lot of people won't see it that way. They just won't.
Well, in the Annan campaign, this was very, I think people seem to think that Papadopoulos was just going on a rampage, but this was all very clearly explained. They knew well and good what they were signing up for, so they voted no. It was clearly.
So that's why he was crying about it, was it?
The provisions were never going to be voted by the people.
Let's be honest.
Never by the people. Never. Those provisions were never going to be accepted, and they didn't get accepted. It's as simple as that. You know, it's not fair to put a proposal where one gets everything within 24 hours and the others have to wait 3 years.
Do you know what? Do you know what the sad
work.
truth is? We're just gonna stay as we are. You know that, don't you?
Listen, I've been telling you
that's the truth
people
of it. We're just gonna stay
since
as we are.
1974 the solution had been done. There ain't gonna be no reunification. There ain't gonna be no two-state. It's just gonna stay the way it is.
Well, yeah, I've always maintained
people
this narrative.
gonna have
I've
to
always said
get
this.
used to that.
It's a done deal for Turkey.
But are we happy with that?
No.
Well, unfortunately,
Cypriot,
that's
not
the
really,
way
but-
the cookies rolled, isn't it?
Yeah, I might agree with that, Sahil, but hand on heart, are you content with the current situation in Cyprus?
Well, look, my stance, I've always been a two-state person from day one. I mean, everyone that knows me. And that's what I've always said. Okay? Because I don't think we can live together at a unified country. I can't see it because there's too many dickheads on both sides.
From their point of view, they don't see the difference between two-state solution and Turkey just annexing the north. To them, there's no difference.
Well, I mean, literally,
disagree.
we have our own parliament. We have our own security forces. We have our own laws. You know, that there is enough to tell you that we've been running ourselves.
We already
We're a
have
functioning
a functioning
state.
government.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see annexation from Turkey.
No, I don't want to see that either.
Not as a Cypriot.
Goff, you like how I brought the live back to Cyprus with a bang?
I want to see it.
Huh?
You like how
I think there's a lot of
Cyprus
misinformation
live
going
back
around,
with a
guys.
bang?
I really do. I really think
It's
there's a
been
lot
a
of
good
misinformation
subject.
going around. I think there's a lot of people that have got it incorrect here. What happened with the Anam
educate
plan
us.
back then and Denktash, during the Denktash area, Papadopoulos and Denktash made a claim, an announcement. He said any Greeks that wanted to come back to their homes, their lands, and whatever can do so. All they had to do was come over, see the administration, sign up some papers, sign some papers from the TRNC, and they'd make arrangements for them to return to their properties. This was an announcement by Denktash, but it was rejected. Papadopoulos did say anyone that wants to do this can do so. But however, you go over there, you sign their papers, you take action and you move there, you're not coming back over to the south.
No, well,
You're not
that's
coming.
unfair on the people there then, isn't
Well,
it?
because you know why? Because if you sign anything from the north, from this state called the TRNC, you're acknowledging them. If you do that, you're gone.
Wait, Rick,
They don't want to
Rick, can I
recognise
ask you
you
a
by
question? Do
signing.
you think,
Yeah, well, that's
Rick,
what
let me ask
happened.
you a
That's what
question.
happened.
That's not true.
Let me ask you a question.
I mean, I
Do
don't
you
know
think,
the ins
I
and
know. I
outs
could
of
tell.
that.
Okay,
So
okay.
Rick, do
maybe
you think
Panok
from
can
You should go and
Denkash's point of
explain.
research this.
view, do you
If
think
you
from
go and
Denkash's point
sign
of view
anything
that
from
he
the
thought
TRNC,
the Greeks would
recognising
really
them,
come? Did he really
Right.
think that the
you know
Greeks would
what?
actually come? Like, you've called the country Turkish Republic. Do you really think the Greeks are going to come? Do you really think they are? Or is this just some fasafisto? What do you
The
think? I'm
idea
asking you
is,
what
if
you
you
think,
want your
Rick.
properties, you come back, you sign this agreement, you sign that this is your property, and you show some kind of ownership, and then you can come back. You just sign that paperwork.
So either
It
he's a
doesn't mean to say
genius or
they can call it what they
he's
like.
delusional. You're saying he's delusional. He thinks they're
What
going,
is?
like, he thinks they want their land back so badly that they will come. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, right? Papadopoulos ingrained it. Anyone that decides that want to take up this proposal and
Basically,
sign the
he's saying
documents
that they're going
supplied
to
by the
be
TRNC. Please
claiming
let me finish.
political asylum. Is that what you're kind of
Well,
saying?
no, I'm just saying that Papadopoulos, he doesn't agree that it exists, the North exists, okay? By signing a piece of paper saying, okay,
Does
we are
Does that
coming
mean
back to the
that? Hang
north.
on,
We're
just
coming
one
to the
sec.
north to claim our
Just one
lands.
sec. I just want to get this
This paper
clarified.
belongs to the Turks, yeah,
Right.
of the
If
north.
they was to sign that paperwork, okay, would they lose all rights in the south by
No, well,
signing that paperwork?
Papadopoulos, yes, not by the
That's,
Turks though.
that's not
Not by the
true.
Turks.
I mean,
Not by the Turks.
can Panok
Papadopoulos
explain to me
did
how that
state
would
that
work?
he
Rick,
would
Rick Star, you're
you'd be cut
talking.
off. You can't come back
That's
as a
blackmail.
trader, and
You
you're a
can't do
trader
that.
because you signed the Turks' paperwork acknowledging them.
That sounds a bit
Blackmail.
yeah.
Illegal. It sounds a bit illegal.
Well,
It
back
didn't.
then,
It didn't happen.
that's what
No,
I
that's
happened.
mean,
not
That's
true,
why.
bro. You're
Hard.
thinking
What
of your
happened? Okay.
golo.
That's
Okay. Well,
blackmail.
look, I
what
don't
is
know.
the
I don't know how to see
situation
this.
that
This
that
guy.
perspective
is
he's coming
happening?
from.
During the Annan
I see the
plan, there was
perspective he's
none of
coming
this
from.
24 hours. You'll get your
But
lands back
Andy,
if
you
you're a
see
Turk,
his
and you wait
perspective,
3
but
years. There's not.
is it
That
factually
didn't
true
happen.
though?
None of
That's
that
the
happened.
I
difference.
don't know.
It's
I need to look it up
bullshit.
Well,
myself.
Well,
But I can
see,
see
know.
look up
research
what
it.
he
We'll
means by
see.
Look, one
swearing
person at
allegiance
a
to the de
time.
facto
If you
state and all
acknowledge
that
the
sort of thing. I
Turkish
can see it.
side of North Cyprus by from the south by signing the Turkish paperwork, you've acknowledged them. You've signed a piece of
Yeah, I
paper.
can see that perspective. Yeah,
Yeah, and that
definitely.
at the time was unacceptable. And if you did, you're recognizing them, so don't come back here. That's basically how it
And
was
how
put on
would he
you.
have the ability
Right
to
now,
do that,
Panop speak.
Rickster?
They wouldn't
Yeah,
even have the right
that's
to do that legally,
exactly.
mate. What are you on about?
First of all,
Look, Denktash did make that say any Greeks that wanted to come over
Okay,
back to
well,
their homes,
answer
they
the
could.
question how
Do you
they
know
would
not,
have the
not one
legal
single
basis to
one
do
took
that.
that offer up?
Right,
Not one
Rick,
single Greek.
how would they
Why is
have the
that?
legal basis to do it, though? Explain that to me.
What do you mean? Sorry, I explain a bit
How
further.
would Papadopoulos have the legal basis to stop a Greek Cypriot from coming back over to the south after
Well,
signing that paper?
he won't. He hasn't got the legal right to stop
So
you.
it's not. It's
But he
bollocks, then,
says
isn't it?
there are ramifications of your actions. If you
What
go and
are
do
these
this,
ramifications exactly?
that means you've acknowledged them. You can stay there now.
we've
Well, yeah, he
gone
can
from
say that,
revoking
but
their
it doesn't mean he can do
citizenship to
fucking
Well,
there
there's a
all
lot
being
that
about it.
gets said.
ramifications. That's a
Yeah,
But
bit
I do
but
know
this
this
is
blind.
much.
what look.
Look, Denktash did make that offer. All
Papadopoulos
right.
gave this ultimatum while Cyprus is trying to join the EU.
Well,
Exactly. Yeah.
this was before EU. This was before EU.
What
This was
happened?
before EU.
What
Papadopoulos
happened after? They
knew
knew they were
that
going
he
into
was
EU. What are you talking
signing to
about?
At the
join the
time.
EU, little buddy. Are you joking me?
So what was that? Sorry,
You're
repeat that
contradicting
again.
yourself completely, man.
How? How?
Do you know anything
How?
about Cyprus?
Because he was
How?
just about to sign the deal to join the EU, and you think he's going to make a dictator move like this to his
I'll tell you
citizens?
something. There's a lot
BA
that's been
shit,
done
For the
man.
no.
and a lot that's contradictory. But
You're
Denktash, at
talking
the end of the
scada.
day, Denktash did offer, and not one single Greek Cypriot citizen took that offer up. Something
Denktash
came along
practically
and
had no
blocked it.
involvement in
That's
the
what I'm saying
NAM.
to you. Hey,
He had no
sorry.
involvement in it. Denktash
Hang on.
practically had no involvement in the NAM.
Yeah.
He didn't even back the plan.
Can you just
At all.
explain to
He
me
openly
what
voted
he's
no.
saying? If they had a legal right to
He
do
didn't
what
back
they
it.
said that they were going to do to the
Look,
Greek
Who's
I
Cypriots.
have.
this? I don't know who's talking to who.
Is speaking to me. I've seen absolutely nothing that suggests that what he has said
I saw this
occurred.
around 10, 15 years ago, this writing. 15 years ago, I saw this. And I just kept it in my mind, and I'd wondered why as well. And I read
You
it.
know,
First
what
of
I
all,
would suggest, Rick? Keep it in that mind of yours and keep it just in there to
Well,
yourself.
I
Sorry,
think you
mate.
should go and do
I've
a bit
heard
more
some
research
whoppers
on this,
on these
because I
lives.
don't think look, the way
Bro, I
things
can do
are,
the
in my
research
view.
on it. Something like that probably was said, but not to the degree that you're saying. There's no way he was going to tell Greek Cypriots they couldn't go back to the south
He
if they
look,
signed that paper.
whether he publicly said it, but he did indicate that anyone that wants to go back to the north can
I
go
want
to
to
the north
bloody
and
shag
be with the
Margot
Turks. They
Robbie,
can.
mate, but I'm not going to
so
go and
if it,
shag
hang
her,
on, sorry,
man.
Alex,
Oh, I
can I
love a
just
bit of
come in?
Margot Robbie.
Can I just?
Hold on a minute. Let Panop speak.
That's the kind of mentality we were dealing back with that back then.
Anyway, one
Right.
minute, Rick, you come up here going, there's all this misinformation. Rah, rah. You ain't managed to prove none of it, Bear. What are you on about?
That's
Hang
the
on,
funny
let me,
the
let
I'm
joke's
me
on
telling
you.
you, look, whether it's been proved or not, right? Is I'm just telling you how it is. Not one Greek took up an offer from Denktash to come over to the north and take
Rickster,
their
can
properties
I
back,
just say something?
whatever.
Okay, if Papadopoulos was so vehemently against any kind of recognition or return of Greek Cypriots to the north, why would he open so many crossings?
Yeah, that's blowing your thing right out of the water.
Look, you know. I remember.
You know what that's called, Rick? Do you know what that's called in
when the
chess?
Pirgo,
That's called checkmate.
hear me out. I remember when the Pirgo
Someone wake me
checkpoint
up when he
first
shuts up,
opened.
please.
Yeah, when the
Yeah,
Pirgo,
I remember when I had my first Truvla.
when the Pirgo checkpoint opened, And do you know why it opened? At the time, the Greek Cypriots wanted a quicker way to get to their hospitals. One of the quicker ways were through the TRNC, through the north. And as a good gesture of goodwill, they did that. They said,
Oh,
"Okay, let's see how we go." I remember reading that.
Hold on, hold on. What you
I'm
think
just
the
telling you what
borders
I read.
opened up exclusively because the Greek Cypriots wanted to get to a hospital in the north?
Well, that was one. That was one of the. That was one of the. That was one of the reasons that I read. Yeah.
I think
It
we've
actually
got to
was.
accept here, and a lot of TCs I think can accept this as well.
No, he needs to give me his drug dealer's number, mate. I need what
When
he's on.
the GCs are not desperate for their homes, it's the principle. It's the principle of it all.
No, Andy, they did it for the hospital road.
But how does that even make sense? It was Denktash that actually opened
that
up
was
the
one of
borders.
the things I read. Okay,
It was Denktash that
that
opened
that there was
Do
an
you know why
incident where
Denktash
they
did
needed
open up the
emergency and they
borders?
let them through.
One
They
minute,
let the
we've
ambulance.
got a question.
I
We've
know
got a
because they
question for
passed my
Rickster in
house.
the chat. Rickster, there's a question. They said, ask him if the Earth is round or flat. What do you think, Rick?
Oh,
Rickson,
God.
do you
I'm
know why the
scared.
borders
Don't
were
answer that,
Here we
Rick,
go.
please. It's too
Here we
late. I
go.
don't need paranoia tonight, please.
Here we go. I'm just telling you, there was all the reason to test a new road
Well
to go
done,
through,
Soft.
and
You brought
they
some
let them.
entertainment
Why don't you
into
Google it? Hospital ambulance going through
It
Pidgok
sounded like a
through.
conspiracy theory,
Google it or
man. It's
whatever
a
you do. However you want to find
conspiracy.
Can I
information,
just say
you'll
something?
find it
So
as well.
you're telling me that Denktash opened up the borders so Greek Cypriots can go to a hospital
No,
that they don't
there
recognise?
was talk. There was talk.
That don't
There
make
was
sense,
talk,
Rick.
and there was a case I remember where there was an ambulance needed
It was
emergency to go through,
Papadopoulos'
and they let them
wife, that's
through.
why.
Well, can
Sorry.
someone check?
I
It
know
was
it's
Friday,
Papadopoulos'
Do
baby.
you know
wife
why?
that
Well, you
needed to
Google
get
it.
Do you
to
know why the
hospital.
borders
I got
were
nothing to lose here.
Rickster?
Listen,
Do
I've
you know why the
heard.
borders did open?
Listen, I know that Turks had gone to the south for medical emergencies
Yeah,
because they
I hear
couldn't
that
do it in the
too.
north. But I've never heard of the south
And rightfully
coming
so.
to the north.
No.
Yeah.
What I mean is cross from the Pyrgos side straight through, going through Nicosia, Lefkosia, going through and coming out to another, a quicker road to go from the south through the north into back to the south through Lefkosia to their
Right.
hospital.
But
I'll
there
tell
was
you
no
what, mate.
doors
Back through to
open.
their hospital, not to have
And that's
medical.
purely the reason why it was opened. Is that the reason why the
No, I'm
Denktash
not
opened
saying
them
that
up?
that's the pure reason, but I'm saying that contributed to acts of goodwills.
Do you know what? I've been on these live for
Just
over 2
look it
years.
up yourself. You know,
You know when
I
when
ain't
the
gonna argue
borders
with you guys.
opened,
Just look it up
it was
yourselves.
only just simple civilian crossings. They couldn't allow any emergency services or anything like this to go through.
Where there was one, the
I've
very
heard.
first, I
I've
remember
heard it from the
specifically
north to
one.
the south. I have
Yeah, that's
heard
right.
it and I've
That's
seen
right.
it,
They wanted to go from
but not from the
Pirgo that
south to
side,
the north. I've never heard of
from the
that.
south through the north, through Lefkosia to their back to the Greek side, through the border to get to their hospital.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory, man. It's like saying that the Jews built the pyramids. Come on, man.
No, well, look, you
Salam
know
alaikum,
that,
guys.
like I
Salam
said,
alaikum.
that's what happened,
Hello,
and
Khan.
that's what I
Abi
stick by.
Naja.
Salaam
Naja.
alaikum, my Somali brother.
Yeah,
How you doing, bro?
Peggy
Long time no
is.
see, man.
He's changing his story. Honestly, it's just I'm just miffed.
What are you talking about?
You've blown my mind.
I beg
In
my
what
back your
respect?
position. I
In
heard
what
What have you
you
respect?
said?
guys
I mean, are
are
you
back your
hearing
position.
yourself? You're saying that he wanted
Look,
to
I think it
open a
might be a bit late,
crossing
past
from
your bedtime
south
or
to
something, mate.
north
Because
for
I'm just
Greek
telling you,
Cypriots to get to a hospital quicker. Are you joking me?
yes, through a quick road, right through from an area that would have taken them far longer
What
if we went around the
hospital?
other way.
What
Okay.
hospital to what hospital would that have
I
been?
don't know the specifics, but I remember the ambulance there
So
was
where did they
a
start
request to
from?
let them through. They had
Do you
emergency,
know where they
and the
started
ambulance went
from?
through.
Yeah. Did
What
Sorry.
hospital
Poruzo.
did they start from in the south?
I'm not sure about the south what hospital, but I know they came through. They went through Pirgo, Yeshilmak, Yedidalga, whatever that is. They went straight through to
Mario, can
Lefkosha
you
and right
tell
through to the
me
other side.
what hospital would be near the Turkish border?
I don't know. I don't know the Greek side.
Probably
I'm
only
talking about the Greek
in
side.
Nicosia.
From the Greek side
That'll be
to
the Greek.
because
You
someone
think
was
we need
sick
to
on the
cross
Greek side,
ports to get
they
there?
went straight through to cut across.
Yeah, but what I can't grasp is why wouldn't they just drive straight through their own country?
I think there was a bit of an emergency, and they had to have a quick route right straight through. That's my understanding.
Go on,
Go on,
Mario.
Mario.
Something like that.
So if you're in the far east of Cyprus, if you're going to go to Bydgoszcz, where he's saying, that's like all the way up. Like if you was going to go to the far end of Buffer, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up.
What,
I think what he's
you
mean.
talking the horn?
I'm talking. No, I'm talking about from the east.
Yes,
from the east, from the
Right,
Greek
so
side,
so
from
I think
Limnitis. You've
what
got
he mean
Limnitis, and
is,
you've got Pyrgo,
shut up for a sec, mate.
Kokina, and
Fucking hell.
all that from
Guy said,
from there.
Falsa.
Sorry.
he said,
Let
give
me.
him
I'm
a
trying to
minute to
explain.
talk,
I'm
man.
trying to explain to him how it works. You know, let me explain. Like, so what I think you mean is that they're crossing the border and coming along your side and coming back inside to go to Nicosia.
To the Greek side, yeah, to cut right
They're
through.
going. They're going from.
To go
They're going
through
from
back out
east.
to the Greek
They're
side.
going back around. They're going around the north.
They're not going around.
Through
They're
the
going
north,
straight through. However they go,
and then back
They
across.
cut right across as a quicker way, rather than going around or something like this.
What do you mean around, bro? What's the point
Okay,
of the coming
you got the
What's the
east, right?
point
You got
coming
Kokina.
here?
You got Kokina. Is it Kokina?
You're taking a
Pyrgo
piss right now.
on
That's
the
a
left-hand
coca
side,
leaf, yeah.
right?
Bro,
From there,
why do
someone
they
got
put
picked
someone
up
on you?
and driven right
Why don't
through
you
through the
deport it back
north.
someone on you? Deport it back to your country. It's in your
What are you
country,
talking about,
innit?
dude?
I've just kicked
I don't know
You
him.
ain't
what
telling me
he
nothing,
I don't
dude.
know
What
what
are
he's
you
talking
talking about?
Don't worry,
I'm trying to explain something to you.
I've removed him. Ignore him. Go on.
Mario, just enlighten me because I'm really confused why they couldn't
All right.
just
Okay.
drive
Okay. So
directly.
basically, if let me explain it to you in layman's terms, so you'll understand me, sir. Look,
Go on.
basically, instead of me having to drive across all the way across, I'm just going like in like I'm doing a shortcut because on the Far East they're going to go along north, up, along, down, back into Lefkosia, but they're
Yeah,
going
something
through
like
the
this.
TRNC
Something like that. Yeah.
as opposed to going all the way across the island from the Far East of Bafos, going all the way along, passing through Limassol, passing all the way up to go to Nicosia. They're going from the tip. They're going through your side and back down.
Yeah, that's right. The name
I need
to be specific, it
To
was a
be honest,
shortcut.
I'd need to see that on a map to really understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Boy,
Yeah, that's
even if
true.
you
Because
saw it on a map, do you really
Okay,
think
you know where
the
Erenco
president
is?
of the ROC is going to open up a border for that specific reason? When
No,
the fuck have
it
they
was a
ever done
special case at the time.
When the fuck have they ever done anything for the people?
can someone
Please?
put a map of
give me
Cyprus up
give
and
me a
just
sec. Give
Look,
me one
okay.
sec.
please?
You know
Because
the
it's really
if you're
fucking
looking at the
done my
map,
brain.
if you're looking at the map, okay, you know where Erenco is? Erenco, the
Yeah.
army brave side, that side of the map, right? And then you've got you've got points where eventually you can hit the border, the first border there to come through Limnitis or Yeshilmak.
Yeah.
That border,
You know what?
they
I
came
heard a
from
story
there.
that the moon was made of Kashkaval. You ever heard that one?
They came through there
Mario,
to
please put
back
it
to
on a
the
map,
and
a
to go
proper
back to the
map,
Give me one
so we
south
sec.
can
I'm
to
going to
their
see.
put me up.
hospital.
I'm going to put a map up, and someone put me up.
I'll
Are
put
we
you up.
supposed to
Don't worry.
believe that Denktash gave the go-ahead for this? Like Denktash, we're talking about
Look,
Denktash, yeah?
you can believe what you like, but it happened. Okay, all
Fucking
right. I don't
hell.
know. I don't know
Dantesh
what you want
wasn't
me to say.
involved in
You
an
know,
an.
some of these politicians think in a very different way. So it was allowed. It happened. There was an emergency case. They had to come from the south to get a shortcut straight through back to the south
Right,
again
put
to the
Mario on
central
the big
hospital.
screen,
That's
please.
what I know.
It
You want to debate about
won't.
that? That's a different story.
Please.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay.
There you
Okay.
go.
what I think he means
Where are we?
is going from here,
Yeah.
go along here,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Going through the TRNC, and then back across into Lefkosia, as opposed to you would have to go like this.
But there isn't a crossing point there near Lefke.
Then I don't know what he's
So what's
talking
the
about.
They're
fucking
not going
point?
through Lefke. They're going through
Well, where he just pointed
Lefkosha.
his finger is
Lefkosha.
Lefke below. And if you're going to go to
Lefkosha.
Lefkosha
Lefkosha
from
Nicosia.
Look, guys, is there any
listen.
listen?
If
Is
you are
there any
going to
crossing points
go
along here?
I've
from
just said that so many
Erenco,
times.
if you are going to go from the enclave of Erenco to Nicosia, you'd have to follow the same route
Look,
from
okay.
going below.
Think of it this way.
There is no crossing point where his finger is currently.
Okay. If you look, I live. I've got a house in a place called Limnitis, right? Okay.
Right,
called
see where it
Yeshilma.
says Lefka? There is no crossing point there. The nearest crossing point to there is
I'm trying to
further
see.
right. And to get to that crossing point further right, you'd have to go from the bottom of
No,
Erenko
no, no, no,
all the
no,
way
no, no,
below the
no, no,
mountains
no,
to
no.
get to
I've done it
Nicosia.
myself. I've left the village.
All right, mate. You're going to tell
on the
me the layout
on
of
the
the north. Okay.
on our side,
All
right
right.
at the corner
Yeah.
there, right on
All
the
right.
edge there. I've just
What's the
left the
crossing? What's the
Shilmak.
crossing point called? Tell me.
Um,
And
I
what?
just know that they. Hang on, the map is disappearing. Where's that map gone?
Where is it
Okay.
on that map?
Where's
Okay.
Pergama?
Where's
Not
what did you say, Sahil? Pergama.
Okay,
Yeah.
Miles away, the other way.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but
I'm getting
what I'm saying
fucking.
is, look, you've got your Shilma, which is Limnidi,
So
right?
confused, man. Because
I
I
know,
am. I'm
going past
fucking.
that one road
I'm
going out.
completely
Can I
bamboozled,
just
man.
make it clear to
Where's
you guys 1
Kalebulno?
second? Mario, hold the map where it is. Put your finger on Erenko.
The little enclave there
Right, put your finger on the little enclave. On the little
on the
enclave.
left. There,
Right,
that's it.
right. If there's no, see where it says Lefka, yeah? There is
To the
no
right.
border crossing from Lefka or Morsport, Guzelyurt.
All I'm saying
Yeah?
to you, I'm using that as a
The nearest crossing point, go right, Mario, go right, go right, go right, go right, go right, go right, is about there. Now, how would you get there if you was at the enclave on the left from the ROC?
No, look, I'm not saying you was
The
at the
same
Lenko.
way
I
you
said that
described
side.
it, the
That
same way
side,
you
Erenco
described
side,
it
dude.
by going
Bloody hell,
downwards
mate.
below the mountains and get to
I'm
Nicosia,
saying,
yeah?
I'm saying
That don't make sense to
that
me.
side
I'm
of
From this
sorry.
Cyprus.
point, from this
It
point
doesn't
where
mean
you're
say Erenco. It could the patient or the ambulance came from that side of Cyprus, went straight through Pirgo. I've said that the Pirgo crossing checkpoint, straight through past
You must
Limnidi,
be
Yeshilmak.
confused. I think you're talking about the other
I'm not
side.
confused. You
If
don't
you
know what you're
said
talking
to me
about,
on
you.
the other side of the
Yeah, that's
island
what I
here,
thought you meant.
It's
The
so
other
this
side.
simple.
side, yeah,
Go
I'd
through
get it.
Yeshilmak, the road going through Yeshilmak, go through Yedidalga, I don't know what they call it in Greek, go through Exero, go whatever it is, go on the freeway, go on
You're
the
talking
roads,
about Lefka though when you're saying
going
Exoda.
past all that to Lefkosha, the roads leading to Lefkosha, and out of Lefkosha to the Greek side again.
but from this point,
Not from
where are
that
you
point, and
actually?
it could be anywhere. It could have come from somewhere else, but they've crossed through onto the Turkish side through the Pirgo checkpoint or one of the from somewhere there. They've allowed it. They've come through at the time, and they've come straight through past. I don't know if
Surely
the old
there
roads were
must be
happening then.
a motorway from near.
Now there is, but there was a road that used to take us to Lefkosha, and the old roads. I don't know if
Well,
the
this
newer
happened
roads.
when an ambulance had to go through. I'm asking who was in the ambulance? The Sultan of
I
Brunei, King of
look. I've got no
Malaysia.
idea, but they used the road in an emergency, and it was accepted, and that was fine.
Who was in the thing though? Was it like Bill
No,
Gates? Who
you're
was in the
changing your
ambulance?
Why don't
story.
you Google
Now
it and
you're
stop
Right.
being
hold
stupid,
on a
dude?
minute, man. You're
Caucasian
Let's
dude, do
starting.
you know what was in the
Let me
ambulance?
hold on. A minute. You're saying that it was used as an emergency and it was accepted. Earlier on, you said
Well,
that
look,
it was the
I suggest
pivotal
you
reason
research it.
why the crossing was
I know it's
given.
all new to
What are
you
you
lot. I
fucking
know it's all
talking
new to you lot,
about?
but it's a fact. All right. You can
It's a
take it how you can
fact
take it with a grain
now.
of salt, or you can take it as gospel. It's up to you.
No,
Or just
earlier
research
on
it
you
and
said that
find
it
out
was
yourself.
done.
I'm not.
No,
Look,
so now
I'm
there is.
not going to be
Oh my
I'm not
god,
going
I
to be
can't. This
pussyfooting
guy, he's
around with
doing
you
my
guys
nutting.
because if you can't, if just look at it for yourself,
Bro,
Google it,
earlier
search it
on, hold on a minute.
once.
Shush for a minute. Earlier on, you said that this was done to ease transport time for Greeks to get to a hospital. Now you're saying there's a known
It
case
was a
of an
one-off.
ambulance using the fucking road. Which is it?
Initially,
Make your
if you
fucking
want,
mind
look, I'm
up.
not going to play with words. I'm not going to play with words with you. But
You're
initially,
fucking
I
nuts,
remember
mate. You're
an
fucking
ambulance
nuts.
I can't see
prompted.
for one ambulance they're gonna do that, bro.
Well, there was a case. I can
What,
assure
for
you.
a
I read
fucking
about it
mountain where there
specifically.
isn't a
Do you know
border
why?
crossing, Sahil, yeah?
Because the place where my parents are from, they went past it. They used that road to go past. That's how it sticks
Bruv,
to
you
my
are
memory.
on fucking crack, mate. Seriously.
I wish I was with
This
you lot. I
was
wish I was.
before the
I wish I was
borders
because I don't
opened
think
as
you
well.
got
You're
a
talking
full grip
about,
on the
yeah?
whole idea.
Your story changes
This is
quicker.
before 2003 or
Look,
4.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll research it. I'll have a look around, see if I can find it, and I'll
And
post
the
it here.
irony
All
is,
right.
Rixter,
Let's
you
just
come
end it
up
there.
here
Let's
and
just end it
said,
there
I've
because
come
I'm
up
not getting
here
anywhere with
because
your
I'm hearing a
argument.
lot of
Well, look, I've got nothing to
misinformation.
get.
You've come up here
I'm
and
not.
bamboozled everyone for the last 40
I
minutes.
have got nothing to gain by saying
Coming
this.
from
It's
Look
not
at this.
benefiting
Look at
me.
this.
It's
Look at
not
this map
benefiting anyone.
logically.
It's
One
just a
second. Look
point
at
of
this.
reference
Look
that I
at.
made.
Be quiet a second. Look at this map logically. The only place here that would looks like a beneficial crossing point to
Is
get
there, right
a
there where your
short bus
finger is.
across is probably from here or here.
And there's and that's where the most
Look,
crossing points we have in the north,
look.
by the way, is
At the
between
time,
where you are.
for what it's worth, at the time, I can recollect an emergency vehicle having to cross the north side to get cut through to go to back through Lefkosia, Nicosia, to get to their hospital.
Well,
They had an emergency there,
the
so
way
they
that
allowed
makes
it.
sense. The way that makes sense
Okay,
is
and that might be
Okay, how
true.
they got there, flew there,
Okay,
like
that might be
wings.
true.
I'm just telling you, an ambulance went
and that
through.
might be true under an isolated incident, and both communities came together and allowed that to happen. That's a complete different story. When you
And
started
then-
this whole bollocks, you came about saying that Papandopoulos said that we want to create a crossing point to get our citizens to a hospital quicker. And then it went from
Look,
that to fucking a
that
whole
was
story of that happening.
that was another thing. That was another thing that happened. Papadopoulos did indicate if you go to the Turks and you sign any documents of theirs,
Oh, he's going
you are
back.
in
You're
effect.
trolling.
You are in
You're
effect.
fucking
Let me
trolling.
finish, please.
Fuck
Please,
off, man.
please,
You're
please, let me finish.
trolling.
You
Oh,
are
yeah,
in
man.
effect acknowledging them. That's what another thing that came up. You
You're
acknowledge that
trolling.
if any
You're 100% fucking trolling.
What's this, Mario?
what? Tell me, am I lying though?
What's
Tell
that
me
say,
something.
Mario?
Basically, look, this just summed it up very perfectly. The Turkish and Greek Cypriot leaders will soon take part in the UN-sponsored negotiations to find a solution to the long-standing political conflict that has left Cyprus divided. However, there is little chance the two sides will meet eye to eye.
There you are.
There you go.
And you're saying there you go.
Unfortunately, that's the way things are going.
I'll tell you what, it takes a lot to bamboozle me, and you did that tonight. I tell you.
Bamboozle me. My head has blown, Sahil.
Well, I don't think maybe you.
Because I was
you gotta
thinking
get
he
up to
was
the
coming
speed.
from-
Hey, dude, you got to get up to the
Like
speed with
the
things. You know,
Famagusta
there's a lot
side
more
of
that's going on
Cyprus.
that you just don't know yet. What about the things you don't know? What you do know is one thing, but what you don't know is another.
haven't
Why
heard
do you
one
not
thing.
find out?
Though, that would have been quite headline news if that.
I haven't
would have
heard
been
one
in
How
thing
do you know it wasn't?
factually.
How do you know it wasn't? Look, I'll tell you what. Like I said, going back to like I said, I'll have a look at it. I'll have a look around, and I'll
what
specifically
you're saying,
put it
Rick,
up there
that-
so you
what
guys
you're
will
saying
come
would
back.
be
guy-
headline
I can't get
news.
any more.
Hold on a minute,
I'm
guys.
repeating myself.
Coming from the guys that the guy that jumped up on this live, giving it Billy Big Balls, saying, "Oh, I've heard a lot of misinformation," and you've come
Yeah, there
up
was
here
like
chatting
24
utmost
hours.
fucking
That's one of them.
shit.
That's just
And now you're telling me you
I
want to
choked
go
on
and
my
do your
drink.
fucking
24 hours.
research.
Turks are going to get their land
Come
back,
back.
and the Greeks
I
have to
was
wait 3
waiting
years.
for some
Where'd that
mic
come from?
drop or something, you know. I was
And
waiting
you're
Where
for
did that
someone
come
to
from?
get
Where the
headline
hell did that
news.
come? 24 hours. Turks are allowed to do what they want.
Hang on
The
a
Greeks
second.
have to wait 3 years.
Alex, give me a
Yarın
second, mate.
saat
Hang on a
tuttum bizi
second.
burada.
Andy,
I think some people
Andy.
burada
I've
öyle
made that
öyle
comment.
kafadan
I've
eksik
made
bilgiler.
that statement, Rickster, because I 100%, 10% know it's a fact. And I'm content with it. I
Like
don't
I
need to
said.
go away and look for 3 days and get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah?
You can convince
Okay.
yourself as much as you like.
You can
and
go.
I'm convinced.
No,
and I know for a fact
it's not a
what I
matter
just
of
said
convincing yourself.
happened
Go
as
and
well.
look at their
Rickster.
NAPM. Go and look it up.
Rickster, have
It's
you
not
been
about
sniffing Norse? Because you're
You know what?
firing
You know
across
what?
there, man.
I've never taken drugs in my life.
You sure?
I've
Yeah,
never-
you don't need drugs.
I don't drink.
You don't, bro.
Right?
Stay away from drugs. You don't need drugs. You're
I was
good.
gonna say
You know
she
what?
did.
I'm trying to tell you guys something,
Might help.
but I don't think you guys. I don't know. Some of you just don't get it. Really don't get it. I've been at this for a long
Oi,
time.
Rick, before you go, I need to ask you something. You know the
Long
story
time.
about
Too long.
somebody landed on the moon. Do you think that was real or was that made up?
I don't know. You tell me.
Bro,
You're the
the
joker around
geezer
here.
looks
Maybe
out
you
of
know.
his window every night looking for aliens. But what's all there? Fuck's sake.
Olan ne sebebildi?
Now, Rick,
Hadi
there's a
saatin
rumor, yeah,
geldi
that
bro.
there was
Get
this
your
island
fucking
called
binoculars
Atlantis.
out.
Be
And go
git
look
yat
for
be.
some fucking aliens.
Yorgun oldun.
Senden yorgun
Yorgun oldum
oldum.
be.
Yorgun
Toplamda nasıl
öldün.
olursun?
Git yat be.
Sen yorgun öldün.
Be kardeş. Şimdi duydum. Kuzeyden güneye giden adam oldu. Ama güneyden güzeye gitsin de tekrar güneye girsin. Hiç
Olan
duyulmadı.
bizi Rum tarafından geçti, Türk tarafından geri Rum tarafına onların hastalarına
Oh, I can
gittiler.
translate. He's getting a lot of stick in Turkish from Sahil.
Hey, my God, that
Gül
was
ne kadar istersen, it doesn't
crazy.
change anything. Look, like I said, I'll have a look. If I
Yeah.
find it, we'll see who has the
Yeah.
last laugh.
While
Okay?
you're looking, look for the
If you
thing,
find
the
it.
Epstein files as well. If you can
Tamam
find
ya,
that while you're
tamam
there.
This
ya.
live up.
Okay.
I'll keep this live open. Do me a favor, Rickster. Go and find it now. It shouldn't take you long.
No, I
Internet's very,
can't.
very
Where I
quick.
am, with
Mate,
what I'm,
you can't be
where I
that
am right now, I
content with a
can't.
certain thing and
I can't.
you
Well,
I
know.
can't
why
right now.
can't you, bro? You're on a
No,
TikTok
no.
live. Jump
Where
back
I am
in.
now, I'm sitting somewhere and I can't do it.
What were
Rickster,
you
when I
doing?
said,
What?
I said earlier,
Disappearing
Can
off
I
the
just
Couldn't
grid?
say
say
where I am.
something? Can I just say something? If anything like that would have happened, all right, it would have been headline news, okay?
But it would have
Every
been
single
Sahilabi, it would have been headline
station
news
in
in
the north.
Turkey, in Greece, in Cyprus, and probably on the fucking news at 10 in
Guys,
England as
he
well.
just made it
Yeah,
very clear.
maybe more now so
He's
than then.
saying
But
where he
you know what?
is. He can't take a second to go and research it, but he can sit on here chatting shit. Are you serious?
You know where I am? I'm sitting on a bloody lawnmower.
So
I
why don't
ride
you
on a
jump
lawnmower
off
in my
here?
house, I'm not. I can't be bothered with this right now. I really
But you
can't.
couldn't be
Where are
bothered to
you,
sit on
Personally, I
here.
can't be
Rickster?
bothered with
Do
it.
you
You
know
in
But I
what?
will.
Is he
Australia?
is
I
he the
will.
other guy that says
He's
he's
in
going to go to the
Australia,
dentist?
man. He's a nut job.
He's the same person, isn't
It's
it?
the same one, yeah. No,
The
it's not.
dentist,
It's
the
not.
Jewish Zionist one.
No, it's not
Nah,
him.
nah,
Big
nah,
mouth
I've
one.
run
definitely.
into this guy before,
Nah,
man.
he made more sense than this guy.
I've met this guy
Oh, come
before.
on, come on, dude. I think you guys are past your bedtimes. I
He's
think
a
you should go and get
Turkish
some rest.
Cypriot Aussie.
I think you
He's a
should
nut
turn
job.
Ne Ozisi? Ben de Londra'da doğdum be. Olan kime konuşun be?
Who the
I was
fuck is
born
on
and
a
bred in England.
lawnmower at
with
fucking
this,
20
with
past
this
one?
fucked
And
up Turkish.
I'm sitting on my at my yard, in my
Hey,
yard,
On a
Sahilabi,
listening
chat
to
to your
fucking
you
mate.
lot
lawnmower at 20 past
Chat
one.
to your mate, Sahilabi.
in the
Huh?
afternoon.
Chat to your mate,
So where
man.
are
What's
you
he trying to
then?
big it up now? What's he
I
trying to
don't know,
say?
man. I have no
You're in
idea.
Australia, right?
Does it matter?
Yeah, but
Hey,
you're the one that's sitting
Rickster,
on the
I'm gonna
lawnmower
make you
and
an
Yeah,
telling
offer
I
you
us
am.
can't
not
I am.
here.
refuse.
So yes, I what?
Well, he's a
So
Turkish
what?
Cypriot
I can't be
expat
bothered to. I
Oz.
can't be bothered to do stuff that you guys want me to do
I'll
right
tell
now.
you
I
what,
can't be bothered.
I'll tell
I'm
you what,
enjoying my
mate.
life right now.
You being down
I can't be
under has
bothered.
fucking done your head in, mate. Fucking
You think so?
the blood's gone straight to your head.
I bet you any money. If you see where I am right now, you'd think twice. But that's
Where
another
are
story.
you? Where are you? Where are you?
All
Tell
right.
us. Go on.
Where are you? I've
I'm
got loads of cousins in
He's in
Australia.
a
Tell me.
fucking mental hospital on D block, fucking banged up.
looking at
He's in a
my.
padded cell.
Okay. Let's
One
play. Let's
flew
go
over
with this.
the.
I'm
One
sitting on
flew
You
my
know
over
who
the
lawnmower.
cuckoo's
Rickstar
nest.
is? You know who Rickstar is? Which I never understood the ending to the
Listen.
film.
Without
Does
making
anyone
fun.
remember
Jokes
Shutter
aside.
Island?
Jokes aside.
Shutter Island, yeah. You got
Robert De Niro.
Leonardo the
Robert
fucking
De Niro.
Check biraz
Rickstario.
daha be. Uyumayasın. Check
You
biraz
got
daha.
Leonardo the Rickstario here, mate, from Shutter Island.
This is Abdul Ricky.
I'll tell you what, I've had some characters on these
I'll
lives.
tell you
So
something. That's
you
another.
take the fucking biscuit.
That's
It's
another
rude,
towel for the
man.
coffee
You
shop.
coming
That
up here
one.
taking us for mugs and Robbie. It's rude, bruv. You're embarrassing yourself.
What can I say?
Not a
Yeah,
lot,
you
please.
should. You know what it is, Rickster? Before you jump on the panel, you should at least listen to the conversation and try to determine the IQ
I
level
tried listening to
before
this
you come in.
24-hour
Because,
nonsense.
it's
That's
like
the first thing. That's the first load of nonsense I
from
heard.
intelligent
24
to
hours.
degenerate in 2 seconds
24.
flat. I don't know how you've done it.
Listen. Before you keep going on with your rubbish, right? 24 hours. The Turks get to do what they want, but the Greeks have to wait 3 years.
Am I
That's the
talking
first, mate.
rubbish?
Come on. Come on.
not
24
rubbish. You gotta
hours.
look it up.
The Turkish
Look it up.
Cypriots
You'll
can do
find it
whatever.
in
Like,
fucking 3
it
minutes.
doesn't make it defies logic.
Well,
24
listen, do you know
hours.
why I
The
you know why I
Turks.
confidently said it? Because it's objective, it's factual. All right, it's truth.
Prove it.
Right.
Say that's something.
Yeah,
Find some
look.
information. Let's put it up here.
Patron's asking,
Factual. Okay, show us.
has the
Show us.
lawnmower got an opinion on it as well? Probably got more fucking
Mate, the
brains
lawnmower's
than
going to go
you.
up your ass soon, so be careful of that.
That
Wow.
lawnmower's got more
That's a
brains
bit
than
much,
you,
isn't
mate.
it?
That's for sure.
Well, you lot carry on, right? What do you
There's no
say?
need to be abusive, though, is there?
But listen, as I said, I listened initially and I couldn't contain myself 24 hours. If there's an acceptance, 24 hours. The
And
Turks
you've
get to
just
do what they want.
flabbergasted the whole of the 28 people in this fucking live.
But
Now, Rickster, do you know
but
where you went wrong?
what
You
are
know
you
where you
gonna
went
do
wrong?
now?
Turkish
No,
Cypriots
wait.
gets 24 hours.
So one minute, don't you think?
But hold on,
Rickster,
Don't you
do you know
think?
where you went
hold
wrong?
on,
You
hold
thought
on,
we
hold
was
on.
up here
Isn't that
hating
what
on
you're saying?
How
Greeks,
about?
and you thought you
How
jump
about?
Isn't
in.
that what you
That's
said
what
with
I'm
the
saying.
unplanned?
Exactly.
Isn't that what
That's
you
the
said with the
truth.
unplanned?
That's the
Hold on.
truth.
Yeah,
You come up
exactly.
with your half-baked idea that you thought we was going to start clapping for you because
Yeah,
you thought that we
No,
were
exactly.
up
not at
here
all. Not at
hating
all. Not at
Greeks.
all.
That's
I'm
what
not
you
looking for your
thought.
approval. I'm looking for
So
anyone's
No,
approval.
no, no. You
I
thought
was
that's
stating
what
a
it was.
fact.
Wait,
I'm
one
just
second.
stating
One
something that I
second.
just
you
No,
know
couldn't
what?
understand.
You know
let
what?
me
You
I'm
know
just
wake
what?
stating
up,
something
Paul.
I
Yeah,
couldn't
wake up,
understand.
Paul. On
Hang
these
on.
lives, we
What?
stick out and
That was.
look
One
out for
minute.
each
What
other,
Andy said
regardless
earlier.
of
What
which
Andy said
side.
earlier. It's the first time I've heard it as well. But
What's that?
I
24
what
hours
he's yeah,
thing?
24 hours and then the 3 years for the Greek Cypriots. It's the first time I've heard it as well, and I will go look it up myself. But I kind of trust on what it says. But the right thing to do would be to just
Well,
go. Use
I'm
Google,
in
use
doubt, so I just
ChatGPT,
don't get
look it
it.
up
I just don't know
first,
how
see
that's
it first,
possible.
instead of coming up on the panel and being like, I don't know, because no one
I
knows.
just
You don't
don't,
know.
yeah, because I disagreed.
Right.
No, no one's doing that. I just disagreed with it. I said, no way, mate. How can at 24 hours, right? We get to walk anywhere we want, do what we want, and the Greeks have to wait 3 years.
Come
That's
off
one
the
thing that
live,
hit me about
do
the
your
unplanned.
research, and please come back. I'll put you on the
Okay.
big
Well, look,
screen,
I want you
and I
to. Okay,
swear
I'll do
to
that.
God,
If
listen,
I will.
that piece
swear
of
to God,
information is true, then it holds more of a validity as to why the Greek Cypriots would
Okay.
say no. Because the first time
if
I'm
you
hearing it,
prove
and
me
if that's the
wrong,
case, I would say no as well. Like, what the hell?
I would literally strip naked and run down the road. Go on.
Look,
Well, people pay
I'm
money to
telling
see
you,
that, you know.
all right?
People pay money for that.
I'm telling you,
Well, get
right?
off here. Do
There
it.
was a time when anyone that wanted from the south wanted to reclaim their lands. If they signed it, then
Are you
they'll be
going back to that one
acknowledging
again?
the
He's
existence.
yo-yoing between that one and that
Well,
one.
that's
Oh my God.
one of the reasons why
He's doubling. I
unplanned
can't believe
failed.
he's doubling down on it as well.
No,
Though.
that wasn't your initial claim, though, Rickster. You said that if they signed anything from the north, they'd never. Papadopoulos said that they'd never be able to return to the
That's
ROC.
what
Exactly.
That was your initial claim.
that's what I heard. I'm repeating that. Yep, exactly.
No, you keep watering it down. First, you
Yes.
said
Well, what am I
they'd.
saying now then?
Thank you,
What am I saying
Pano.
now?
First, you said that
What am I
they'd never
saying
be
then, and
able
what am I
to.
saying
Well,
now?
if you let me speak, I'll
Sure.
respond. That's how a conversation works. So first, you said that they'd never be able to return to the ROC. Then you said that there'd be repercussions. Then you said that that'd be recognizing the North. So you keep watering it down.
Okay.
You're
Repercussions.
gonna
Isn't that what repercussions mean? You get punished.
no
Isn't that what I'm
There is
indicating?
there is a difference
Repercussion is
between
that.
never being able to return to the ROC and the vague term of repercussions.
And
Well, that is
initially,
that,
and
that,
Panok
hold on. Before you play
initially,
with
his
words,
precise
repercussion
wording was they won't be
is
allowed
another
to
thing
come
that
back
happens. One
until
of the
me and
repercussions
you,
is you can't return.
flagged it. That how would he stop that? And then he introduced there will be repercussions. And when I asked what the repercussions were, he won't even explain what they would be.
Who are you talking to
Papadopoulos
me? Regarding
raised
me?
his eyebrow.
Oh, sorry,
Regarding
I
myself?
forgot. I know what the repercussions are. They're not allowed at the next barbecue. You know.
You know, like I said, what Denktash did put it out there. Any Greeks that wanted to come back can return, and then the rebuttal to that was,
Yeah, but you said that they would
you go
lose
and sign a
everything.
piece of paper of theirs. You're acknowledging them.
Rickster, if Denktash really wanted that, why didn't he just leave the Greeks where they were in the first place?
I don't understand the question. Repeat that.
I'm saying
Be
to you, what was
specific.
the point of sticking all the Greeks out of the land and then calling them back politely? What was the point in that?
Who
You should have
said
just
that,
left them where they
a lot
were.
of Greeks left? They were ordered to leave. There was
Yeah,
they felt their lives
exactly.
were being
Why were we
were
ordering them
being.
to leave and then we're going to turn around and say
Who's
to them, oh,
ordering them?
by the way, if you want to come back,
Look, it wasn't all the Turks that said you better get out. The Greeks said let's get out of here. It's bad. Get out. Greeks did say that. We're going. We can't be around this. There's a war. The Turks are invading. This and that and the other. Saying, so they left. But
I'm
look,
going on mute because I can't listen to this
Greeks are
guy
now.
anymore. I'll leave it to you
On the
guys.
south.
Alex, you need to address
Greeks
this,
are on
mate.
the south.
No, I can't, bro.
Greeks are
Listen,
on the
this guy's
south.
blowing my head. I'm
Turks on
going
the
to go
north.
get 2 fucking painkillers.
I think you needed them way before, mate. By the sounds of it. But look, like I said,
if that
I'll
did
have a
ever
look at
happen
it.
with the
If I
ambulance,
find that as well, I'll put it up. Okay, leave it at that. that. I will try. I promise
To be
you. I give you
honest,
my word. I
The
will.
crossing claim, I can believe, but
I'll
I
look
don't
for
know
that
where
too.
it would be. But the
Okay.
Babadobulon one is just not true.
With that him indicating that anyone that wants to return will be deemed a traitor and they'll be barred from coming back over to the south. Is that one
Yeah,
you're talking about?
that
I'll have a
didn't
look at that.
happen. That didn't happen.
I'll promise you. Who are you? What's your name? Panop. No,
Panop.
your name is okay. Panop.
Panop.
I'll look for it and I'll put it up and I'll just pin your name on there. How does that sound? If I'm wrong,
Yeah.
I'm wrong. But if I'm right, then
Panel,
what?
I beg you, tag me in when he does
Then
it,
what?
please.
Fucking hell, what do you expect?
I will.
Tag the whole panel, please, Panel.
I think there's
He's
that
going to
you
write an
can
article himself.
make comments.
Fucking
No.
hell.
You can put comments and traces of information.
Right, is it time
Then
for your
what?
mental
Fucking
health
tax.
medication, my friend?
Mate, I think it's getting a bit hot. I'm going to go and mow my lawns here.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
Go
you
and
do
sort
and
out
that.
your
jump in my
nationalistic
pool.
fucking photos and all the rest of it. Go on. See you later.
Jump in my pool. What nationalistic photo? What are you talking about, dude?
Oh,
Don't talk that shit to
Or
me.
your $10
Nationalistic.
fucking little blow up pool? Go on, mate, enjoy.
$10? More like over 100 grand.
Yeah, all
The way
right.
I'm
100
still.
grand,
All
You
right,
couldn't
whatever.
accumulate 100 grand on that IQ. You couldn't do it. It's impossible.
You think so? How
You couldn't
can
do
I
it.
take a photo of this? Let me see if I can take a photo of this.
So you've got time to take a photo to boast about a pool, but you haven't got time to back your research up.
Nah,
Okay.